Welcome back. Hello world. Hello villagers. Welcome back to part 2, Global Village Day, the second part of this 12-hour marathon. And so here we are celebrating the global village, understanding who we are, what matters to us in this post-pandemic world. So the Global Village Day is inspired by the Canadian philosopher Marshall McLuhan, one of the most charismatic intellectuals and thinkers of our time. And so from Toronto, we are firing the global imagination to celebrate this Global Village Day. We have special guests from many countries, from Germany, Italy, UK, Spain, Poland, South Africa, New Zealand, Japan, India, Brazil, US, Canada, of course. And the event, of course, is taking place according to the Toronto local time. So we are in Toronto, and so greetings from Toronto, greetings from the Global Village. And we also wanted to welcome you all on Facebook and YouTube. We are streaming, we are live. We are streaming live on the Marshall McLuhan Facebook page and on the YouTube channel of the McLuhan Institute, the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel. That's why I wanted to say thank you once again to our sponsors, the McLuhan Institute, the McLuhan Salons, the estate of Marshall McLuhan, and the McLuhan Foundation. So we are very grateful to our sponsors for supporting this Global Village Day. Again, a unique event, a 12-hour intellectual marathon. I told you I will be not running alone in this marathon. Many guests are joining me, so we are all together. So we are a community running together. There is a torch for as any Olympic marathon. We have a special torch to keep the flames of Marshall McLuhan's alive. So this is Understanding Media. This is the Italian edition. So we are celebrating the international presence of McLuhan's scholarship all across the world. So Understanding Media, or any McLuhan book or any McLuhan quote is our torch, the Olympic torch to fire the global imagination, to fire the global village. And also because we are getting started this second part of the Global Village Day, and we are from Toronto, I wanted to acknowledge the land we are meeting on. And the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit River, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. Today, this meeting place is still the home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit and Métis people, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. And so welcome to Toronto, welcome to the Global Village. Greetings from the Global Village. And because we just started this part 2, let me just keep warming up a little bit, and I see you are connecting, so I do a little bit of housekeeping to let you all connect, and then I will be introducing our special guests for today's second part of the Global Village. It's 6:07 p.m. in Toronto. Let me say hi. This is my twin brother there. So it's a symbolical move. We wanted to explore things from different perspectives. We want to see different views, world views of the same thing. And so that's our transparent camera to better understand and better explore the global village in the post-pandemic world. So it's 6:08. Let me just say a few words about a game we are playing. So we are very playful. We like playfulness. Marshall McLuhan himself was a very playful person. And so we are playing a live tetrad It's a live tetrad means that it's an app, so you can see the website. You can join this app. You can log in and participate in a crowd live real-time tetrad exercise. We are applying the Marshall McLuhan's tetrad, the critical thinking tool, to reflect on effects of media and technologies in our life. So feel free to check it out, enjoy the tetrad, the live tetrad game, and the best tetrads will win some prizes. We're tetrading and rediscussing the very idea of global village. The first prize is a Marshall McLuhan Dew Line deck of cards. This is a rarity. This is mine actually, but there is a new one which is an original 1969 deck of cards designed by Marshall McLuhan, a unique antique piece, a rarity, a real deck of cards to foster critical thinking, to foster the global imagination. One of those cards, yes, of course, is the medium, is the message, but there are many others. So it was a playful tool designed by Marshall McLuhan in the 60s to, again, foster creativity, foster creative and critical thinking. And we have many other gifts for the tetrad game. This is a Rubik's cube designed in the shape of a tetrad and so on. So feel free, folks, on Facebook and YouTube, feel free to join the tetrad, the live tetrad web app and enjoy. And we will see later tonight what's going on the live tetrad. And so, villagers, here we are. It's 6 and 10 p.m. here in Toronto. Greetings again from the Global Village. I see you are connecting, and I'm very excited. We're going to kick off this second part 2 of the Global Village Day. We will going forward till midnight, because at midnight we will toast, we will celebrate Marshall McLuhan's 109th birthday. So at midnight a lot of other friends will join us for this international celebration. But again, it's not just a celebration of Marshall McLuhan's legacy, but also a way to understand the lessons we are learning in this current scenario, the lessons we are learning in this unique moment for our humanity, for humankind. We are learning a lot. I think we all are learning a lot. That's why we wanted to share the lessons we are learning. We will also share experiences, walks of life, life experiences, and you will see my next guests for tonight will have a lot to say, beautiful experiences to share, to make sense of our global village. And possibly this is another goal for the Global Village Day. Rethink the Global Village Day and possibly rethink how to build the Global Village Day in a more sustainable way, in a more open, inclusive, equitable way, right? I think one of the lessons we are learning is that yes, we liked the global village we used to live, but there are some things that we didn't like. So let's reflect on what we want to keep and what we want to change, right? And so Global Village Day is here to foster social change, to foster participation, diverse participation in our community from all across the world. I told you, more than 40 speakers from 12 different countries, from any latitude. And so on Facebook and YouTube, friends, folks, and villagers, feel free to say hi, feel free to let us know where you are in this moment, in which portion of the global village you are connected from. So we can start. This is Junichi from Japan. It's 7 a.m. Hello, good morning, Junichi. Good morning. And then I see John Galto. Hello, Paolo. Hello, everyone. Hello. Robert Blichman, Bob from Forest Hills. And Andrei Miroshinshenko, 6 hours left to go. Yes, that's right. I can't believe we are just in the middle of the marathon. 6 hours are left and now another 6 hours. So, but again, I'm not running alone, right? So I get my energy from you all, folks, okay? on Facebook, on YouTube, my fellow panelists and speakers and guests tonight. So we are all running together. So we are ideally holding the torch of the Marshall McLuhan's legacy to keep the flames of the McLuhan's legacy alive. And again, rethinking, reimagining the global village in the post-pandemic world. And so thank you for joining. Thank you for let us know that you are there so we don't feel alone. And Elena Lamberti from Bologna. Yes, it's midnight. It's past midnight in Bologna. It's already 21st. So, however, the official celebration of McLuhan's birthday will take place at midnight, Toronto local time. And then Patrizia from Rimini. Great. Hello, Patrizia. Hello. And the Marshall McLuhan's initiative, Andrew McLuhan. Thank you, Andrew, for hosting this marathon on the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel. Marshall McLuhan's initiative based in Winnipeg, Edmonton, and so on. So thank you for sharing. So again, I think we are all set for kicking off the second part of this marathon. So, and running towards the finishing line, towards the final lap of this marathon. And I'm so happy to introduce our next guests for tonight. So our next guest is Gail Lord, innovative, effective, creative personality in the world of museums and cultural heritage. She is a world authority in the field of museum planning. Gail's extensive experience in museum and cultural sector brings vision, passion, knowledge, and enthusiasm in museum planning, and to each of the projects she leads all across the world. A global village made out of museums. And she is also, of course, a champion of cultural sustainable development, and she is a big fan of Marshall McLuhan. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome into the global village tonight Gail Lord. Hello, Gail.
Hi, Paolo. You're amazing. You have a second career possibility as a disc jockey.
All right, yeah, I like it. I like it. You know,
I like it too.
We've been discussing the very idea of global village in a sort of amended versions at the global theater. Even Marshall McLuhan used to this very expression, global theater. So in a global theater, we are all performers. So we are performing, we are doing our best to perform all together. And so the theater is embracing, and theater is more a cultural concept, which maybe you will like as an expert in museum planning. So, Gail, first of all, where are you right now, and how are you feeling?
So I'm in Niagara on the Lake, which is not too far from Toronto. I'm on the Niagara River, which is a river that separates Canada from the United States. So I can look out my window and I see the United States.
Right.
So I'm a bit of a global village. And of course, this was a very important point. I know you talked about the environment, but this was a very important point for escaped slaves from the 1850s forward to come to Canada, across the Niagara River and through Niagara Falls.
And then escape.
Yeah. So it's very historic. It's very beautiful. And of course, the river looks really refreshing today.
Oh, right. And you are refreshing as well. So bringing your enthusiasm for such things. So great. So thank you, Gail, for joining us. You know, we are going to dig deeper and explore and possibly answer that core question. What are the lessons we are learning from the current scenario? So I'll leave you here. So I'll be back to you, Gail, after introducing our guests. And then for a second merry-go-round, I want to know from you the lessons we are learning from the current scenario. Okay, so
absolutely.
I'll be back shortly to you, Gail. And again, welcome into the Global Village. I'll see you in a little while. Thank you, Gail. Thank you. Wow, 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 wow. So, let's move on. Let's move on. Our special guest for tonight is Mario Mendoza. Mario Mendoza's life mission and calling is to advocate for a humane global migrant policy that honors global migration as a basic human right. What a perfect combination to reflect on the global village. So, the global migration as a basic human right. He founded, for this reason, the non-profit organization lifeundocumented.org to gather stories of people living undocumented lives in the United States. Mario has a fascinating story. He was born in El Salvador and immigrated from El Salvador to US when he was just a child. And then I told you, Mario's life mission and calling is to advocate for undocumented immigrants with a focus on Latino migrants, immigrants, asylum seekers, refugees. So this is why he founded this non-for-profit organization, Life Undocumented. And it's a great pleasure. So an advocate for the global migration here in the Global Village Day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. In the Global Village Day, Mario Mendoza. Hello, Mario.
Hi, Paolo, and hi, everyone online. And thanks for joining. And of course, thank you and a couple other folks like Marianne for having me on. I really appreciate the time and the platform to be a part of this really special group and a really relevant discussion, given the time that we're all living in globally at different spaces, of course, during the coronavirus and COVID-19.
Right.
And I am happy to be here and really to speak, can speak very clearly, I think, from on the second round, maybe, on McLuhan approach and really medium is the message and how I've changed the nonprofit approach using different media from the beginning, but of course now modifying the plan based on COVID-19.
Right.
Of course, specifically that just like today's meeting, that we can't be in person everywhere, really anywhere often, and we have to do things virtually and how that changes things.
Right. No, it's nice that you are bringing this up. So the idea that possibly without this new technologies, we couldn't manage this such a large gathering of scholars all across the world. It's nice that we are learning, as you said, we are facing changes. And here we are to explore how to change for the good, how to change for the better, how to make the global village a better place. And the very idea of global village, overcoming the boundaries, overcoming the geographic boundaries, I think is at the core of your life mission, right? So to overcome the geographic boundaries and conceiving we all as citizens of the world, right?
Absolutely. And I think that, I won't go on too much in case he needs to do another introduction, but to say, as the world is, I think, painfully aware, the United States right now is going through a transition period, if I'm going to call that a transition, hopefully, of some growing pains in considering the world our neighbor, because America is having right now a tough time in considering its neighbor.
Right.
So speaking to equitability or equity, I think that's something that we need to work here in America, never mind across international borders. But yes, technology like this, I think it's mainly can be used to an advantage, and that's to connect us all, just like we are connecting this very second, but also to connect with other folks across the globe. And at very least, why is that important? Not only to find out what's happening across the world and be informed, that's not the end goal. That's really just the medium to then get to a point where you act on things that you can act on. I think being quiet in the face of injustices or inequity is not an option for the folks that can act. So the folks that have lives that then free them to act, meaning people that have the network, the flexibility, the financial freedom, whatever it may be, the time to act against injustices, or what I'd like to focus on more better is not anything against, but the converse, to love what it is that we are fighting for.
Wow.
Positive energy is always going to be more powerful than negative. And so instead of being angry at injustice, I rather act in love for whom it is that we are fighting for, whatever community, individuals, or cause that is that we're fighting for.
Wow, amazing, amazing. So thank you again for joining us, Elaine from Facebook. So happy to have someone talking with us about opening borders in this global village, in this village. Absolutely. And by the way, Maria Laura, hello from Uruguay. So great that we are really a global village from many countries in the world. So Mario, I think I'll be back to you in a little while. So I'm going to introduce our next guest, and then we will enjoy in this real-time global conversation. We want to foster the love of conversation, the value of exchange, human exchange. So I'll be back to you, and we will keep talking about your mission in the global village. Okay. Thank you, Mario.
Great.
Thank you. I'll see you later. And wow, 6:24. So again, feel free, friends, folks, villagers, to share your thoughts, your questions. I'm going to invite actually questions from you all on Facebook and YouTube, and so to be part of this conversation. I told you this is a real-time global conversation, so get involved, get engaged in this ongoing conversations. We are a community. We are villagers, we are sharing, we are here, right? So to run together this marathon, to run together to better understand our global village today. And so our next special guest for tonight, our next special guest for tonight is Bruce Rosenstein, managing editor, leader to leader, author of Create Your Future, the Peter Drucker Way. And in fact, he is a world expert and authority in Peter Drucker, the Austrian-born American thinker, who I think was in touch with Marshall McLuhan back in the 60s. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome into the Global Village Day, Bruce Rosenstein. Hello, Bruce.
Hello, Paolo. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I appreciate the introduction. Yeah.
Firstly, where are you right now, Bruce?
I am at my home office in a suburb of Washington, D.C. called Rockville, Maryland. So very close to Washington, D.C., right outside of Washington.
Right.
And so again, I'm really happy to be here. I've been watching most of the day. I've been super impressed with everyone. I'm really happy to be here with Gail and Mario and learning from them. So it's been a really interesting experience. I've taken tons of notes from all day from everyone and really learned about a lot of people that I have to say I did not know of before, but people that I want to check out and perhaps connect with in the fullness of time.
Absolutely. And of course, I'll be back to you, Bruce, because I want to know more about Peter Drucker and Marshall McLuhan.
Sure.
There were many flames sparking, many sparks generated by that encounter, brilliant minds resonating each other. So I think there is a lot we can learn from that relationship between two great intellectuals, two great thinkers of 20th century. So
yes.
Absolutely, I'm happy to know more. I want to know more about
wonderful.
This. I'll be back to you in a little while. And I want to go back to Gail. Gail, where are you? Here we are, Gail. All right. So, Gail, let's dive into the discussion for today's. I just got a. Hold on. There is a Larson effect. Let me see if I can fix it. I think. All right. I think. Okay, Gail, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All
Can
right.
you hear
Yeah,
me?
there was a feedback. All good, all good. I think I fixed
Okay,
it.
great.
So,
I can't see you, but that's good because that means I won't see me. And
yeah,
I'm
no,
sure
in
McLuhan
fact,
would
no,
have
no,
had
I was seeing you twice. That's why there was a
no
feedback
problem.
effect, probably. No problem, no problem. But you can hear me, right?
I can hear you totally. No
Great, great,
problem.
great. And so, let's dive into the core question. Let's dive into the core question, the lessons we are learning from the current scenario. So we are learning a lot in this state of isolation, lockdown, fragmentation, and rethinking the way we work, we live, we educate, we undertake our lives. So there are a lot of lessons from your perspective, from your walk of life, from your great artistic, cultural sensitivity. What are the lessons we are learning today?
Well, I think I kind of thought that you expected me to talk a bit about museums and what role museums are playing in the global village today and what maybe McLuhan was thinking about museums. So maybe I'd approach it like that. I mean, the lessons that we're learning are huge. We're interconnected as never before, something that he clearly predicted. On the other hand, we're separated by borders as never before in a way. And I think that my two colleagues on this panel are going to have a lot to say about that. And of course, I'm on a highly disputed border just here looking out my window. Right. And one where, of course, is completely closed today on the Canadian side because of the situation of a pandemic being more or less under control here in Canada and being rather sadly and tragically out of control in the United States. And so I think that actually we're seeing a lot of reset and repeat, which I'm sure McLuhan would be interested in. What I'm interested in, of course, is what is it that museums can do and say, and what was it that McLuhan told us about museums? So is it okay if I talk about that a bit?
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead. I'm very good. I was just going to ask you about that. Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, and I owe this talk to you, and that means that you shared any blame that I might get for it, because you found a most remarkable, really remarkable document from 1967 for me, when McLuhan and Harley Parker were invited to speak to one of, I guess, when I look at the invitation list at the Museum of the City of New York, 1967, were really the museum luminaries of the day. It was a room of probably about 50 or 60 museum leaders in, well, think about 1967. Anybody who remembers that year? It was the year of Expo in Canada, for example.
Yeah.
And about what museums mean. And I think what was very interesting about McLuhan's observations is that what he said about museums then are still true about museums today. But also there's something in a way that shows some of the limitations of McLuhan's thinking and the limitations of probing in terms of solving problems of the global village. So I hope you don't mind. And obviously I'm a McLuhan enthusiast as well, being a Canadian in every way. But, you know, we have to recognize that there were real limitations to his thought. And those limitations play out in a lot of ways in the situation that we find ourselves in right now. Because, you know, museums are facing the same issues that everybody else is facing, which is how to deal with colonialism. After all, the majority of museums were born in the colonial era, either international colonialism or in this case of Canada, they were really born in the era of internal colonialism against Indigenous people. And I really admire the way you did the land acknowledgement. Thank you for doing that. Museums face issues of exclusion, inequity, as our first speaker or second speaker already pointed out. And of course, we're very challenged by Black Lives Matter. So to me, these issues revolve around two polarities. And the polarities are interesting from a sense about McLuhan's thought. One polarity is narrative. What's the narrative and what is narrative anyway in a museum setting? And the other is storytelling. So if it's okay, I want people to close their eyes and think about even their favorite museum or their least favorite museum, because I think you're going to see these problems. So McLuhan pointed out in this talk something which I think is still true today, is that museums see themselves as basically a book on a wall. And furthermore, they have a story to tell, and they see that artifacts illustrate stories, which is exactly the opposite, he pointed out, of what they should do. A narrative, we're in an era where people say, change the narrative, but actually it's not that we should change the narrative. We actually have to change the story. Because a narrative is in a way an irreducible thing, like an artifact. You don't change the artifact. If you change the artifact, you'd be accused of forgery or iconoclasm, which is something else that's happening today. But
right.
Is a story version, a verbal version, if you like, of the artifact. So museums are collecting narratives, people talking about their experiences, for example, immigration, migration, suffering, death, COVID, and so on. Or their stories. The great narrative collections were actually built during the period of the WPA, during the Depression, when for the first time slave narratives in the United States were recorded. And what museums actually need to do, and what they do, is create a connection between narratives and artifacts, right? That's the story or the storyline. And I think that what McLuhan's his great probe was to say, well, what is exactly the problem with the way museums tell stories? And that, if you read, anybody who's watching this show is very aware that right now, what is the problem with the way museums tell stories? People are talking about this a lot. And they were talking about it, or at least McLuhan was talking about it in 1967. So the first problem is this idea that it's a book on a wall. And McLuhan thought, and I think with a lot of justification, that book culture removed humans from the sensorium. In other words, book culture actually is a kind of negative to the positivity of a global village. It takes us away from the full body sensorium. So you can imagine that McLuhan might be very enthusiastic about the new all singing, all dancing kind of museum with light shows and all kinds of technology, that he might see that as a way of having more full human participation. But he made an even more interesting point to my mind, which is that he saw the space, the actual space of the museum, and I think this is really prophetically interesting, as being evincing, if you like, the qualities of so-called, really important, I don't know if you can see my little air quotes here.
Yeah, we can.
Because I can't see myself, which is great. The main qualities of so-called civilized society, which he saw as being always embedded in in print media, right? So continuity, right? Connectedness and uniformity. So that really was his analysis of why museums were inherently, he would never use a term, and it's a problem, like reactionary, but he would say that they're really mired in the world of print media. And he would say, I think, that this is a fundamental problem because, and this is true, the overwhelming majority of artifacts in the museum are from pre-literate, pre-print societies. So you have a fundamental discontinuity between the actual content of the museum, indeed the content of the narratives and the content reflected in the artifacts, and the three-dimensional space. Now, I have my own definition of museum, which I will dare to put out there for the world and see what people think. For me, museums are places of complex communication. So that sounds very McLuhanesque, I think.
Right, sure.
In three-dimensional space. And I think that maybe McLuhan would even agree, and I think possibly my definition has been influenced by McLuhan. But I would say that there's a serious limitation to his thought. In other words, the probe is probing in the right direction. But I'd like to point out, I want us to think a little bit and tell me, I'm only going to take another 2 or 3 minutes. In 1967, let's think about where colonialism stood. Let's think about where Black Lives Matter stood. It was in 1965 that the Selma Montgomery March was held. It was in 1965 that, John Lewis, and who we're memorializing right now because he recently passed away, that his head was smashed in on that bridge by police I was going to say white police, but of course at that time there was nothing other than white police.
Right.
So, the point is, it's not as though when McLuhan is talking about the problem of continuity of print-based space, it's not as though, and he was implying in a way that the problem was we were treating objects of pre-literate societies from a perspective of a print society that they didn't care about, didn't know about. I think it's really significant that he didn't use terms like colonialism, and he didn't refer to Black Lives Mattering.
Right.
And he really utilized a kind of formalist discourse around communication to separate these brilliant probes from the human reality and tragedy around him. And so to me, I think that the interesting discussion today is how do we utilize those brilliant probes of his, I just happen to choose museums because it's my field, to truly understand that we can't be afraid of talking about the root causes of them. I mean, the root cause of that space is colonialism. Right. The impact of that space is racism. And this is, but these were equally alive in 1967. So I thank you for finding the article, and I hope I've been a little bit provocative in how we could.
Absolutely, you were, and also, no, absolutely impressive. Your ability in taking McLuhan, in turning McLuhan in such a brilliant way to better understand. I liked your braveness. You were so brave to address those points, which are still, of course, so relevant today. What's your take on how museums are going to face changes in a post-pandemic world? So a lot of museums were closed, were not no longer accessible. In terms of from a museum planning perspective, how the global pandemic will affect the museum planning itself?
Right. Okay. So I think that is one of the good big questions to ask. And I think that by and large, this may be surprising. I think that the impact is actually positive, not to the workers who have been furloughed. Of course, this is also tragic for them personally.
Right.
And so, but it's positive in the sense that the presence of museums online and the fact that people have had time to enjoy museums online is really been a tremendous breakthrough. People who perhaps wouldn't have thought of going and watching an exhibit on a museum. I'm interested in maybe I want to see what does a Van Gogh look like, or see that there's a film that a museum is showing, have been utilizing these sites. And we're thinking that the future of museums is 50% on site and 50% online. Wow. And that will be true even if this particular pandemic is conquered. That's obviously a question when that would happen, because the ease of access, the fact that it's basically free, the fact that you don't have to travel, I think means that people are going to see museums more part of their daily life in a very way similar to the library. And that would be good for museums.
Yeah, it's a kind of, very similar to libraries, a merging probably of libraries and museums. The very identity of museums will explode as a more open cultural hub for our humanity and society. We need museums. We really need that kind of places to foster cultural participation, right?
Although I would caution that I hope that museums have used the time of being closed to rethink their storyline. And that, in a way, that really is what the McLuhan probe asked, but in an extremely polite Canadian way, if you like. You know, they have to think about what is the meta narrative, or what is the big story that they're telling. Because in the case especially, I would say especially, of what are this little group of the universal museums in the world, you know, they're telling the story of colonialism. They're organized according to the civilizations that colonialism so-called uncovered. What a ridiculous idea that is. And that's how they're actually organized. Now, McLuhan called it continuous space, but in fact, what it is colonial space. So I think that it's a really important moment. And the other thing I would say, and I'd be very interested in what your guests think about this, is really only going to truly happen when people of color, people who have backgrounds that are other than just say that where the traditional museum expertise comes from, rise into positions of authority in museums. So this is really going to be the change agency. Otherwise, it's 1967 all over again.
Yeah, that's a great point. And so, Gail, I will be back to you in a little while. So, in fact, I'm going to involve Mario into this. I want to know more about his story. So, Gail, thank you for such a brilliant rethinking of McLuhan's take on museums, and thank you for sharing that. Much. Thank you. And Mario, where here you are. So. We were talking about cultural participation. So from a migrant perspective, so in order to overcome boundaries and conceiving migration as a human right, migration means learning new cultural habits, new cultural heritage, new cultural factors, and so on. So what's your take on the very possibility of cultural participation? I see you are muted. You have to unmute yourself. I can't unmute it. And so, Mario, can you tell us more about your feelings about that?
Absolutely. And so thanks again for having me on. There's so many. I wanted to preempt that by saying, first of all, apparently I still need to learn how to communicate in a global village because I haven't learned fully how to unmute myself in advance. That's something I'm continuing to work on. So there's so many things I could overlap. We could talk even more than this during this 12-hour marathon. Things that Gail just mentioned now, a lot of overlap there. I love what Gail had to say. And within the topic of borders and McLuhan, I'd like to say this and maybe connect three dots. And that's still within the framework, by the way, of a couple of comments that Gail made. So it's a really nice segue. And that is one of the last comments that Gail made about, things won't change until effectively, now we know that all human lives are of value, right? But there are communities that are vulnerable, and hence Black Lives Matter. And what Gail also mentioned was about things not changing until there are enough folks in places of power. In other words, that it takes law and policy to change society. Why is that the case? Well, we're not at the point as a global village, as a global community, as humans, that we're so far along developed spiritually, emotionally, wherever it may be, that we are not selfless yet, or at least not selfless enough where we've hit a critical threshold, both individually, as countries, as governments, as global communities, where we care about one another enough that there is then global equity or even national equity, speaking here to the United States. So let's go back to my point within the perspective of McLuhan's. I'm going to take a little bit of a different perspective from the last speaker, and that is McLuhan's perception or idea that media itself, without content, changes perception, and that's how it affects society. And we know this to be absolutely true using different media, whether it's social media, and not to throw out brand names, but I'll do that for the sake of discussion. Facebook, right. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, which has close to 1 billion users now, really influences society without its content, just by the mere fact that anyone can get on TikTok. TikTok as a community is very good about only keeping positive, inspirational, funny, uplifting stories, and they're very good about deleting or removing anything negative to the soul, at least from what I see or from my experience. So that in and of itself has already impacted society. And that TikTok users feel a responsibility to use TikTok in a responsible, ethical way, in a nice way, which really changes perhaps slowly their own way of being with their own neighbors outside of using TikTok, simply because they're in a habit of using this medium in a nice way. Hopefully that overflows into the rest of their life, or conversely, because they're already nice in the rest of their life, it overflows into their social media use. And so I think McLuhan's idea is right on point in that it affects society in that way in terms of perception. Now let's talk about migrants and immigrants. And so migrants, by the way, are folks that leave an international border, cross an international border for a temporary or permanent basis. Or they could stay within a country without crossing an international border. Those are migrants. Immigrants, on the other hand, are usually permanently moving people with crossing international borders. So that's the difference in definitions. And there's a lot of definitions I've had to learn myself over the last year since starting really the NPO, the nonprofit organization. But going back to migrants, the perception in the media of undocumented immigrants, which is all comer undocumented immigrants, including refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants, is that, unfortunately, coming from the US administration, not speaking globally here, but in fact, we know that this is a global issue, right? We know that many other countries across the globe treat their, unfortunately, people of color as second-tier citizens. And I'm not going to call out any particular country, but I've traveled a lot in the last 10 years, and I've noticed it firsthand. So here in the United States, that's definitely the case, speaking of all Black Lives Matter. And so speaking specifically to migrants, the perception of undocumented immigrants and the border and U.S. detention center and COVID-19. I'd like to connect those two, or all those, very briefly. So
Sure.
The perception from McLuhan's point of view of media. And media can be print, as Gail nicely mentioned, or, of course, anything digital. And so Twitter, right, making comments over Twitter, YouTube videos that speak in a negative and, quite frankly, in a false way about undocumented immigrants. The taxes that they pay, the community that this, the employment that this community has, the fact that immigrants take jobs from Americans, the fact that immigrants take benefits and don't pay into them, don't pay enough taxes from Americans. This is all false. Actually. Right. I don't have enough time to correct all of these things, but that is part of what Life Undocumented aims to do, marrying story and real world data to combat false imaginings, fear, and racism that leads to these false statements that are made to seem like facts, right? And so again, media changes perception. For people that don't have the time, are not around undocumented immigrants or any immigrants at all, immigrants as they see, maybe people of color, they'll believe whatever is out in the media. So again, perception in the media that's negative, that is biased, that also leads to biased immigration policy, not based on actual data as it exists now in this country and many other countries, then makes us close borders, especially to people of color, irrespective of them being immigrants or not, but definitely people of color within the undocumented immigrant community, and then place them in detention centers where now there are over 3,000 cases of COVID-19 where they are sitting ducks waiting to die. That is no exaggeration. Nice. So we know that most cases of COVID-19, to be fair, I am an anesthesiologist, I'm a trained physician, are mild. They're not going to be severe where they lead to fatality. But we know that 25-year-olds, 45-year-olds, and 75-year-olds have been dying from COVID-19. So in fact, immigrants in U.S. detention centers, which are jails essentially, and their only crime being crossing the border, have been placed there easily because of the perception of undocumented immigrants in media. So going back to that point. So how does that tie into COVID-19? They're at risk for death if we tie in these points, right? Immigrants, border, detention, and COVID-19 and media perception. How do we tie them all in? Well, the bottom line downstream is that undocumented immigrants in U.S. detention centers, of which right now there are about 22,500 lives, as opposed to 55,000 about this time last year, in about 70 to 100 U.S. detention centers. The only crime being that they wanted a better life. They were maybe escaping death, gang violence, or domestic violence. By far, those are the reasons. And we need more data on this. They're stuck in detention centers with COVID-19 or at risk for COVID-19, at risk for death, simply because of the perception of this undocumented immigrant community as criminals, murderers, and the enemy. So you could see how important McLuhan's idea is about perception based on media and how that leads to persecuting different communities, whatever that may be. What can we do from our part? Well, it's tough to do. We're all busy. We go to brunch on Sundays. We have families to take care of. We have jobs to take care of. I understand all that. We have to educate ourselves as much and as best as possible. And how do we keep that in check? We have to keep our own biases and racism in check. Because the way we educate ourselves is through the filter of our own biases. And we all have them, including where most of undocumented immigrants come from, Mexico and Latin America. Mexico is a part of Latin America, sorry. About 2/3 of undocumented immigrants come from this region. And of course, Asia and Southeast Asia, 13 to 15%, based on data from Pew Research, Migration Policy Institute, that's out published in the media. Most of these folks are persons of color. And so the media rhetoric, and I think Gail used that word as well, rhetoric, that's been in place now since 2016, at least in the United States, is a negative rhetoric that criminalizes and makes undocumented immigrant communities seem like the enemy. And so we have to now filter data that's out in the media universe that it's going to affect our perception in a very McLuhanesque way. And we have to be careful about what we choose and what we decide what is real. And the way we do that is that we believe places like the CDC, and that we believe places like the National Institutes of Health. And we are careful about where we get our stories from and how we cement our ideas about others. Where is that coming from? Am I allowing certain conclusions to develop and solidify because of my own biases? So I'm accepting this data as truth, even though I have not verified it, because my own bias wants it to be true, because it's easier to live my life with 22,000 people at risk for death for COVID-19 in US detention centers, thinking that they are criminals and rapists. If I get to the truth of the matter, and that is that criminality is less than 0.7% in undocumented immigrants, native-born Americans, by the way, people born in the United States have a criminality rate of 1.7, so threefold, so 70% decrease in undocumented immigrants. If I feel better thinking they're criminals, which is not true, so I don't do anything about injustice, and I can go about my life and have brunch on Sunday, is that the approach I should take within a global village? And the answer is no. Right. Silence is not an option. Silence is not the approach. Yeah. You have to fight in your own way for the vulnerable, against injustice. Again, I am an advocate of fighting with love for what you love instead of in anger for what you quote unquote hate. Hatred is never going to win. It defeats you, it drains you. Love in the universe and through God will never lose, no matter how long it takes.
Yeah. All right, thank you for sharing this so powerful insights with us. I'm really touched. And again, I think that's a great point. It's not time to be silent, and it requires a proactive approach. It requires being active villagers in the global village, being able to be aware first of all, and then able to foster social change, to take an action, to be proactive. So it's probably, if we want to build a better global village, we need to foster this sense of activism in the way we are not just spectators, but we are villagers. We are in the global theater, we are performers, and we have a responsibility. So I'll take these words as an encouragement for building a better global village. So thank you very much, Mario. Thank you. And I'll pass on to our guest, Bruce. So we've been, we are running slightly late. I see the guest, our next guest speakers on the green room, so it's all good. We are running slightly late. However, Bruce, first of all, if you can try to fit into this discussion from the perspective of Peter Drucker and Marshall McLuhan, intellectual friendship and relationship.
Sure. Okay. Well, thank you. Yes, and it's of course very interesting to hear what both Gail and Mario said, and all the people that I watched and listened to earlier today. So it does tie in the sense that we want to be learning from each other. We want to learn from high quality information and relevant information. I've also been part of the library and information science world for many years. I worked as a librarian and then also as a writer at USA Today newspaper here in the Washington area. And I've taught for many years as an adjunct at Catholic University in their Masters of Library Science program. So this whole idea of recognizing and learning from high quality information, and Drucker, who, and this is kind of a separate story that we don't have time to go into, but Drucker also had quite a big following within, still does, in the library and information science world. But Drucker and, they did write about each other a little bit, but really, to me, the most important thing was this friendship for many years, starting actually in the early 1940s up until, I think, the active friendship till around early mid-60s or thereabouts. So really what you had a situation was where in the years where McLuhan was teaching and obviously doing some writing, but not yet in his most popular phase, nowhere near it. Whereas Drucker actually was already quite popular by that point. And for those of people tuning in tonight who don't know, Drucker was considered the father of modern management. He was born in Austria, came to the United States in 1937. He died at 95 in 2005. He had a school named after, this is a great MBA program, the Drucker School in Claremont, California. Again, it was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. So I was very honored to be able to have interviewed him, first for USA Today and then for my books. And to get to know him was just a real privilege in my life. So Drucker and McLuhan were friends, and they were sounding boards for each other. And so this carried on for many years, but it did kind of stop, from what I understand, the sounding board thing, really right around the time that Gutenberg Galaxy came out in '62 and Understanding Media came out in '64. And of course, McLuhan became much more popular. But I think that a key point to remember is that, of course, Drucker really kept his popularity going and kept putting out books really almost till when he died at 95. But the friendship was still there, and they did write about each other at least somewhat. And I would recommend to anybody listening today and tuning in today to Drucker's memoirs, which were written in 1978. Called Adventures of a Bystander, wonderful title. And he wrote a chapter about his friendships with both Buckminster Fuller and Marshall McLuhan, and really kind of goes into chapter and verse about this whole concept about what he learned from each of those people, and maybe a little bit about what they learned from him. So right. It's a fascinating story. In both of my Drucker-related books, I've mentioned McLuhan just a little bit, but it's really a whole. It might be something that I might want to explore in some depth, either in book form or in print, in blog form or something like that in the future. So again, thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk about it.
And thank you for joining us. And you see how the McLuhan's galaxy is such a diverse range of intellectual insights from many different players and key thinkers such as Peter Drucker, museum experts, because Gail was mentioning a special museum workshop seminar held by Marshall McLuhan in New York. So I think this is the life of an intellectual, being able to gather and grasp and put together from different perspectives and shaping, right, a brand new form. So I think this is a value for any intellectual life. So it's an invitation to all of us to thrive as in the world of ideas and the intellectual world, and to be curious, to being able to merge and put all these things together, right?
I agree with you. I always called Drucker the patron saint of intellectual curiosity, and I imagine you could say the same thing about Marshall McLuhan as well, which is probably why they were such good friends.
I like the idea, yeah. And by the way, Marshall McLuhan was patron saint of Wired magazine. You know Wired
Oh, sure, yes,
magazine.
of course.
Back in the 90s, for a few years, on the back cover, there was a acknowledgement of Marshall McLuhan as the saint patron of Wired magazine. So,
And I'll
we
give you
made
another
it.
connection there too. Is in I believe it was 1993. I want to say for Wired magazine's second issue. I did a big Peter Drucker story, so that's why I started, at least at that time.
I see.
Yeah, to subscribe to Wired magazine because they had written such a great story about Peter Drucker.
Right. Do you have a quote by Peter Drucker as a final remark? So something to share from Peter Drucker, one outstanding, inspiring, meaningful quote by Peter Drucker as your final remark.
Wow, you know, there's there's so many, and so many of the quotes that really get said about him are things that he didn't say, which is a whole other issue. But I every day I post on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. I post a Drucker quote, and I don't have this exact one right in front of me. I wish I did, but I think it's apropos. The one that I posted today, which is saying, and this is a business-oriented quote, but I think it's still relevant for this, is saying that you can't really predict what products and services that the future is going to want, but you can decide what sort of future you want to see and you want to build for tomorrow, and you can start working on that right now. And so I would suggest, if you want to see the exact quote, if you just go to my social media
All right,
on
we
Facebook,
will.
Twitter, and LinkedIn today, you'll see it.
We will. And that resonates the actual motto: you cannot predict the future, you can create it.
Right, exactly,
So,
yes.
all right. Oh, thank you for your final remarks.
You're quite welcome.
Mario and then Gail. Mario, we are running slightly late, so your very, very brief final remarks for the Global Village Day.
I would say, and I took a quick look at the comments. I think that love and faith is action, and love and faith without action is death. And so you have to act, and really piggybacking on the comment that you made, we have to act in whatever way, with whatever means that we have, whether it's protesting, signing petitions, whatever it may be. I just think silence is not an option. You can't follow the world. You have to follow what is in your heart when you believe and see, hopefully, whatever higher being you believe in. So I want to be respectful of that, to be true. And you follow that, even if that is against the world and you're the only one fighting for it. You have to find and follow that light of justice and stand up and speak up against it. We can't let the sources of hatred destroy everything either.
Great. Well, thank you for your thoughtful words. Gail, your final remarks.
Well, I'm somewhat overwhelmed. I think the two colleagues on this panel, I have to thank you all. You know, I think it's such an interesting discussion, and I hope we have another chance to do it. I think that the lesson, the shocking thing for me was to see where we were in 1967 and where we are today. The differences are not there. It's very, very similar. And so it's not really enough to just probe. I think I'm quoting Mario probably here. It's not enough to just probe. It's not, and I think McLuhan made a huge contribution to what we now call critical theory. I mean, that's very important. Thinking critically is terribly important, but it's not enough. We also have to embrace science, and we have to embrace the courage to make change. So I think that McLuhan gives us both sides of that equation. I'm very proud of him as a Canadian, but we Canadians are humble people, so I'm also very humble about the limitations of his contribution.
Wow, such a nice, kind words. And so, thank you again, Mario Mendoza, Bruce Rosenstein, Gail Lord. Thank you for joining us in the Global Village Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. It's a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to all. I appreciate it.
Thank you all. And I see our next guests already in the green room, so let's take a 1 minute break before the next time slot. So stay tuned, feel free to keep commenting and so on. I'll see you in 30 seconds, the Global Village Day. We are back. Hello, greetings from the Global Village. Global Village Day, a 12-hour intellectual marathon to explore the post-pandemic world, to better understand who we are, what matters to us in this current scenario, and possibly to envision, to build, to create a better global village, a more sustainable future, a more open, inclusive, equitable global village. And so in so doing, we celebrate the long-standing legacy of Marshall McLuhan, one of the most brilliant minds of our time. And so it's 7:09 p.m. in Toronto. Hello villagers from the global village. I see you are connected at 7 p.m. And so we are going to start our next segment, our next time slot. We have speakers and special guests from all across the world, actually from 12 different countries, more than 40 speakers. And so I'm very pleased. I'm going to introduce our next guests for the Global Village Day. So, next in line, Jeffrey Schnapp, as a founder and director of the Meta Lab at Harvard University and faculty co-director of the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University. He is a champion of the digital humanities as a field of study, but is also a fine literary critic in the field of Italian studies, modernism, and many other literary fields. Among many other works, he is well known actually in the Marshall McLuhan's community for a book titled The Electric Information Age Book, which is a sort of a remake of the Medium is the Massage, the iconic McLuhan and Fiore book, a remake of Medium is the Massage. And so I'm very happy to welcome into the Global Village Jeffrey Schnapp. Hello, Jeffrey.
Hey, Paolo. Hello, everybody. Hey, Global Villagers. It's great to be able to join you.
Thank you for joining us. I like the Global Villagers. It's absolutely great. So firstly, Jeffrey, where are you right now? Somewhere in US? You are a globe trotter and traveler, but I think you were forced to stay home, to stay somewhere.
Yeah, I'm actually in Woodstock, Vermont, where I've been living for the last 4 months, Paolo.
Oh, wow.
So I've been quarantined in the Green Mountains, and it really is a village, quite literally, with a green, with all of the attributes of an 18th century village. So
wow.
It's been an interesting contrast to my usual more urban globe-trotting habits, but a very pleasurable one, I have to say, as well.
Right. And I'm sure you were able to gather your thoughts. You're such an eclectic mind. I didn't mention the Piaggio project. There's no time, but check on it's a TED talk, right? It's a TED talk in Vancouver, I think. So, folks, villagers, check out the TED talk by Jeffrey Schnapp. You will be. How's the name of the little?
Gita, like a
Gita.
a short trip in Italian. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, such an eclectic thinker, a modern McLuhan, Jeffrey. I mean, you are. I like your practical understanding of media and things. And by the way, you are a philologist, by the way, so well rooted into the humanistic tradition, right? How you came from philology to I know it's a life question, but how you came from philology to the digital media and so on?
I was trained as a romance philologist, and not unlike McLuhan, I had very strong interests in the medieval period in particular, but always connected to the birth of modernism, to the avant-garde. So there was always a kind of sort of two focal points in my academic interests, my interest as a cultural historian. One was the High Middle Ages, with a focus on the Romance context, France, Italy, Spain, Provence. The other was the birth of the avant-gardes. And before pursuing a doctorate in comparative literature, I was actually a practicing artist, a visual artist for a period of about 4 years. I always had an interest in computation, but a creative interest in computation. So some of those eclectic, disconnected threads took a very long time to come together, but they did. And they did in the context of teaching at Stanford between 1983 and 2009, at the heart of the explosion of the new internet economy in the midst of the Silicon Valley. And I gradually really became a little bit impatient with conventional academic practice and really intrigued by the idea of building platforms that would allow the arts and humanities to be at the center of a conversation, not about how technology could be used in that context, but rather to be at the table in the creation of technology platforms and tools, and to bring the kind of attention to complexity, the kinds of creative energies that flow through the arts and humanities into the innovation space, and vice versa, to kind of cross-fertilize those realms. So it took a long time, but those threads did come together gradually. And I think in listening to your conversation with Bruce about Peter Drucker, who I had the privilege of getting to know in my years on the West Coast, one aspect of the personality of McLuhan, which I think got him into trouble, but is also, in my view, one of the most intriguing features of his career, is that not only was he an intellectual, a public intellectual who managed to connect to so many different conversations, public conversations, and to bring together different threads of thinking, but he also was not embarrassed to undertake entrepreneurial ventures. And that's crossing a line that in the academic world is often even more freighted than being deeply interdisciplinary. And that's certainly an aspect of his personality that I find a powerful provocation for today as well as in his own era.
Absolutely. No, I do totally agree. And also I like the idea, as you say, that arts and technologies are not just tools. They are agents of change, right? So the idea that we take it as agents of change. And this is all in McLuhan, actually. This is all McLuhan's ideas about arts as technologies, and by the way, so to foster social change, right?
Exactly.
And by the way, as a philologist, we know, you know better than me, of course, the very word art is rooted into techne, the Greek word techne, technology.
Indeed.
And that is great.
And the word poeta, comes from poesis, which is making. It's physical fabrication.
Yeah, the poesis.
And a lot of what I've tried to do in my own work within the university, first at the Stanford Humanities Laboratory, which I led and ran between 1999 and 2009, and now at MetaLab at Harvard, is really to build a space where thinking and making are profoundly woven together and integrated, where the mind and the hand are reconnected in ways that I think in many ways the modern university has separated,
Yeah.
you know, and to do so in the context of a model of knowledge creation that has experimentation at its core. So in a sense, that's one of the lines that reconnects to my interest in the avant-gardes. But I really believe that discovery happens by taking risks and by crossing barriers. And you know, I think some of that is very pertinent also to the kinds of risk we were just talking about. That's part of the legacy of McLuhan. And again, it cost him often
Sure.
in terms of his reputation, the risks he was willing to take. But when I look back at some of my own choices, I realized that he was probably a more powerful presence than I myself was aware as a kind of transgressive model.
Right. I like that. And so I want to know more later about your MetaLab and how maybe the McLuhan's insights and provocations are embedded into the MetaLab. I'll be back to you, Jeffrey. So I'm going to introduce our and your fellow guests, and we will talk more in a little while. Okay. Thank you, Shine. Thank you, Jeffrey. And by the way, so I wanted to say hi to a few friends and villagers, global villagers on Facebook and YouTube. Angus St. George, Alfonso, Zvonimir Ovanin, and Kit Galloway, Ruthan, Robel, Joseph Kurian from India, actually, Jerry Fialka, it was a special guest a few hours ago. So feel free to say hi, okay? We want to know where are you right now, where are you connected from, and Joseph Kurian, yes, and again, so we are villagers, so we are sharing the global village today. We are building and possibly rethinking, reimagining the global village. So feel free to say hi, feel free to get engaged in the Facebook or YouTube channel. So the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel or the Marshall McLuhan Facebook page. So feel free to say hi and share your questions. If you have questions for our guests, absolutely, we are very, very open to know your questions. All right, it's time to move on. Let's from US. Let's cross the world. Let's get to the other side of the world, because our next guest speaker and special guest is in New Zealand right now. So he is Andrew Crystal, a relatively relaxed individual. School of Communication, Journalism and Marketing at Massey University in Auckland, New Zealand. His research unfolds from the aesthetic, historical, and interdisciplinary approach of Marshall McLuhan, the Toronto School of Communication and Media Ecology. And Andrew plays judo as an underwhelming jazz guitarist and is dedicated to surfing. And so surfing from New Zealand directly into the global village, Andrew Crystal. Hello Andrew, how are you?
Hey Paolo, lovely to hear you and see you.
Great. Where are you? Are you in Auckland or somewhere in the area? Where are you precisely right now?
Well, I mean, that's the question, isn't it, Paolo? Where are we? I mean, right? So,
yeah,
like,
it's an ontological question in the today's world.
Yeah, I mean, more importantly, I guess, when are we? Right? So at the moment, you're speaking to me. You're somewhere in between my eyes. You've basically possessed me. You're this crazy intergalactic light body, and you've possessed me. And you seem to have talking to me from this position which I used to equate with myself, but now it's you and all these other people talking in here. And presumably, I'm coming in your ear just over there. So I don't know where we are, but yes, welcome to New Zealand to the degree that you're coming here, and all these other participants are also now in New Zealand. So welcome. But the question is when. it's not where anymore. It's when are we? Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. Which is something we came to reflect on when the cell phones, mobile technologies popped up. So where are you? When are you? But now in this Zoom world or online gatherings and meetings, we really need to, well, not take for granted all these things. So thank you, Andrew, for bringing this up. And I see your guitar over there. I see your on the back. Right? I see Marshall spirit there. No, it's a skeleton. It's super nice. All right, Andrew, thank you for bringing your enthusiasm and ideas. So we will talk more. Okay, Andrew, I'm going to introduce our next guest. And then we will dive into an engaging real-time conversation. Okay. I'll be back to you in a little while. Thank you, Andrew. All right. And so, it's 7:23 p.m. in Toronto. It's nice. Let's move on. Next special guest. I'm very proud. So we've been talking about technology, arts, the relationship, the marriage of technology and arts, which is so important in Marshall McLuhan's legacy, and not all in general, as a way to better understand that technologies are always an art form to inspire the global imagination. To some extent, many technologies played as a form of arts or eventually got to be turned into a form of art. And so I'm sure we will discuss more about these topics with our next guest, which is Nina Czegledy, independent media artist, curator, and writer, who has collaborated on international projects, produced digital works, and led and participated in workshops, forums, and festivals. She is a champion of the relationship between arts and technology, using media as a way to understand our current world. He got inspired, I think, many times by Marshall McLuhan. I think Marshall McLuhan played a very important role in her career. So I'm very glad and very happy to welcome into the global village Nina Czegledy. Hello, Nina. Hello. Very happy to welcome into the global village. All right, I see a little bit of a delay. All right, I'll let you go. Nina, how are you? Into the global village. All right, I see a little bit of a delay. All right, I'll let you go. Nina, how are you?
I am fine, and first of all, I have to thank you for organizing this absolutely unique, amazing event. Thank you so much, because you reached across the world, and that is really a big credit to you and the McLuhan community.
Nina, just 1 second. I will stop the connection for a moment. I think because there is a feedback effect. There is a Larsen. So all your voice and my voice is coming back into your microphone. So it makes a loop. So ideally, can you find some headset or headphones so you can plug? Otherwise, it's going to be... there is a Larsen effect. Find some headsets. You see, it's... there is a feedback. Yeah. That I think that will work. So all right. So this is the beauty of the global village when we deal with technologies and so on. In the meantime, instead, very well equipped with the headsets, it's Jeffrey, no Larsen effect, which is, it seems, Andrew, you are there. It's Andrew, where are you, Andrew? Yeah. Right, it seems a kind of technological response to what you have just said. So the idea of exactly. where are you are on Zoom or whatever. So the Larsen effect, the feedback effect, actually, it's a nice serendipity to reflect on that, right?
Absolutely. Paolo, we're in the strange feedback situation. I think we're long past the global village. We're actually in the global orgy. Like this is like,
I
because if
see.
you're inside of me, I'm inside of you. We're all deeply involved in each other. We're in this strange orgy situation, and I guess it's no surprise that the villain of our time is Epstein, right? It's like he plays out this drama perfectly.
Maybe it's Andrew. It's the viral village.
Viral village. I like it. I like it.
Oh yeah, and that's why we've all got prophylactics, right? It's all about prophylactics at the moment.
Right.
Like this one. This is the interesting one, right?
Yeah.
Right. I see you.
So like it's like, if you think about it, it's the colonization of the last human orifice that's actually open to the world, right? Our nose and our mouth. Like our eyes have gone, our ears have been covered over. We've been wearing pants for, several thousands of years. And now it's interesting. We're starting to filter our noses and our mouths. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed. Great. All right. Thank you for such. And I like we are all alienated such one after another. So I like this fashion way. So let me see if I can get take back Nina, which I think she solved her technical issues, and I'll be back to you guys, Jeffrey and Andrew. Okay, in a short while. All right. So Nina. Where are you? Hello, can you hear me? Oh, no. Nina, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Where are you? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, and you hear me?
Oh, no. Nina, same thing.
You.
Where are you? Hello? All right. I'm not sure what's going on. So Nina, I'm going to kick you off of the studio. So come back. All right. So come back into the studio. So I think something happened with her connection. So all right. So Nina, please come back into the studio, and you will hopefully solve your technical issues. And so guys, you are still there. All right. So you're just you are covering all my troubles with technology nowadays. So it's not, you are a media activist, so you're active as problem solvers. All right. Okay, Jeffrey, MetaLab. Let's talk a little bit about the MetaLab, because MetaLab, I think it's such a great creative hub. So I like the idea that you are bringing creativity and design thinking, I think, and design making, right? So you do practical stuff, you do create things. So the poiesis spirit, so making things. So what's how you were able to make sense of McLuhan's scholarship into your MetaLab? So what's going on out there?
Well, I think again, we started with an ethos of experimentation on the one side and collaboration, and teaching and training happens in between the two. So, we describe ourselves as an idea foundry in the sense that we're committed to ideation, debate, speculation across the disciplinary grid. Most of all, we call ourselves a knowledge design lab, in as much as our focus is on projects that translate ideas into practical expressions, and those include everything from reimagining what a book is in the digital age, how print as a kind of dynamic media could be leveraged in new and powerful ways and interact with other forms, other channels of communication. And last but not least, we're a production studio because we make stuff. And that stuff includes everything from software, building software platforms to physical making of the most craftsman-like sense. I mean, we built installations in museums and galleries. But the glue that holds everything together is the idea that forms of advanced inquiry can interact with and intersect productively with forms of making, and design is the sort of translation process of expert knowledge into deliverables, and that can happen in a way that produces new knowledge. And so we don't really have a home. We're homeless by design, a kind of happy homeless state with respect to disciplines, I think, lurks below the name MetaLab. It is a meta lab in the sense that it doesn't have that kind of conventional home. And at Harvard, I was lucky enough to have an existing structure which would house my lab, which is the Berkman Center for Internet and Society, which was where Creative Commons was born, where a number of the key components of contemporary internet culture first were elaborated. And so that community is an essential piece, an extended piece of the MetaLab community as well. And we are housed within the Berkman Center, but we actually reside at the School of Design. So we have this sort of double identity.
But I was wondering, how are you coping? Because I think the value of your lab is the community making, the community thing. How are you coping in this moment of fragmentation, isolation, and so on? So
it's a great question.
I mean, good side and bad side. I'm curious to know the benefits and the
So in some ways, this is the old normal for us because we have collaborators all over the world. One of the principles of my lab is structured like a design firm. So there are principals and then there's folks involved in specific projects and there's lots of students. And we are a portfolio of projects really. But among the principals, one of them is based in Berlin, another is based in Western Massachusetts. We always have meetings that involve, online components as well as face-to-face components. So for us, a lot of what we do hasn't really changed. It's just been intensified and accelerated. And I found parts of that acceleration and intensification to be very interesting and productive. In a sense, it's allowed us to involve more people than often represent the core group of the lab. And I would say the one way it's affected us in a negative sense is that a lot of the finesse and the nuance and the sort of that kind of community aspect of a lab like MetaLab, which really lives off of that community, the vibe, the energy of that community is very mediated by online platforms like the one we're talking on today. They have their strengths, they have their powers, but they also, of course, have their limitations. And so one of the areas that we've been thinking about a lot involves hacking and creatively reworking the spatial kind of components of Zoom and Jitsi and similar sorts of platforms. And one of the things I've become kind of obsessed with is this idea of putting some muscle behind the idea of virtual space being site-specific, becoming architectural, if you know what I mean. In other words, less generic, not the square that is the laptop screen, but rather having the attributes of a physical space. Like, what would that world look like if we allowed the spaces in which we virtually assemble and meet to take on very site-specific characteristics like the physical world takes on.
Right. That's, you already addressed the core question on this Global Village Day. So which are the lessons, what are the lessons we are learning from the current scenario? And it would be great to share your lessons you're learning, particularly with the MetaLab. So putting together people and being able to work together in these moments really makes a difference. And so I'm very glad to see Nina on the screen with hopefully no issues. We'll see if the saint patron of technology will help. Nina, if you're there, knock the door. I mean, are you there?
Yes.
All right. I think no issues. So Jeffrey, I'll be back to you in a little while. And so Nina, finally. So here we are. So firstly, what's going on? Where are you right now? So are you in Canada, US, somewhere else in the universe?
No, I am here in Toronto.
In Toronto. Okay. Great. Yeah. Are you here in Toronto? And what's going on? So how is doing the lockdown? You're as a creative person, I think you are missing a lot getting in touch. So tell me more about your feelings.
Well, I thought that this will be a very quiet time, but it's just the contrary, because we have all these some postponed events for next year, but we have to do all the connections and communications. Now we have all these big Zoom meetings. There's no end to it. I am busier than ever.
Right, right. And this is something we are all experiencing. So we are busier than ever, and sometimes it's difficult to really turn this busy time into a productive one. But we are learning a lot. In a nutshell, what are the lessons you are learning from this current scenario? So what you are feeling the most, researching the most in terms of the lessons we are learning, the lessons probably we will remember in a few years. What are you learning, Nina?
Well, I don't know if I'm learning, but I would like to learn, because I would like, we are talking about the fact that we should slow down a little bit. We should not constantly be involved with all these easily available technologies. But I don't see that we are slowing down. Nevertheless, I think we will learn good lessons, because one of the examples is this very event we are here. I have been to many conferences, but now it is so much easier. I mean, not easier for you, but in general, it's easier to participate in such an event. And this is fantastic, really, that you can keep in contact with your international network around the world. Places, like in your event, you have people from Latin America, from New Zealand, from Europe, everywhere. And we hear each other and listen to each other. And that's a great thing.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I totally agree. So we are trying to make these online gatherings more inclusive, more open, more accessible, right? So we had the Media Ecology Annual Convention for the first time ever online, fully online, and many students that couldn't afford, or young scholars that couldn't afford travel, so hotel accommodations and everything, were able to participate, attend the conference in a very easy way. So I think there are lots of benefits. On the downside, maybe we need to make sure that anyone is able to connect, right? So internet access nowadays should be considered as a human right. So we take for granted that everyone is able to connect. Instead, there is still a lot of once we used to call the digital divide. But again, it's not a matter of how many people actually are able to connect, but how they can thrive in this digital world, how we all are able to make sense of this digital citizenship, right? The idea of cultural and civic participation. So I think it's very important. So we want to build a global village which is open, inclusive, accessible, diverse, possibly the most diverse possible, but also we need to make sure that all people are able to connect, that anyone, nobody is left behind, right? So inclusive.
Actually, this is a big problem, because to begin with, we talk about our global village and we talk about the experiences of the pandemic, but actually people, those who are the have-nots, they have a different experience of the pandemic than us, or people who are even better off financially. So this is not a democracy in terms of the pandemic. That's one thing. And especially about access, if I talk about online education, I have been talking to people in Mexico, in Latin America, but students do not have necessarily internet connection. How are they going to study? How are they going to complete their, studies? I think it's a more complex problem than just behaving if we who are privileged, how we experience it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's our responsibility to build a more equitable digital world, right? So a kind of digital equity, which again is not just connecting, being able to connect to internet, but being able to thrive on this digital world. What about the arts? What about your artistic soul, your artistic imagination, and so on? The lockdown generated some new ideas, or what happens to
Yes.
your artistic sensitivity?
Well, I was invited, luckily, to a project which originated in Europe, which is called Home Zone, and all of them who were invited contributed just one page. I don't have it now here, but I created a photo collage, which will be part of the exhibition, and this is about the COVID-19 signs in the very city and the very street I live on. And this varies. There is on a restaurant, there is one big sign with big hearts, and it says, "We miss you, come back." And some of them say, "Very sorry, we are unable to serve you now," and so forth and so forth. And so I'm waiting what's happening with the exhibition. This is just a small project.
Yeah, a small project. However, again, arts and culture have been playing a very crucial role during this pandemic, during the lockdown. However, I think we were talking about this with earlier today in the marathon. So the idea that arts and culture played a fundamental role, a crucial role for fostering a sustainable environment, a sustainable urban and living environment. So we really look forward to support, sustain, and foster creative experimentation, creative making. We need artists and poets and literary people to really puzzle our global imagination, to puzzle what makes us human, right? So, Nina,
also, this is the time where we can go back to some analog and mix analog and digital. I am involved in a project we just created 2 days ago, a pinhole camera, for example, which we show in Riga in the fall. And, otherwise everything else is digital on the other side. So
yeah, I like it. I like that. And it reminds me, we were talking about the neologism coined by an Italian based in Oxford, Professor Luciano Floridi, the very idea of own life, online, offline, on life, the idea of own life. So the mix of online and offline as one thing. So analog and digital, to put it another way. So absolutely, we will take this as a good insight, a good vibe for understanding what's going on around that.
Everybody is really trying. Like ICEA is going to be all on, I don't know whether you participate in Montreal, it's going to be all pre-recorded online. I don't know how it will be, how we will have pre-record that participatory questions or something. But everybody is trying to find new ways.
Yeah, nice. And thank you for sharing your experience, Nina.
I thank you.
Thank you. And I was curious actually to know what's going on with Andrew there in New Zealand. So Andrew, here you are. So my core question, Andrew, I'm very curious to learn something from you. What are the lessons you are learning in this current situation? So what's going on there in New Zealand? Are you teaching right now online?
Yeah, we're teaching online now. Like supposedly New Zealand is COVID free at the moment. So we're actually, it's sweet. So I guess the thing I'm learning, maybe trying to figure out about learning is this interesting tension between, on one hand, breathing, touch, and proximity are foregrounds, right? To the degree that they're like vectors of transmission. Yet on the other side of things, we've got this situation where everybody's deeply aware of these the technological infrastructure that underpins these events like this. And I think it's very easy to get sucked into thinking about these big wicked problems, but really we should attend to the little things. Like at the moment, I'm actually thinking, Paolo, how are you going to the toilet? Over 12 hours, it's with all this, the grandeur of this, this presentation, how are you actually managing your bowels and your bladder, right? I mean, in a certain sense, you're replaying what David Blaine did in 2003, right? When he got put into that box, which was an image of it was very prophetic, very, very prophetic gesture, right? He got put in that glass box and he got put up here. And as I'm looking at the screen, I'm seeing another magician and you're sort of replaying that. So what's going on, Paolo? What can we learn about bladders and bowels, right?
Right. You're brilliant. You're brilliant, Andrew. And thank you for pointing this out. I have a twin brother over there that makes the difference.
Very good. Very good.
That's my avatar. But again, yes, I have a diaper. Yeah, of course. With the 4 kids, I have lots of diapers in the house. And but again, so let me be a little bit more serious to say that it's not easy to stay on 12 hours on, but I get a lot of energy from you all. So from you, Andrew, Jeffrey, Nina, the previous guests. So this is all about our humanity. So we need other people's energy exchange. So in this kind of exchange, we really feed our deepest humanity, right? So getting together, sharing, and running together, because it's a marathon. Again, you get a lot of energy from people around you running together with you. So this is what I mean, that we really need to foster this sense of togetherness, particularly in this moment. Particularly, you see, for instance, there was a very clever, I think, touching comment by Andrew. Let me share with you, by Andrew. All in this pandemic together? No, actually, Andrew saying we are not all in the same boat, and some boats don't have life jackets or even oars and so on. So I think this is why now is important to foster the sense of togetherness, the sense of equity, the sense of the virus, the pandemic is not an equalizer, is an intensifier. Some inequalities have been intensified. And I think that we are simply here, a group of friends, followers, folks, villagers, and so on, getting together and understanding what makes us human, what gives us the energy for running 12 hours non-stop, right? So that's my question, my answer.
In his early books, McLuhan laid out a prescription that we should engage in 3 to 4 hours of vigorous conversation daily to maintain what he said at that point was like a masculine role, although that's a whole nother issue. But this, so in this certain sense, like a 12-hour marathon it really is a marathon. It really is an attempt, a Herculean attempt to raise to the level of verbal awareness some of the, I guess, the edges of the situation that we occupy. So thank you, Paolo, for being a part of it. It's been an honor, and thank you to the other people on this panel.
Me too. And I'd like to bring back Jeffrey. Talking about marathon and running, I know you run pretty fast with your motorbikes and so on, but the very idea is the Olympic Games, right? So the marathon is the main iconic sport for the Olympic Games, and the Olympic Games are still today, at least in their attitude, the idea of gathering the world together in friendship, in understanding. So facing together, running together, facing with each other, but to build something great together. So the Olympic Games of our humanity, our world. So
Yeah.
as a sport lover, Jeffrey, your take on that? I think,
Yeah, I think
right. You bike, Russell. So we run
Well,
kilometers biking, right?
I raced motorcycles for about 15 years, and I have plenty of broken bones, or rather the traces of broken bones to show for that, as well as plastic trophies. But more important, really, it's, again, these are events. The Olympics were, the Baron de Coubertin renewed the Olympics as a festival. They were a festival. And festivals are moments of competition, but also moments of community formation. And what I love in your marathon idea, the McLuhan Marathon, is that typically the time units that we think of when we engage in intellectual discourse as an academic community, as a community of creative practitioners, are in bite-sized chunks. They're in much smaller chunks. So the idea of a marathon violates that norm and opens up a different way of interacting, because the kind of conversation that we're going to have right now versus the kind of conversation we would have with a 45-minute talk followed by a question and answer period is profoundly different. And I think there's a lesson there that has to do with mixing formats and with experimenting with the long and the short, the compressed and the expanded. And I really love that idea. Like I have a soft spot even for Bucky Fuller's Everything I Know talks that go on for 12, 13 hours. There's something deeply fascinating about expanding the time framework within which we communicate that completely reshapes the nature of the experience. And so I think it's a great format, and however you're managing bowels and bladder, as we say in Italian, complimenti.
No, thank you. No, that's right. And I mean, I think you're right. So the idea of experiencing a different sense of time, right? The sense of timing,
Exactly.
even in a Zoom meeting. Even in an online gathering like this one, time flies differently, time goes differently. And so we are learning, I think among the main lessons we are learning how to better manage our time. I don't know you, Jeff, but I've been having meetings, of course, on Zoom or whatever. So a lot of meetings as usual in the academic university business, but I had much shorter meetings. So you realize that you can do the same business in half of the time, right? So we are learning. I think we are learning. That's a good point. We are learning a sense of time, a different sense of time, thanks to this lockdown and pandemic. Even to enjoy maybe the time in a different way. You, as a philologist, I think you will appreciate it. We were talking this early in the marathon, kilometer number 2. I don't know. No, we were talking about the Italian humanist Aldus Manutius, Aldo Manuzio. Aldus Manutius, a motto, festina lente, right? Running slowly. So speed up and take your time, right? Which is a paradox, which is a very McLuhan kind of McLuhanism, right? So it's a contradiction, it's a paradox, it's an oxymoron, festina lente, running, speeding up slowly. But we are really experiencing that. So the idea of, okay, we are busy with many things, but we have time to get focused or concentrated on what matters, right?
And and I think precisely along those same lines, that recalibration of time also is a recalibration of our relationship to space. And we're all leading incredibly local existences right now, hyper-local existences,
right,
combined with this dimension of the global. When we talk about the global village, we tend to focus on the global, but of course, a village is a very small place.
Yep.
And the smallness of that place has contracted under conditions of the pandemic. But I think in a really interesting way, because however challenging those circumstances have been, they have reconnected us to aspects of our own existences under new conditions, which are these conditions of hyperconnectivity. And so there's a paradox there that I think undoes some of the logics that I think we thought were normal before and has intensified other ones. And I find that very interesting. And I find interesting also something else, another aspect of some of the experiments we've been doing in my lab are really focused on reconnecting Nina said this earlier, but I think it's an important point, reconnecting the analog forms of practice to the digital. They are not in opposition. It's a false binary. It's a false dichotomy. Forms of making can be profoundly engaged with all kinds of virtual forms of contact, communication, exchange. And I think that's a really interesting bridge also to reimagine as we move forward in this kind of experiment that we're living. Great.
So that's a great point. Combination of analog and digital, and as a thriving marriage, I would say.
Exactly.
So great. And talking about time, I see it's 7:58, so still very few minutes left to the next time slot. So it's time for a final brief merry-go-round, final remarks from our guests. So Nina, Andrew, and Jeffrey. Please, Nina first, your final brief remarks for the global villagers. Nina, over to you.
I would like to take a few minutes to talk to you about our post-pandemic provocation group, or PPP for short. So this was initiated 3 months ago by Raji Mtani, Joel Slayton, and myself, and we are creating alliances. Up till now, we created alliances with provocateurs in New Zealand, in Brazil, Canada, and with Leonardo via UCLA in the US. And we are, and listen, Paolo, we are embracing slow emergence.
So I see.
Lentamente.
Great.
And the provocateurs propose their own provocative ideas to us and the public. And we create some platforms such as an exchange on the future of provocative education, or talking about the right of plants and animals, and so forth. Right. So I'm currently working, and this is the end of it, on the prosthetic provocateurs part of our initiative.
I see.
And one of our next events is going to be focused on this, and I'm very happy to report that Derek Kirchhoff, who was here with us a little while ago, a provocateur at this event.
To some extent. Oh, thank you for bringing this up. Andrew.
So you can all come and listen to it.
Absolutely, I will. And Andrew, your final remarks. We have a few seconds. In a few seconds, in a nutshell, your final remarks, Andrew, from New Zealand.
I will certainly defer to Jeff. I don't wish to have anything quite so grandiose as a final remark. So, peace, everybody.
All right, peace. Jeff.
That raises the bar, I'm afraid. I don't know. I guess what I'll say as a final remark is something I'm thinking about a lot as I'm here in a rural environment, and that is the whole question. It's something that animates a lot of my thinking about what my lab should be doing. Of now that the natural landscape is a hotspot, how can we use the ability of all kinds of communications networks and sensing systems to really profoundly engage in the biggest and most potentially catastrophic problem of our time, which is climate change and the way in which it's transforming every aspect of the landscape. And my hope is that connectivity and information systems can play a decisive role in transforming abstract expert knowledge into actionable knowledge, because otherwise the consequences are fatal for the world that we live in.
Well put, well put. I completely agree. And thank you, Jeffrey Schnapp, Nina Czegledy, Andrew Crystal, the Global Villagers. Thank you all for joining us. Hope to see you soon. And we get ready for the next time slot. It's perfect, 8:01 p.m. Next time slot. I'll see you in 1 minute. I see the special guests there on the screen. I'll see you in a minute. Ciao, Jeffrey. Ciao, Andrew.
Bye-bye.
Ciao, Nina. Ciao, 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 ciao.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Welcome back. Hello world. Hello Global Village. Greetings, villagers. And thank you again for joining us. It's a 12-hour marathon exploring the post-pandemic world. And here we are live on Facebook and YouTube, the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel, and the official Marshall McLuhan's Facebook page. So a 12-hour intellectual marathon, 12 countries represented, over 40 actually speakers and guests from all across the world, from any latitude. So we are really celebrating the beauty of the global village. We are rethinking and reimagining the global village in this post-pandemic world. And I'm very glad that it's 8 p.m., almost done. So we're going towards and getting closer to the final celebration tonight at midnight to toast and cheer Marshall McLuhan's birthday, which is on July the 21st. It would be the 109th anniversary of his birth. And so eventually here we are to really foster the value of conversation, dialogue, exchange, in this kind of in real-time conversation in the global village. And again, we are here gathering together to discuss, to question, to better understand who we are, what matters to us in today's world, and particularly what are the lessons we can learn from the current scenario? What are the lessons we are learning in this unique moment for our humankind, right? And of course, the prescient, vibrant legacy of Marshall McLuhan is able to inspire our conversation, is able to foster the power of imagination, the power of creativity, the power of rethinking what we usually take it for granted. And so here we are, 8:05 in Toronto, and all through the global village. So thank you, all the global villagers for joining us. Let me, before introducing our next special guests, let me just do a little bit of a housekeeping. Firstly, remind you all, my friends and villagers, that we are playing with McLuhan's tetrad, the laws of media. So there is a live tetrad app. It's an online platform to play with tetrads. There are some live tetrads, open tetrads, so you can keep working on this important critical thinking tool. And so you will be able to enjoy this tetradic thinking, and there are some special prizes as well, including a deck of cards, the Dew Line. Marshall McLuhan's designed the Dew Line deck of cards, kindly sponsored by the McLuhan Foundation. So let's play all together with McLuhan's thinking and keep tetrading, keeping playing with the tetrad. So enjoy this up. Later, maybe tonight, I'll give you some updates. All right. Housekeeping done. I think it's time to move on, and I'm super happy to introduce our next guest speaker and special guest for tonight. He's a novelist, a short story writer, a visual artist. He is a living legend. He is a living legend and well known in the Marshall McLuhan communities, among many other things. He is well known for his book on Marshall McLuhan, which is published in the Penguin series of extraordinary Canadians. And so the Canadian intellectual John Ruston Soul described our special guest tonight as a child of Marshall McLuhan. So it's a great pleasure, it's a great honor to welcome into the global village Douglas Coupland. Hello, Doug. Welcome.
Hello. How are you?
I'm great. And thank you for joining us.
Pleasure. Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Actually, something happened about 2 hours ago. I bought a new MacBook Pro online, and I got extra memory and extra speed, and it was expensive. So I bought it, and then I went to Gmail, and Gmail shut me down. And I knew this, where we are right now, this was coming up, and I was like, what does it mean to not have Gmail? It means you're completely cut off from the international community, that's for sure. And like, it felt like it had a lobotomy, and like, it was just a very, very disturbing experience. And it happened to me just before this. So there has to be some sort of synchronicity in operation, because it really freaked me out. And I only fixed it about 10 minutes ago.
And this is great. This is great. And Doug, I was curious. I was wondering, how are you feeling in this situation as an artist? I think your creativity gets stimulated from all this unexpected situation. So, from the perspective of an artist, a visual artist, such a great intellectual mind. So, how are you feeling?
I'm in love with the continuity of everything right now, of being able to wake up in the same bed, not having to fly. God, I am so happy to not be flying anywhere. And it took about, I think this is common, about 30 or 40 days to get used to the new rhythm. But now that I'm in the rhythm, and a lot of the people I know are in this rhythm, we're almost dreading going back to normal, whatever normality is going to be. And I did this book of 65 short stories to reach 1,000 words long. And none of them have to do with the pandemic, but they're written during the pandemic. And so I hope they'll sort of capture the messed up energy and the disjointedness and the asynchronicity of the current moment. I'm going to miss it when it's over. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I will actually miss COVID when it's over, whatever over means.
Yeah, but that's right. That's right. We are learning a lot. We are maybe more sensitive in this moment, so we are really experiencing something new. And when when there are lots of emotions, we learn better. We learn more. I think it's a crucial moment. And, because we like the value of dialogue and conversation, I like to bring actually in conversation with us, Doug, a great friend, a great supporter, a great mind, one of the most beautiful minds I met here in Canada. He is a writer, a maker, a thinker, a dreamer, and he is the director of the McLuhan Institute. So I really welcome into the Global Village and in this kind of conversation, Andrew McLuhan. Hello, Andrew.
Paolo, you're too kind. Thank you. That's the most beautiful thing anyone said to me today.
No, it's nice to share positive and good vibes. So eventually we started the Monday night webinars back in April to not only reflect on the global village, reflect on the lockdown, but also to bring good vibes, to navigate in these challenging times. So I like the idea of navigating the cybernetics, the cybernetic that in the Greek culture played such an important role to find the way, right? So in the sea, you cannot really find the way. You have to invent your way. So that's why we are here, to invent our way to navigate the world where there are no roads to be open. So we need to find our own roads. And so, Andrew,
I agree. And lately Marshall, along with Carpenter and Turwit and DC Williams, that crew, started this thing called Explorations back in the early 50s. And I prefer to think these days about navigations because I think a lot of pioneers and trailblazers gave us some basic tools, astrolabs and all that kind of stuff, tetrad. And now we're at the point where, while we still need to be...
And Doug, you are navigating. So how you came, if I may, how you came into Marshall McLuhan work, and what about the John Ruston Soul definition? So you are a child of McLuhan. How do you feel about this definition?
I'll take it. I was working at Wired magazine back in the very first year that it existed, and it was a wonderful experience. And Wired's patron saint was Marshall McLuhan, and there's sort of a safety that came with that. In terms of the biography of Marshall McLuhan, John Ralston Saul, who was heading up a series of biographies on well-known dead Canadians written by reasonably well-known living Canadians, and he's like, you have to do Marshall McLuhan, you have to do Marshall McLuhan. And and he just kind of wore me down. But I think he didn't see me as a child of McLuhan as much as the embodiment of his notions of what the future citizen might be like. I think it's a very positive thing. Having entered the universe, it's really changed my world in a wonderful way. I find that when you write about technology, you're invariably writing about the future. And a lot of the things I wrote about technology, which made a certain sense pre-COVID, now make much more sense. And anyhow, wouldn't have happened without Marshall. I remember before I came here, I was asked, is there a favorite McLuhan quote or something that really sticks with you? And there's one, I don't know where it comes from because I can't find the citation. And it really applies to right now. It applies to COVID, Black Lives Matter, Me Too, everything. Is the oversimplification of anything is always exciting.
Right. That's great.
A virus is the smallest thing in the world that's still maybe not even technically alive, but boom. And to reduce the entire universe into Me Too or another set of everything into BLM is exciting, and look at the change it's causing. So, simplify, simplify, simplify.
Yeah. Smallest things that matter. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And right. I have another question. Then I'll maybe Andrew wanted to share or make another question. So, Doug, we are we have a core question for this Global Village Day. So the lessons we are learning, the lessons we are learning. One day we will tell some stories. One day we will reflect on those lessons we are learning. So, in a nutshell, or what are the lessons you are learning in particular in this moment?
Andrew? Me.
Doug, it's over to
Yeah.
you. Sorry.
I don't think time is overrated, maybe. Organic time is better than measured time. That we need people more than we realize. A friend of mine is a doctor and a psychiatrist, asked him how is this affecting his patients, and he says the ones that are happiest are the ones who were already hermits before COVID began, because they're saying like, exactly, this is what the world's like, and we told you this was coming, and so they're happy to feel vindicated. I think we are so vulnerable to so many things. I think that COVID's exposed all our vulnerabilities on financial connectivity, disease. I mean, it's just everything. But it has really worked our sense of time. And the guy who was just on before me, Jack, he was saying the same thing, that we just don't perceive time the same way anymore.
Yeah, right. That's this is terrific. This is terrific.
Andrew, by the way, how are you?
Andrew, exactly. How are you? And you have a question for Doug or any other conversational tip?
I'm very well, thank you. You know, and when anybody asks me how I'm doing, I find it hard to be honest, because I'm actually better than ever. And I feel kind of guilty saying that, because this is an incredibly difficult time, you know, when it's hard for people to accept something that should be so simple, like Black Lives Matter. When, you know, the world kind of fell to ruins in an instant when this thing called coronavirus, COVID-19, showed up. Crazy as it is, things are really going great for me. Somehow, you know, my dad died just over 2 years ago, and just over 2 weeks ago, my wife and I signed the papers and bought my parents' house. I didn't see that coming for a long time to come. And, you know, here I am talking to you from my own space, which I'm calling the satellite, the McLuhan Institute satellite, which I didn't expect to have a space like this for any time soon either. But here I am, you know, talking from a literal village to a metaphorical village, the village of Wellington, Ontario. So, you know, I'm really great, and I feel a little guilty to say it, but at the same time, I'm overjoyed to be able to say it and share that news. Doug, really happy to have another uncle, you know.
Here's something I've noticed, because I think all of us and everyone else involved in this has probably done a lot of Zoom meetings, of course, right?
Sure.
So what I've been doing, I stopped doing it because it's got tiring. But when I'm doing a thing like this, I have a piece of paper under the table, and I count the number of times everyone touches their faces. And Paolo, you actually never touch your face. And Andrew, you've done it 6 times so far since you've been on screen. And I do it all the time. I'm like one of those people, I'm twitchy. In terms of small things and how small things spread, it's like stirred out at the most basic level. It is like touching yourself. And I think it's a good thing that you don't touch your head very much for you.
I heard that.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, I heard something related to that. I heard that there is a physical need to touch something, to touch some kind parts of a human body, any kind of human body.
Animal.
I mean, right? It's a physical need to.
Well, the SPCA has had more adoptions now than ever before, and all the kill shelters are all empty, which is fantastic. So yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Right.
Oh, sorry, I
Andrew.
interrupted you. I would do that. I apologize. Sorry.
No, absolutely. And Andrew, so do you have another question for Doug? I have many. I have bunches of questions. And by the way, I like to invite questions from our folks on Facebook and YouTube. So because we are fostering the pleasure of conversation and engagement, I do invite questions from our villagers on Facebook and YouTube. So feel free to comment, feel free to share. I will be able to identify some questions from you. So feel free to step in. Andrew, do you have a question? Do you have
Sure.
something you would like to share with Doug? And well, over to you.
For sure. I mean, I have so many questions. Doug, first of all, thank you so much for agreeing to do this. It was very kind of you. I have so many questions I could ask you. I'll let Paolo or the audience ask questions, but maybe just a couple things. I love whatever is happening behind you and would like to know about that. And also, if you want to talk about it or not, I'm really curious about what I would like to know is what was the most challenging thing for you personally about writing about Marshall?
I think it took me the fact that I was doing it when I did, which was I think 2011. I think that was it. I realized maybe 3 weeks into it that I was at the absolute perfect point in media history to be looking at what he wrote and said and thought, and then was actually able to see it playing out in the real world. There's this show, it was at the University of Toronto Museum of Contemporary Art, I think that was the name of it. And it was called a bordello without walls. And it was interesting to me because I think, and I know that the Institute doesn't like to say like, oh, Marshall McLuhan was prescient or Marshall McLuhan predicted these things, but he really did predict almost everything that's coming. He just didn't have the interface right. So, with something, say porn, which is a huge part of the internet, he sort of saw this sort of structural architectural metaphor. He didn't see, Click and PayPal, things like shopping, things. It was all there. And I was just, holy moly, I get to connect the dots for the first time. And I think as things go on, and as this COVID goes on, he just gets ever more relevant. And I thank John Saul for getting me into the project because it ended up being a great joy.
Yeah, great. And by the way, I wanted to remind our villagers that not only there is a beautiful book on Marshall McLuhan written by Douglas Coupland, but also a documentary actually on the same series, Extraordinary Canadians. It's a documentary, CBC documentary. I think it's on the CBC website. And it's beautiful because it's in Toronto. I remember they came, Doug came as well at the Coach House in Toronto, the McLuhan Center. There was actually, they also put an actor playing McLuhan to recreate that kind of 70 fashion meetings. However, it's a beautiful documentary because it's intimate. So it's intimate about you yourself, Doug. I like to call your book about McLuhan an autobiography about McLuhan, a kind of autobiography. So it's very intimate, and the documentary as well. It's a beautiful take on Marshall McLuhan, but there is a lot of Douglas Coupland. There is a lot of again, that personal, intimate approach that we all share with Marshall, right?
I'd actually wish I could rewrite the biography now, 10 years later, knowing what I know and seeing what's happened. By the way, up here, this is. Oh,
let's see. Yeah, we are all curious.
I collect geometric solids, platonic solids. So this is my icosahedron. Hang on. Yeah, no, it's a dodecahedron. Sorry.
Wow.
It's an inside-out soccer ball. And most of those up there are inside-out soccer balls. And some of them are not soccer balls. This one's an octahedron made out of pencil.
Wow.
Kind of geek.
This is absolutely great.
That's amazing.
There's a sort of
You know,
purity you get from it.
Dad would have loved that. I know, Paolo, maybe you don't know this, but Doug and I have mutual friends in our family. Ken and Joan Stacy, who are old friends. Ken is an uncle of mine, really, an honorary uncle. Joan is an honorary aunt. Arranged a meeting between Eric McLuhan, my father, I think my mom was there too, and Doug Coupland. Graciously had them over for dinner. Ken told me to ask Doug the story of this. I'm not sure if this is the time or place to do it, because I can just imagine what might have happened. My dad was not an adventurous eater, but Dad was obsessed with geodesic domes and structures, and he would have.
Was he real? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he would have
How did I
loved
know
that.
that?
Well,
Wow. Okay.
I don't know how you didn't know that, because he went to Carbondale, Illinois, and met with Bucky several times.
Yeah.
And he built a few geodesic domes over the years. One of my dreams for the McLuhan Institute was to build it inside a giant geodesic dome, like in Montreal for Expo 67. But that may or may not ever happen. So whenever I see a geodesic dome, like behind you, the platonic solids, etc., of course, I always think of Fuller, but I also think of Dad.
Oh, 'cause he's obviously the number 3, and most of these things are made of triangles. So there you go. So, you've been touching your face a lot less than you were earlier. Is that conscious to say?
I wonder why.
Right. Good point. Is this does it count if you do this way?
Oh, that's that's like
this way. Yeah.
Oh my God, you're a super spreader, Paolo. Okay.
Great. So we are very grateful. You're joining us tonight, Doug. Global Village Day. We were discussing about this kind of romantic take on the global village back in the 60s. We will gather all together, we will share, we will travel, we will come. So there is a kind of romantic vision, but also a much more pragmatic vision where the global village brought inequalities or any other issues and so on. And then the lockdown get us to reflect on what if we like it, if we like the global village, what do we want to keep and what do we want to change in the global village? So there is something that we like maybe and we want to keep it. There is something that we don't like and so we want to change it. Any idea how do you envision a more sustainable, equitable, open global village? What do you want to keep and what do you want to change?
Me?
Doug, yes,
okay.
Over to you.
I heard David Suzuki on the radio about 10 years ago, and I remember where I was driving when I heard him say it. And it was, Mr. Suzuki, what would you think is the best thing that could happen to the world right now? And he said, if everyone had to be frozen in place where they were right now for 5 years, and that if that happened, you would be forced to commit to local ecologies, financial ecologies, food chains. You wouldn't be able to escape the consequences of your action by going on a plane to some other jurisdiction or whatever. And what would I keep about all this? I think you should almost, in the future, before you get on a plane, you have to write an essay on why I deserve to be on this plane or why I should be. And you have a very, very stringent teacher saying, like, no, you don't actually deserve to be on this plane. You can't go. Boom. And I wonder what flying is going to be like in a year. I really wonder. And here's the most shameful admission I've made so far is I was really proud because I was an Air Canada super elite member and I flew all these miles. That's never going to happen again. And the other day, a spider got stuck in the kitchen sink and I had to find something to put it under the little glass jar to let it out. And I used my old, it's my frequent flyer card that was on the kitchen counter. And I realized that's the last time I'm ever using that card. It was sort of bittersweet. It was nice.
Great, great. This is great. Andrew, do you have a final question for Doug? Would you like to share something with us? I know, yeah, it's 8:30, so we are going to end this session. So, Andrew, what's on your mind?
Well, let me throw it over to the audience. Was there anybody on the YouTube channel or the Facebook that had a question for Mr. Coupland here?
I was keeping an eye on some questions. Yeah, we can talk about that very idea of predicting, right? So yeah, that's a kind of misleading take on Marshall McLuhan as a prescient insights, predicting the future, predicting internet or whatever. So he said, no, I didn't predict so much, Marshall said. I just looking around things that are already happening. And I think this is let me say, this is an ability of the artist, right? The artist as the man or woman of integral awareness. The artist which is able to be aware of the what we take it for granted. So aware of the media ecology around us, aware of that. And so I think my question for Doug is how you are able to exercise the integral awareness that Marshall was talking about.
I think another way of phrasing what you're talking about is pattern recognition. And there was always the metaphor, the story of the maelstrom, where it was the sailor that was holding the lightest barrel that was able to stay up top and not be swept down into the depths. And the only way that became a metaphor for trying to look for patterns. That you might not find patterns if you're looking, but the very act of trying to find patterns in anything will somehow be a form of salvation for you, for your thinking, for your sense of being. The other thing to remember is, I'm just going to say it. I think he predicted it. That is exactly what I think. I know everyone's going to get crap on that, but forget it. He did. And it's not like his predictions end in 2020. They go on for another century. So that the important thing for any scholar of McLuhan is to look like, okay, that describes right now, but that describes the future. So what's that future going to be? What's the interface going to look like? Is it a touch screen? Is it a food chain? What is it? I think that's the absolute challenge for anyone in McLuhan studies right now, is to realize that it goes way past 2020 and then figure out what that other time is.
Yep.
Great.
Andrew, you should go on.
All right. Doug, we thank you a lot for joining us in the Global Village Day tonight. We are covering all latitudes, so we are live in the Global Village, and I think you are playing such a great role as an artist in the Global Village. So
Paolo, I'll tell you where I'm going right now, and I believe
yeah, let us know.
The windshield on my car got hit by a rock, so there's a big crack in it. So I called the windshield repair place, and they said, well, Mr. Coupland, what you have here, it's not a windshield. And what are you talking about? It's a camera with a windshield built into it. And I didn't know that was a new category. So anyhow, I could get there before 6, so I'm without a vehicle, which in Vancouver. Can I say thank you for having me, Andrew, Paolo. Andrew, let's talk tomorrow about something else. And
I'd love to. Yeah.
It's great to be here, and thank you guys so much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Douglas. Thank you, Douglas Coupland and the Global Village Day. It's perfect timing, 8:35, Andrew. So let me bring in the show our next 2 special guests, actually, so we can keep discussing. And then in the meantime, you can think about how, yes, a question for Andrew. Tell us a bit more about your satellite project. What do you expect to be the main outcome? So maybe you are there, right? So yeah, okay. Let me introduce our next guests, and then all together we will have a look into your satellite office, okay? So our next guests are from Winnipeg, actually, from Winnipeg. Jennifer Reid and Jarrett Cole, director and assistant director of the Winnipeg School of Communication, an interdisciplinary collective of media researchers, scholars, and activists who advocate for a deep green media ecology. Take a note, deep green media ecology approach to understanding the current situation on planet Earth. So it's a great pleasure to welcome into the Global Village Jennifer Reid and Jared Cole. Hello, Jen and Jared, J and J.
That's right, double J.
And you go by WinSox. WinSox, which stands for Winnipeg.
Yeah. It's it's a play on.
I'm slow, but I'm getting there. Winnipeg, Winnipeg School of Extraordinary Extension
Excitement.
exciting communications.
Yeah. There we go.
I made it. So where are you? Are you Winnipeg? Somewhere in the area? Where are you right now?
Right downtown.
Downtown Winnipeg. Right. Is it snowing, right? No, just kidding.
It just melted. It just melted yesterday. So
okay.
okay.
All right. So we are so excited. I think the Marshall McLuhan's community. I heard a lot of buzz around this Winnipeg communication school. There is a lot of buzz. People are very curious to learn more about your endeavor, your enterprise, and so on. And at this point, I need to also reveal that there is a third component of this WinSox. There is a third pillar. I would say, I don't know, the goalie or maybe the left-right striker. I don't know. There is a third component of this communication school, which is back into the Global Village, Andrew, right? So Andrew, you are such a player in the Winnipeg communication school WinSox, right?
Sure. Yeah. Hey guys, great to see you.
Big player. He's our associate editor.
Exactly. That's the right word. So I know
Yeah.
I knew you were partner in crimes. So now I know the exact role. Well, tell us more, and then we're going to see Andrew's satellite. So, but tell us, Jen, Jared, tell us more about your brand new enterprise.
Sure. Yeah. Excellent. Well, thanks for having us, first of all. And hi again to Andrew, all there in Wellington. So basically, we're focused on Winnipeg because we feel that it's a natural hub for uniquely Canadian perspective on media and communications. And as most of you know, Marshall McLuhan actually went to school, did his undergraduate at the University of Manitoba, the Broadway campus, which is just down the street from where we are now. So we feel a connection that way and to that sort of milieu that he belonged to. And so we have a journal called WinSox. And it's a para-academic journal that is about open writers and open readers. So right now we're looking at submissions. So if anyone out there is really interested in pitching us something or submitting something, we're very active in looking at that right now. We have a blog, and we invite guest writers now and again, and we just invite anyone to contact us, because of course we're looking at collaborating across the board, and we're concentrating on bringing awareness of deep green media ecology to the global village.
Great. Jarrett?
Oh, what do I have to add? Yes, well, I guess my role right now is as editor. So if you're submitting, I'll be the first one to put eyes on it. And well, given the the pandemic and the lockdowns, we won't be running or racing to a classroom anytime soon. We're sort of just sitting around crossing our fingers, waiting for September to see what's actually going to happen with all that. And
who gets the shot?
Sorry, I was reaching.
Yeah, vanity shot.
The workshops and the seminars and all that kind of thing, we'll just have to wait. So we're just doing a lot of research right now, a lot of writing. There's some pretty significant pieces that are going to be coming up pretty soon that we'll probably have, I don't know, posted in a week or two. There's just so much going on, and we're just trying to reach out, branch out. I kind of, the deep green media ecology thing's a bit of a mystery to everybody. The Winnipeg School of Communication's a bit of a mystery because, like, it's it's underground until now, obviously, but like it's about regaining balance in the global village, for balancing that sort of that biosphere, noosphere equilibrium, right? So that we can actually obtain like a sustainable future for our civilization. So I think that you can't escape trying to understand media in this day and age, because it's just so much. It is the story, really.
Great. No, I like that. And I was reading a comment by Alex Kuskis about the deep green media ecology, 4 elements for our deep green media ecology, which are communication, media, education, and ecology. Right. I was wondering, any tangible reference to the very movement of deep ecology? The deep ecology.
Absolutely, for sure. I mean, all that stuff comes into play, right? I do get asked this quite often, because it's, you say media ecology, and sometimes, depending who you're talking to, media ecology might be off the radar for them. So to say deep green media ecology, like, oh, what's that, right? But it's just it's like a mantra. It's like in the aphorism, the medium is the message. These are simple statements that you resonate with, that contain deeper knowledge and depth. Depth psychology comes into play. Like looking at form. I mean, archetypes. That's form, right? So medium is the message. The form is the message. Archetypes are the message. And the fact that, we are living beings living on a planet with a biosphere, and our modern day media systems are, allowing us to significantly damage it. So the whole metaphor about ecosystems and balance and sustainability all come into play, right? And really, it's synonymous with Eric McLuhan's media ecology for the 21st century. It's active media ecology.
Great. I like the idea of active, proactive media ecology. And talking about activism, I would like now to give the room for a couple of minutes to even 3 minutes to Andrew, because we are so curious to see your satellite, to see your special place over there. So feel free to get us into a tour of the McLuhan. Put you on full screen. All right.
Awesome. Thanks, Paolo. So yeah, this is the McLuhan. Oh, and it's not even backwards. The McLuhan Institute satellite. You see my Winnipeg hanging off the corner of Sputnik there. It's a cool space. Can I reverse this camera? I'm not going to try, just in case I mess things up. So in this space, I invite people to come in, people off the street. Also, people can make a virtual visit, during these times. If you don't want to come here in person, or if you can't get here, send me an email to satellite at the McLuhaninstitute.com, and we can bring you in. And when you come in, I have all kinds of items here from the McLuhan bookshop. It's a lot of it's show and tell. So here we have an original sign from the Center for Culture and Technology. There's a print of Wyndham Lewis's famous portrait of Marshall, and all kinds of good stuff there. Over here, I have my conversation piece, and this is going to change daily. I kind of thought that since it's Marshall's birthday tomorrow, we'd have a little picture of Marshall with his mom. There's baby Marshall. Happy birthday, Granddad. And here, yesterday I featured, well, Saturday was my opening day, and I had the 1969 edition of Playboy magazine with the famous Marshall McLuhan interview. And as I was mentioning to Doug, my Uncle Ken and my Aunt Joan out in Victoria, Vancouver Island, Joan did this amazing graphic novel, Aurora Borealis, which I recommend highly for everybody to check out. And in it, there are some episodes like a visit she did to the Center for Culture and Technology for a Monday night seminar, and meetings she had. Her and Ken became really great friends of my parents, Eric and Sabina McLuhan, and were around at the time near the end of Marshall's life there. This is meant to be a sort of microcosm of my eventual McLuhan Institute. So it's part museum. It's also part learning center. So in a socially distanced fashion, people can come and sit down here, and I have a menu, a list of topics, and they can choose one, and then I'm going to come over here, and I'll lead them a little personal course on understanding the medium as the message, or the relation of environment to anti-environment, or really anything they care to learn from. And I've got all these funky vintage magazines, like the Tom Wolfe's famous article, What If He's Right? Here's one of Dad, and a special on Vietnam, and old copies of the Ennis Herald, and all kinds of stuff. So it's kind of an experiment, like the Winnipeg School. It's new, and figuring out what it is and what it needs to be and what it has to be. And I hope anybody who's in the area, please come and see me. I'm going to be open for the next 6 or 8 weeks. And if you'd like a virtual visit, please do drop by. It's by appointment and by donation, and all the funds go toward helping me build this thing called the McLuhan Institute.
Wow. Thank you for taking us on a tour.
You're welcome.
All right, so great. TMI, so the McLuhan Institute. Let's it's 8:49. I have a few experiments if you want to play with me, my friends, because it's, we are getting towards the closer to the final lap, the final the finishing line. So I'll try to make it a little bit more engaging. Firstly, as you know, we get comments from the audience, and so Andrew, no, where's that?
That's Howard
Andrew,
Engel.
Yeah, that's it.
You keep saying it's Andrew, but it's Howard Engel, the Marshall McLuhan Initiative.
Sorry, I'm
Yes.
astonished. So I couldn't. So the Marshall McLuhan Initiative is not
Yes.
the institute.
No,
my
Howard
fault.
Engel.
My bad, my fault. So Initiative Institute. I
Not
got
to be confused.
And this is a 8 hours marathon. I mean, it's I'm still getting good, but again.
Hey, Howard.
So I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, Andrew. This is Howard. Hello, Howard. Hello. The Marshall McLuhan Initiative, which is run by Howard Ringgold in Winnipeg. So thank you. However, I wanted actually to bring Andrew, nice Andrew, and at the moment of Sputnik, the McLuhan Institute became a global theater in which there are no spectators but only actors. I like the paraphrasing, remodulating McLuhan in a more official way. So great.
Yeah.
And Elena Lamberti from Italy.
Thank you, Andre.
And Elena, beautiful place, Andrew from Elena. And by
Thank
the
you,
way,
Elena.
it's 1 a.m. in Italy, so you're so brave, Elena, running with us. All right, all right, all right, all right. And okay, so let's make an experiment.
Yeah.
I'm going to I'm going first for Jen and Jarrett. I need to put you on the full screen. I'll bring you into the special McLuhan world and say something about the future of windsocks from the rear view mirror. So you are now in the rear view mirror.
Oh, fantastic.
Over to you, over to you, over to you.
Well, we walk backwards into the future, as they say. So, yeah, well,
Great.
we're here to help you grow forward.
All right, I think that's enough. I think that's enough. So, come back to the present. Come back to the present. Come back to the present. Also, instead, Andrew, let me put this way, Andrew.
Oh God, what do you do?
I have some special effects. Andrew, the cigar. I don't think you smoke cigar. I don't think, but you know,
I would
cigar.
love to.
Okay, you have a chance now to share a cigar. So imagine you are sharing a cigar with your grandpa, something that you would like to share with Marshall in this Global Village Day.
Oh man, I wasn't prepared for that.
Sorry, that was
No,
impromptu.
that's okay.
That was impromptu.
No, quite all right. You know, impromptu is fine. God, you know, it's hard for me because he was my grandfather, and he died when I was just 2.5 years old. And there's, you know, with my dad gone now, there's not a day that goes by that I think, you know, what would Marshall say or what would my dad say, you know. And a lot of people bring this up these days. They ask me or anybody else, you know, so what would Marshall make of this? And the thing is, we're so fortunate to have so much of him and Eric left behind that we don't really have to wonder. It's quite easy to find out. You can do something as simple as taking out your deck of do-line cards and flipping out a card. Or in my case, I'm lucky to have my father's library, and I can pick up a book and look at his annotations and see exactly what he would have thought about something. So, you know, to Marshall, I would just say cheers. I've got a beer cooling for later. I would love to have a cigar with my grandfather. But to change topics a little bit, Paolo, I have to say thank you so much for doing this these last weeks and weeks and weeks. It was, you know, not just a good idea, but very thoughtful of you to want to provide a space to ask people how they're doing, to allow a community to come together and support each other and explore and think about things. And I know it's meant a lot to a lot of people, myself included. So 9 hours in, way to go. 13 weeks in. I just want to say bravo, Paolo. Thank you.
So kind of you. Thank you. And bring back Jarrett and Jen. So again, I said already, it's the value of the community. So we all play different roles, but we are all together as a community here. I'm just sparking the fire. I'm just igniting the fire. But you, Andrew, in Winnipeg, Jen, Janet, and well, we all play different roles. But absolutely, this is the value of a community. I'm just again igniting the fire. I'm just the tinder, the spark. All right, and I like your dramatic. All right, light on with
there
Andrew.
It's getting dark in here.
And because we are in this kind of mood, and we have an intruder. I've been already shown. We have an intruder, which is my final question for you, friends, Andrew, Jen, and Jarrett. The intruder is the final question for you.
What you doing, Marshall McLuhan?
I can make it.
What you doing, Marshall McLuhan?
Fair enough.
What you doing, Marshall McLuhan?
All right, that's all. So what should this is John Lennon, actually. You know, it's Yoko Ono at the McLuhan Center at the time.
That was like 69, I think. Right?
Yeah, in '69, Roman and Martin Loughlin TV show popularized the "What You Doing, Marshall McLuhan," and I think John Lennon was aware of that catchphrase, "What You Doing, Marshall McLuhan," and so "What You Doing, Windsox," and "What You Doing, Andrew McLuhan." So "What You Doing, Windsox."
Well, hey, I got something for you, and I know Alex is going to be really interested in this. I've been doing some research into like the origin of the phrase, right? Global village. And synchronistically, it appears the first version of it, the first utterance, whatever, that I've found has a Winnipeg connection to it. In, I think it was May 11th, 1959, Marshall was in town and he was making a presentation to the Winnipeg Ad and Sales Club. Now, I've never heard of this thing, but apparently it was here because it was captured not only in the letters, but in the Winnipeg Free Press. And I think Alex would really dig this quote because it's about education. And so, you know, being a Winnipeg School of Communication, we're all about pedagogy. We're all about trying to figure out, like, essentially, you know, how to teach media for sustainable development. So here's the quote. Education, too, would become affected. The classroom of tomorrow would have 2 or 3 teachers in a discussion with students joining in, instead of just waiting for packages to come off the assembly line from one teacher. And hey, look at what we're doing. This is a very good use of our technology, I think.
And this is the first time, it seems like this is the first time, really because of the pandemic, that suddenly we're just, you know, we're all seeming to be able to be harnessing the stuff we've had available to us for so long, not just for our entertainment jollies and distraction, but actually to kind of become reacquainted with them with their potentiality as tools. So it's kind of an exciting time to kind of be, you know, launching this and you know, you don't need to sell your relevance anymore, right?
That's right. I like to joke that webinars, online meetings used to be the most boring stuff online. Now it's the coolest ever. So now we are enjoying. Right. And so Andrew, what you doing? What you doing, Andrew McLuhan?
Well, I guess instead of selling my relevance, I'm selling my relatives around here these days. The proof is in the pandemic.
This is great. So eventually, after 12 hours. 12.
I think you've reached the slap happy phase.
Many hours. You finally. Yeah.
You were supposed to pass.
Oh, right. So thank you for reminding me. So we have
Andrew
a torch.
Crystal.
We have a torch.
Andrew Crystal passed me the torch, so I'm going to take it.
Sure.
And I'm going to even give you the flip side. Whoa,
oh, wow. James Joyce.
Whoa.
In fact, McLuhan applied. No, Joyce applied. McLuhan is
applied
James Joyce applied Joyce. I have the Italian edition. What about from you folks on Winnipeg? You have the torch?
MIT 93.
MIT
Light it up.
All right. So thank you very much. Thank you again, Jarrett Cole and Jennifer Reid and Andrew McLuhan for joining us in the Global Village Day, for bringing such a nice vibes and attitude. So thank you. After many hours, we needed some fresh blood into the Global Village Day. So best of lucks, best wishes for your enterprise in Winnipeg. Andrew, you're the McLuhan Institute in the Global Village everywhere. So I mean, you're doing a lot. You're really holding the torch. So I'm very proud and grateful to you, Andrew, to you all, Jarrett and Jenny, for what you are doing for the Marshall McLuhan's community. Thank you.
Buonasera. Grazie.
Buonasera, buonasera. Ciao, ciao, ciao. And by the way, so one final thing. It's 9 p.m. Perfect. We keep going till midnight. So if you want to come back, you have the secret link. So feel free to come back. Okay. So absolutely, I really look forward to seeing you again tonight. To toast and cheer to Marshall McLuhan's birthday at midnight. So you are invited to come back and join us again tonight if you are still around. Okay?
Thank you.
All
Thanks
right.
again.
Ciao, ciao, ciao. Thank you,
Ciao.
Andrew. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. And we made it. It's 9:01 p.m. Getting ready for the next segment, for the next time slot. And this is the Global Village Day. My name is Paolo Granata. We are running towards the final lap of the Global Village Day, a 12-hour marathon to understand who we are, what matters to us in this post-pandemic world, and to rethink the global village, to rethink a more sustainable future for our humanity. And so I'll see you in 1 minute 60 seconds to the next time slot. Welcome back. Hello, villagers, global villagers. Greetings from the Global Village, the Global Village Day, a 12-hour intellectual marathon to explore the post-pandemic world through the lens of Marshall McLuhan, through the lens of a good and positive vibe, good vibes to navigate these uncertain times. And so here we are. It's 9:03 in Toronto on the Global Village, an international celebration of our sense of togetherness. Over 40 speakers and guests from all across the world, from 12 different countries. So it's a marathon, but I'm not running alone. I'm surrounded by villagers, by special guests, by you all at home on Facebook and YouTube. In fact, we are live streaming on Facebook, on the official Marshall McLuhan's Facebook page, and on the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel. So this is absolutely great. So we are live streaming. I see you are connected, and lots of folks are engaging in conversation using the chat or comments. So feel free to say hi. Feel free to say if you just connected. So let us know where are you connected from, how you are doing. So let us know how you are feeling. Okay, so we are all in the same global village today. So all villagers are kindly invited to share. And let me say hi to Ian Baird. Thank you for joining us. James Forrester, Kate Galloway, David Lester, and many Clinton Ignatov, and many others. So it's such a great community of villagers getting together to explore the post-pandemic world. And so here we are. rethinking the global village in a post-pandemic world. It's time to introduce our next guest speakers, special guests for tonight. But 1 minute, let me do a little bit of housekeeping on the Tetrad live Tetrad. Tetrad is a unique heuristic tool designed by Eric and Marshall McLuhan, a critical and creative thinking tool, the Tetrad, for laws of media, for constant rules that govern human innovations. There is a live app, a live Tetrad, so just check it out, the web page, so you can get involved in a live tetrading, so you can share your thoughts. And at the end of the marathon, there will be some special prizes for the best tetrad, particularly focused on the global village. We are tetrading, we are exploring the meaning of the global village using the McLuhan tetrad. Special prize, a deck of cards. This is mine actually, but we have another copy designed by Marshall McLuhan. This is a rarity. This is a unique artifact. The Distant Early Warning deck of cards, designed by Marshall McLuhan in 1969. It's a special gift provided, kindly offered by the Marshall McLuhan Foundation, and we have many other prizes, such as a Rubik's Cube fashioning the laws of media, and so on. So feel free to share your tetrads, and eventually we're going to play, we're going to learn more about the tetrad. And we are learning a lot. So the core question for the Global Village Day is the lessons we are learning from this current scenario. So there are many lessons we are learning, and so that's why I put together such a great lineup of special guests, so to really dive into this crucial, fundamental question: what are the lessons we are learning from this current scenario? And so let me introduce our next guests for tonight in the Global Village Day. So our next guest is Arthur Kroker, Canada Research Chair in Technology, Culture and Theory, as a professor of Political Science and Director of the Pacific Center for Technology at the University of Victoria. A living legend in the field of critical media studies, his book, Technology and the Canadian Mind, Innes McLuhan Grant, is a milestone in the field of media studies, and I will say it's a milestone on the very idea of the Toronto School of Communication. And so it is with such a great pleasure and honor to welcome into the Global Village Arthur Kroker. Hello, Arthur.
Hello.
How are you?
Very, very fine. So I'm speaking from Victoria.
From Victoria.
On the island on Vancouver Island on a very nice, sunny, warm day.
Beautiful. Arthur Kroker, I thought a living legend in the field of the Toronto School of Communication. Maybe we will talk more about that. And so, what about your feelings in the lockdown? Are you teaching? Are you having online classes or online research?
No. I actually just retired 2 weeks ago. So,
oh, wow! Congratulations!
But I'm adjunct professor because I'm supervising a lot of grad students and stuff.
Right. You're doing research and supervising. And probably using Zoom nowadays, right? So using any Skype or any.
I am using Zoom, and all my friends around the world are Zooming almost everything.
I see.
With varying levels of skill, actually. Right, I mean, the artists adapt to Zoom very quickly. They adapt to it. They immediately immerse themselves in the environment, as McLuhan would recommend. They have their really interesting artwork, which is on flowing behind them as they speak.
I see.
Yeah, and their talks really go in and out of the artwork, which is really beautiful.
Great.
So whenever I see that, I think of Marshall McLuhan, who is such a brilliantly perceptive on art, not simply as an early warning system, but art is really really leading the way in terms of developing new forms of perspective in very complex times.
Great.
So happy birthday, Marshall, for sure.
No, well said, well put. And also, well, we will have time later tonight to discuss more about your entry point into Marshall McLuhan. I will say that your book on the Canadian mind, technology and Canadian mind, to some extent played a role into the McLuhan's renaissance, right? In the late 80s, early 90s, particularly in the early 90s, your book was able to bring back McLuhan into the global arena, and particularly in the field of media studies. And, you played such an important role
thank you
into
very
that.
much.
I think
And you know, made McLuhan's perspective relative to the Canadian imagination in some ways, because the book was also about another really good Canadian philosopher, George Grant, who thought of technology in quite an opposite way as dependency in terms of domination. And of course, the wonderful work of Harold Innis, who was a realist on the question of technology as opposed to McLuhan's technological humanism.
Right.
So that book was really an exploration of both the impact of these three thinkers on the Canadian imaginaire, and at the same time, how they fit within a much more traditional pattern of Canadian thought, actually, and ennobled it in many ways.
I agree. I see. And by the way, so there is David Lester. Hello, Arthur. Met you at UOT Digital Delirium many years ago. So debating there, maybe you remember. It's nice. Again, I told you, we are a community. We are not running alone in this marathon.
For sure.
There is a community of people there. And so I keep inviting, sharing your thoughts, friends, folks, villagers on Facebook and YouTube. So you are very, very welcome to share and even make your questions to our special guests tonight. So absolutely. And Arthur, I'll be back to you in a little while. I'm going to introduce your fellow guests for tonight, and we will dive shortly into the core question. What are the lessons we are learning from this current scenario?
Yeah, and maybe we could speak about there's trouble in the global village.
Absolutely. Well, the trouble and what we want to keep and what we want to change in the global village. Absolutely. I like your take, and we will keep discussing later. Okay? Thank you, Arthur. All right. And let's move on. Let's move on to our next guest, special guest for tonight, Nikki Clark. Nikki Clark is well known as Canada's Oprah. Nikki is the founder, producer, and host of the Nikki Clark Show, elected the president of the Ontario Black History Society in 2015. Nikki's third book, Transforming Lives One Story at a Time, Powerful Stories of Success and Inspiration, an anthology of empowering reflections that was published in 2017. And so it's a great honor, it's a great pleasure to welcome into the global village, to welcome into the McLuhan's community, all throughout the world. And so welcome into the McLuhan's global village, Nikki Clark. Hello, Nikki. Hello.
Hello. Good evening, Paolo. Good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I like your dramatic opening. Hello. And yes, please bring good vibes. Bring.
I'm all about good energy.
No, but again, so it's a shared energy. So we are sharing energies, and we need the good energies, good vibes to navigate these uncertain times. And so, thank you for joining us, Nikki. Where are you right now? So, Canada, Canada, right? Ontario.
Toronto, yes.
Toronto, all right, Toronto. Even closer. I was going shorter. All right. Toronto. Are you in Toronto? How are you feeling right now? So what are your feelings in this moment of semi-lockdown? So we're going to open up a little bit, but there's still concerns about what's going on in the following months. So what's your feelings? How are you feeling right now?
I think I'll speak for myself. I go through a range of emotions, and I think perhaps I share that collective voice of many people who are going through this gamut of emotions, and trying to just kind of brace themselves for all the many changes that are happening. But I think what I've been able to do with the show, and thank you for introducing the show. The show's premise is transforming lives one story at a time. And what it's been able to do through the means of Zoom, YouTube, Instagram, especially, is to collect people's stories and to share them. And I think it showed me, especially during the pandemic, that we really needed to, that people really needed to hear inspirational stories from other people to kind of get through the days. And I thought, that taught me a big lesson that although we're different, we come from different parts of the world, we have a common denominator, is that we need to be inspired. And I believe that is kind of what brought everyone together through the message of the show, the platform of the show.
Great. And I like the idea that stories are inspiring. So because it's a personal take, it's an intimate where we live by stories. So we need to hear stories to get inspired, to share our deepest humanity, right? So
yes,
great.
And absolutely, and through the platforms that I mentioned, it showed me, it taught me that there was a reduction of barriers of time and space, that we can within minutes connect, just like we're doing here, connect with different parts of the world, and have we can amplify our voices, and it's just a really amazing journey to be part of this.
Terrific. Thank you for what you're doing. So we will dig deeper into your stories. I want to know more about your stories, maybe even your own personal story and your personal connection to Marshall McLuhan, to the global village. Because again, we are here not just to celebrate McLuhan, but to reinvent, reimagine the very idea of global village, which maybe to some extent was taken for granted, was a kind of romantic idea. Sometimes it was associated to the globalization and so on. So that's why I think it's time to rethink the core of the global village. And I think your ideas, your inspirations will help us critically understand how to rethink, reimagine the global village.
Wonderful. Yeah.
All right. So, Nikki, I'll be back to you. I'm going to introduce our third special guests for this time slot. Okay, I'll back to you shortly. All right. Thank you. And yes, it's time to introduce our next special guest. Our next special guest for tonight is Bill Kuhns, an independent media McLuhan scholar and author of 16 books, including a very well-known book in the McLuhan's community, which is the Book of Probes, published in 2003, which he collaborated on with Eric McLuhan. And a milestone in the field of media studies, in the field of media ecology, which is another book. It's called The Post-Industrial Prophets, where he covers McLuhan, Innes, Mumford, Jacques Ellul, and many others, to really understand the classics that made the 20th century understanding of technology and society and culture into our collective imaginary. And he is unstoppable, not only published 16 books, but he's working on many other books on the field. He's currently working on McLuhan-related projects, including a film for the National Film Board of Canada. And so we're very curious to learn more about the many projects Bill Kuhns is working on. And so again, I'd like to welcome into the global village Bill Kuhns. Hello, Bill.
Good to meet you, Paolo.
All right, where are you? Where are you right now?
I'm in Montreal.
Canada? In Montreal. That's great. That's great. Again, your book of probes. It's a milestone for the McLuhan's community and fans. So probably maybe later you can share some of your favorite probes from that book, which is a beautiful visually designed book on the McLuhan probes and a kind of visual interpretation. So I'm curious to know.
I've got to tell you about my discovery of the probes. In 1986, Corinne McLuhan asked if I would write the authorized biography. I spent 2 years in the reading room at the National Archives of Canada, reading all of his things, going through one thing after another, letters, interviews, transcripts, articles. He wrote over 700 or 800 essays independently, published them all over the place. A lot went unpublished. And
wow.
As I did this, I made the same discovery that Arthur
Kroker.
Quatermain made in King Solomon's Mines. That everywhere I went, there were gems on the floor, and I kept collecting them.
All right. So I'm very curious to know more about your project. So Bill, I'll be back to you shortly. So okay, we can keep chatting and discussing, and maybe you will reveal what's going on. What are you cooking for the McLuhan scholarship? And I'll be back to you in a little while. Okay. Thank you, Bill. All right, Arthur, where are you? Here you are. Hello. First of all, I didn't mention in your presentation, but you are not only a great, a fine intellectual in the field of culture and technology and politics, but also you are a fine expert in relationship between arts and technologies. Well, we've been discussing about this. So what's your entry point in the McLuhan's scholarship, but particularly in that kind of McLuhan's take on the role of arts and culture, the role of the artist as a man, a human of integral awareness? So how you came into Marshall McLuhan's walks?
Oh, that's strange. Well, first of all, I was really impressed with many students I've had through the years. We're actually at McLuhan's earlier. We're at McLuhan's Monday night seminars in Toronto, and many of them were themselves perceptive, grew to be famous artists, and I was just struck by independently their accounts of the impact of Marshall McLuhan's thought on their own artistic imagination itself. How he immediately absorbed the intricacies of what they were doing into their art and just their mere phrasing of what they were doing, and his ability to actually say something significant to them as artists about their, artistic aims and destiny and stuff. I was just really impressed with that. I thought, wow, that's really good. My own entry into McLuhan through art, I've always taken it with dead seriousness, because I think it's really true, that art always leads the way, and that art always provides an early warning system to big changes in technology, and particularly major perceptual transformations that are going to happen, like really basic changes in human cosmology that are intimated first or anticipated first in the language of artistic endeavor. In fact, I've just finished, just yesterday, I just finished a new piece which is on 2 Vancouver art projects. And it really, in many ways, follows a McLuhanist project. One is, if I can just speak about, can I just speak about this very briefly?
Oh, yeah, sure.
McLuhan himself would like to go on these walks to, one is to consist of 15 bronze sculptures that are hidden in the city of Victoria. You have to take a walk, and they're all of women's hands holding teacups, holding books, hammering spikes, holding the paddle of a canoe on the one hand. They're all about the role of memory in the fluctuating urban circumstance of a city itself. And the other is really quite different. It's a beautiful, very short, transient piece. It'll only last for 1 month at Flux Window Gallery in Victoria. And it's called Angel Food. Images of a bygone, images of nudes and cake in a bygone era. And it really consists of slides, snapshots, and films of women who are, posing themselves in highly erotic and sometimes sexualized positions in very incongruous settings. The incongruous settings are in a kid's bathing pool, Venus de Milo poses in a cramped apartment, and all those kind of things. And it's really about a kind of longing and desire, and how women sometimes in a past era come to represent themselves. The reason it has reference to McLuhan is because I think that if you take these two art pieces, if you take, these images of a bygone era on the one hand, and you take this, walk through the hands of time on another, and you don't keep them as separate artistic projects, but you do something that McLuhan would do. Because after all, photography is two-dimensional, and the sculpture is three-dimensional. But what would happen if you were to take these two pieces and actually draw them through one another? Allow them to rub together and really to try to think, well, what are the relationships between photography and sculpture? What are the relationships between images of women's body, bygone, found in a trash bin inside an apartment, and these really enduring sculptural phrases itself? And I think that if you were to take this two-dimensional art and three-dimensional art and bring them together in one knot, you actually get to be the very dead center of perceptual changes in the 21st century. You have art of the fourth dimension. Art which is like almost, a cube within a cube, which creates impossible perspectives, glass hinges, impossibilities which are to be presented itself. And then you would begin, as McLuhan say, really an interesting experience, what always inhabits every artist's creative imagination, which is thinking about impossibility, strangeness, and what happens when you take mediums which are supposedly very separate. In fact, turns out that they can easily negotiate and speak to one another. So for these reasons, I've always been interested in art, but I've always been particularly interested in McLuhan's sensitivity and his hyper-creativity on the question of our artists as early warning systems of major changes in human perception. And the reason I mention these two projects is because I think that today we are living in four-dimensional space and time. We've left behind really two-dimensional space, three-dimensional space. If we are in Zoom culture, in stream culture, we really better get to know something about the fourth dimension and figure it out very quickly. And the reason I say that is there's trouble in the global village. I mean, the global village, McLuhan always has two sides, right? McLuhan has a side which the Toronto School favors, to be honest. McLuhan's techno-utopian side, with his really messianic promise of the fruitfulness of technology for enabling human consciousness. And it stems right from McLuhan's, utopian Catholic humanism. All of this is wonderful, and all of this I sort of agree with. But I also read the other side of McLuhan within McLuhan himself, where McLuhan says, technologies are doing psychic surgery on the human sensorium.
Wow.
That we're living in the midst of the technological maelstrom. That technologies hit us like a blast. They wound human consciousness, they wound human bodies. We eject ourselves through externalization of the imagination of quickly as possible. We exteriorize our voice, our imagination, our consciousness, our affect, and body limbs themselves. Every organ goes outside. And McLuhan doesn't say that's a good thing. He said it's an absolute grisly kind of survival strategy for keeping something intact in the midst of fast streaming cultures. And that's not being critical of McLuhan. It's actually just saying this is what McLuhan is saying. McLuhan's a fourth dimensional thinker. There's two sides to his perspective, and they're impossible to bring together. So what? That just means that this is a thinker who's really attentive to what's actually going on in the human circumstance itself.
Wow.
Now,
brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The idea of the four-dimensional mind, right? So this is absolutely clever. Well, thank you for sharing, Arthur. And I'll be back to you because there is still room for exploring the lessons we are learning from the current
Nikki and Bill would be
scenario.
great to hear
So
from.
I'll be back to you after for a second merry-go-round. Okay? Thank you, Arthur. Thank you, Arthur. And now I wanted to bring back a Nikki. Nikki, where are you? Here you are. So Nikki, the core question: what are the lessons we are learning in this moment, and how to rethink the very idea of global village? So, what's your take on the lessons we are learning and how to rethink the global village?
Well, we know that the medium is the message, and I think the medium is really taking a momentum right now in terms of just collecting a diversity of voices, and I think it's heightened even more now to share information, share stories through these different platforms. What I saw over the pandemic and the wave of current events, people used, as I mentioned before, like Instagram Live. They used Zoom, YouTube, Facebook to share their passions, to kind of use that as a therapy to get through some very difficult moments, and to to rally for social justice. So I really think that this is a very pivotal time in which the medium has taken a great momentum. As I mentioned before, like the way in which we can use technology to share messages has greatly reduced barriers in terms of time and space. There is a great virtual integration, even more so than before. And I have to say that I first learned about Marshall McLuhan back in 1987 in Montreal when I was studying film and communications. I took a course called Mass Communications, and I was just amazed with the theory. And I remember just going through the whole chapters and just really having a mind-blowing experience with what was shared. So where I am right now, with that, I really see an evolution of kind of what the predictions of McLuhan is just kind of unfolding in front of us at a rapid speed in terms of this message being expanded at such a rate. So I hope that answers your question. Sorry, I can't hear you.
All right, sorry, I got unmuted. And no, I was just saying that you're a kind of media activist, right? So you do your civic mission, your civic engagement, using media online, creating shows. So the idea of medium is the message is. So by the way, I have a card here. So the idea is that as a media activist, you have such a responsibility, right? In taking people's stories, right, and turning that stories into a source of inspiration, into a source of means for fostering social change. So can you tell us more about the stories you tell, how you get to create this particular show?
Sure. I'll just say that I was a professor back in the day at Sheridan College, and I just came to an epiphany that I didn't want to be marking papers on the weekends for the rest of my life, and that I think there was something calling me. I call it a divine whisper. That one year was 2008 when I made the decision to kind of depart teaching and to take up this show idea. and to create a safe platform for people to share their stories. Cathartic releases for most people who had these ideas. They had these aspects of themselves that they never shared with anyone, but they chose the show to release them, and in so doing, it was healing for them and for those watching, and people who are watching were feeling, hey, I'm connected. They may not be right beside me, but just by what they said, I feel like I'm not alone. And that really was how the show grew from 2008 to now, 12 years down. It has been one that has met a community need. I'd like to say be part of that global village. And we've had people from Africa to Asia, every point of the world have been at some point sharing their candid story of triumph, of trials, of overcoming obstacles, and taking those lessons and making them blessings, their blessings and lessons, and sharing that very honestly with people. So what the show does is it dares people to take their masks off and to reveal from a very authentic place, and in so doing, they're healing communities. So I'm really proud of the work that's been put into it, and we're going to keep going another 12 years if we can.
Wow, absolutely great. We support you.
Thank you.
And absolutely, we need to use the global digital village in such a way to gather thoughts, to gather ideas, but also to provide support. Again, we've been experiencing this sense of isolation during the lockdown, but also a great need for what I call the togetherness. So the idea of getting together. And then getting together, we call it the digital closeness. So we were able to stay close to the digital technology without leaving anyone behind, because of course we cannot take for granted that all people are able to connect, all people are able to access the internet and so on. I think always we always have to be reminded that in order to really let people thrive in the digital world, internet connection, internet access, and the ability of thriving in the digital world, making the digital literacy, we call it the very idea of making sense of the digital literacy is a key to really build this kind of global village we want to build a more sustainable, open, inclusive, equitable global village. Right.
Absolutely agree.
Great, Nikki. And so, all right. I'll be back to you for a final merry-go-rounds later and some final remarks. Thank you, Nikki.
You're welcome.
And well, let's go back to Bill. Bill Kuhns. I've been keeping an eye on the chat, Bill. And well, our folks, our villagers, particularly the folks in the Marshall McLuhan's community, they are wondering about your book of probes. They are wondering about your projects and so on. Let us know, Bill, what are you cooking? What's going on? And by the way, someone was commenting about the poster just behind you, that poster. So tell us more about that poster.
The poster is a quotation poster. It's all quotes from Marshall. It's all of his is all probes. I made it as a demo of a poster that I want to include in the back of the biographic Marshall McLuhan, the graphic novel biography I wrote of him. I'm looking for a graphic artist, by the way. If anybody out there knows a really good graphic artist who'd be the right person to draw this book.
Absolutely.
Call to action.
Call for participation. A graphic artist to help Bill Kuhns putting together this graphic project. What else? Go ahead, please.
Anyway, I'm doing that. I'm doing that book. I'm also doing a book called The McLuhan Marshalling Machine, which is like the book of probes, but on a much grander scale and much more integrated. I've discovered if you take his probes from 1957 and 1977, and sometimes they fit together like puzzle pieces, and they each illuminate and clarify each other. I'm doing it with Bob Logan. Bob says that McLuhan was a systems thinker, but not a systematic thinker, which is to say that all of his insights found a certain coherence, but he didn't put them together. He didn't put that coherence together over time. What he described it as he drilled, and he kept drilling in the same area wherever he found fruitful insights. And what I've been doing is assembling those insights from all over his writings. We've even gone through the all the videos. There's over 80 videos available online, most of them on YouTube, and we've made transcripts of most of them. And we're working from the transcripts, so that there's a very, very thorough furrowing going on to collect the really good stuff.
Great. Bill, there is a question from our folks on Facebook. What happened to the Marshall McLuhan biography?
It's now the graphic biography.
Ah, it's that one. It's the same project. Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
it got deferred for a long time. Not of my doing, but of the result of forces beyond my control.
Right. And what about the film project, the documentary? It's a kind of a
documentary
biopic?
that will probably include live action sequences as well.
Right.
What we're calling it, Marshall McLuhan, What Are We Doing? And it's going to be a bilingual production, French and English, and it's going to focus on how McLuhan's thinking can help illuminate our situation today. For example, fake news and the post-truth era, what he helps us to make of that, or what he helps us to make of the need for media literacy.
I see. Great. And one final question about your projects. Are you still are you considering to retake your post-industrial profits again? So what kind of profits you would include into a possible
like a 21st century version?
21st century, exactly. It's still in my words.
Good question. Very, very good question, Paolo. I got to give you credit. You've been asking wonderful questions today. You've been doing a great job today. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, no. Again, so it's not me; it's the power of the community. So it's a great Marshall McLuhan's and media ecology community, and the global villagers all across the world. So I think we all play a role. You played yours, I played mine, and this is the nice of the diversity of our community. The beautiful
today's prophets.
diversity.
I would put this guy right up at the top.
I see.
What
I
McLuhan
see.
did with television and understanding media, B.W. Powell has done with social media in this wonderful book, The Charge in the Global Membrane. And you were asking how we should reconceive the global village.
Yes.
I say the global membrane, and just the way that Bruce has described it in this book. Wonderful book.
Right, The Global Membrane by B.W. Powell. And absolutely, this is great that you are so active in working on these projects, and well, we look forward to seeing the tangible outcomes of all your creative mind, and we need more Marshall McLuhan's outcomes for the future generations, I think, right? So
I think
Marshall,
so. Yeah,
Marshall, yeah, it's a class. I like it. I like the idea of Marshall McLuhan's books as classics, right? So we need the classics. We need to reconsider, revalue the classics, right? For training the next generations of media scholars, right? So to stand on the shoulders of these intellectual giants and create these unique opportunities for, again, so taking advantage of the classics. And you are working on such a great classics. So the post-industrial prophets, McLuhan, Innes, Jacques Ellul, Louis Mumford. Your book is a beautiful understanding of all those intellectual giants. We should stand on their shoulders, right?
Thank you, Paolo.
Great. So thank you again, Bill, for sharing your projects. All right, 9:45. I think it's time for a final merry-go-round to conclude this time slot, and then moving on. As you know, my friends, the marathon goes on and on until midnight Toronto and even beyond, to toast and celebrate Marshall McLuhan's birthday. So 9:45. I will now start the final merry-go-round for some final remarks from our speakers. Arthur, where are you? Arthur, here. Arthur, your final remarks on the lessons we are learning from this current scenario, the way to rethink the global village, what we should keep, what we should change. Your final remarks, Arthur.
Well, I've learned a lot from Nikki with her really wonderful descriptions of her program, which I think are really quite phenomenal and they're deeply inspirational, and from Bill as well. And it's really beautiful that Bill referenced Bruce Powell's work on the global membrane, which is really, really good text. And of course, Bruce himself is one of Canada's leading thinkers. He's truly creative and a person with really something substantive to say, and he always has something substantive to say. Maybe I just conclude by saying, my sense is there's real deep trouble in the global village. Not in McLuhan's conception of the global village, but actually the global village that we're ending in. It's got lots of problems, but two of the problems stem directly from connectivity. One's a problem which this pandemic and its isolation is really revealing, is that what Sherry Turkle said in one of her major books, Alone Together, really seems to be very true. The pandemic is caused through remote communications and the shuttering of businesses and the breakdown, really the death of the social. No recreational facilities, no bars, no restaurants, no street life in many cities. Sense of fear, anxiety, and melancholy has led to extreme isolation, and no form of remote communication seems to be addressing that, and in fact is probably exacerbating it on the one hand. So that's to be thought of in terms of trouble in the global village. And the second would be just the opposite of that, is that connectivity, while sometimes leading to wonderful projects like Nikki's project, on the whole, in terms of relationships of real powers that exist in the world, has led to the quite paradoxical condition that everything that we thought was long buried and we'd long superseded in a technologically sophisticated culture has actually just burst back with tremendous animating force and energy on the global scene itself. I mean, the return of atavistic grievances with relationship to race and ethnicity, the revival of religious fundamentalisms, and really, in the United States, the spearhead of technological creativity has literally a fascist government. And fascism as being a really dominant element in this supposedly technological liberal society is, I think, really problematic and bespeaks the problems, like the real problems of the global village itself. And we need to do some fast thinking and fast forms of politics. And the Toronto School of Communications is great on this in terms of anticipating major changes in perception and, coming and being talisman of major technological changes and cultural changes as well. But the weakness of the Toronto School of Communication is that its founders really have nothing, just because of their generation. They don't have anything to say about indigenous cosmology, which is, I think, the future of a real survival strategy for the West. They have nothing to say for the most part, and I'm speaking broadly not of McLuhan, but of the entire Toronto School. McLuhan, Havelock, Innes, Northrop Frye, they have nothing to say about the racialization of politics itself, and they don't have much to say about gender questions of sexual differences, or politics of feminism or lesbian politics, or politics of asexuality itself, which are real things for the Toronto School, the new Toronto School, which I know is addressing, and to rethink in a serious way. And that's, that would make this a real living tradition, where schools aren't foundations, they are themselves probes of the future and listen sensitively to what's going on in the culture.
Wow.
So it may be my last comment.
Very well put, very well said. I think John Ruston Soul did an attempt to connect the Toronto School to the indigenous Canadian indigenous philosophy, let's say philosophy. And I think it was a brave attempt to connect that kind of environmentalism in which is embedded into the Harold Innis works and to some extent into Marshall McLuhan's to retrieve that kind of environmental approach and put it into a broader Canadian philosophy on systemic vision on the relationship between humans and environment. So I think he did a nice attempt, but you're right. So there is still a lot to discover, to rethink, to question, to stand on the shoulders of the giants and create new knowledge and create new possibilities and opportunities. That's absolutely great. And by the way, so let me just grab some comments from the chat. Canada is the country of the counter-revolution, Scott. And
absolutely true.
Yeah. Then go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'll bite my tongue on this one.
All right. And Scott again, actually, anyone want to take exception to Arthur as a student ellipsis suggests that he doesn't really understand Americans. We can keep discussing.
I'm very happy to go in to talk about the American psyche.
Right.
But I don't know if we'd have time, but
yeah, it's 52. No, we're getting closer to the end of this time slot. And then I wanted just to show you some. There are many comments on your remarks. So and again, your thank you again for joining us tonight and sharing your ideas. But stay there because we're ending our final merry-go-round and then we will chill together. So thank you again. I'll be back to you, Arthur. Nikki, your final remarks for the Global Village Day. Brief final remarks. It's over to you, Nikki.
Thank you. I want to say that congratulations, Paolo. This has been such a privilege and really a success. I definitely want to put my voice in to keep this marathon going for many years to come, and bringing so many brilliant minds together to share their experiences. So that's a keeper. From my reflection, I believe that I have learned that people have shown a great desire to connect through this period. And as they were forced to be still and to recollect and reflect, examine themselves, they craved for outward kind of connections, and that to me shows a greater and a higher kind of consciousness, as kind of exhibited through all these examples of needs for social justice. So sometimes things happen in a way, but for a greater purpose, and this is what I've learned through the kind of whirlwind of activities that have happened and so many changes that have happened over the last few weeks. I'm a hopeless optimist, so I see this as great change, and I just want to be one of the people spearheading great impact on the global village.
Great. Thank you, Nikki. Such a nice final remarks. Thank you. And Bill, where are you? Here we are. Your final remarks, and then all together we can say.
I want to thank Arthur for what he said about trouble in the global village, because if I had to describe our NFB film in a nutshell, it would be, how can Marshall McLuhan's ideas help us resolve troubles in the global village. That's a kind of good encapsulation. I love the phrase you've just coined there.
Oh, thanks.
All right, Bill. Thank you. And so it's 9:55. I think there is still, well, a few minutes for a few questions. I see an ongoing discussion about who understands America, Scott. So there is an ongoing. Thank you, Bob, for raising this. Who understands America? So it's a moment where really we cannot understand not only America. Let me say, maybe Arthur, you would agree or disagree, but it's difficult to understand leadership, authorities, leaderships, sometimes even governments. So they took a lot of liberty in managing our liberty. So they took a lot of power actually in this moment of lockdown, has been described as the biggest social psychological experiment ever undertaken. And so it's so difficult to me to understand global leadership in this moment where many countries, of course, they are looking at themselves and the global leadership is no longer in place. So that's why I agree. It's very difficult to understand America, and in general, global leadership, right, Arthur?
Yeah. And this is said not with any criticism of Americans, quite the contrary. It's a country which I much admire. It's because it's a country of absolute contradictions. It always has been. It's a country which has a raging war spirit on the one hand. It's militant. Its whole culture is based on being politically hegemonic over a good part of the world. Policeman of the world is part of the deep American vocabulary. On the other hand, it's incredibly leads the way in many projects of social justice, thinking through questions of race, thinking through questions of gender equity. It's just, a history of social justice is replete within American culture itself. So within that context, I'm just really trying to understand what's going on politically. And my analysis, and I'll just say it just in a nutshell, is that the pandemic and its associated really adverse economic consequences has really literally taken a theoretical concept, which is the death of the social, and made it just a practical reality in society itself. I mean, the death of the social in just really realistic ways. You can't go to work. There's no street culture, bars, restaurants, sporting facilities, all the normal things are closed. The whole tissue of social life is closed. And the COVID-19 is like just quintessentially a social disease. It can only be given through personal communication, face-to-face encounters. And so this is a disease which strikes right to the heart of a society. It creates a death of the social and culture. Well, when that happens in this totally unique situation, there's going to be problematic consequences. And I think what's happened is that the basic core of the culture in some ways has collapsed. It's Americans in contemporary days, like all of us, have a strong sense of self, but a weak ego. And that's really been generated and supported by the technological crippling of and disabling of a lot of human functions on the one hand. So the ego's got to go someplace for its identity, and it's got a clear choice. It can either go towards the superego, and that's what I would call the pastoral management. The public health officials, Biden and the Democratic Party are trying to take out that role itself, wear a mask, etc. And on the other hand, it can go towards the raging id. And the raging id is Trump's politics. Atavistic, masks are for sissies, believe what you will about the pandemic, but it has nothing to do with regulation. Don't stomp on my freedom, don't wear a mask, etc. So really a dangerous situation, which is just literally a template of American politics. Trump's the raging id. Biden, and I'm not particularly giving words of praise, but represents the superego. He represents, care and public management of public health, as we have in Canada to a large extent. So I think what's going to happen in America and this year or next is just really will be very consequential for a good part of the 21st century. In the midst of all of this, you have, this tremendous vitality of Black Lives Matter. and real struggles for social justice within the society itself, which sort of breaks this formula and points in a much more hopeful direction. So that in a nutshell.
Wow. And thank you again for sharing. So a lot to think about. So we have divers, and we have a torch for this marathon, the Understanding Media. This is the Italian edition.
No, I like the Italian edition.
You like, yeah, it's the first Italian edition. So because all my English books are in my office at the university. At home, I have only Italian books, so all published in Italian. So thank you. So ideally, we pass the torch so we can share our torch for the marathon to keep the flames of Marshall McLuhan's legacy alive. So thank you again, Bill Kuhns, Nikki Clark, Arthur Kroker. Thank you for joining us.
Good meeting you
in
guys.
The Global Village.
Wonderful meeting. And Paolo, thank you for your wonderful hosting. It's just been superb. It's been really nice.
You are all very welcome. You are very, 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 very welcome. It's perfect. 10 p.m. Time for the next time slot. In 60 seconds, in 1 minute, we will be back. Global Village Day. Ciao.
Nice to meet everyone.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
We are back. Global Village Day. Hello, it's 10 p.m. in Toronto, in the Global Village. Greetings from Toronto, and hello, Global Villagers. Thank you for joining us. I see lots of comments on the Facebook and YouTube channel. So we are live. We are live streaming on the Marshall McLuhan's Facebook page and on the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel. And so we are very grateful to our sponsors, actually, that are supporting the Global Village Day, the estate of Marshall McLuhan, the McLuhan Salons, the McLuhan Institute, and the brand new McLuhan Foundation. So we are very grateful. Such a great community of stakeholders, institutions, and people who are supporting today's event. We are very, very grateful to you all. I see my next guests for this time slot on the green room. So I see they are all getting ready. They are all ready actually to start. So it's nice. In a minute, I'm going to present the next guests. And again, let me point out that we are, this is a 12-hour marathon, so we are running a 12-hour intellectual marathon here in the Global Village with over 40 special guests from all across the world, from 12 different countries. That's why I'm not running alone. We are not alone. We are all together running into this intellectual marathon to better understand who we are, what matters to us in today's global village, and also to rethink the very global village, to rethink what we want to keep, what we want to change in the global village. And of course, we are celebrating the Marshall McLuhan's vibrant intellectual legacy at midnight. So in a couple of hours, we will toast, we will cheer and celebrate the 109th birthday of Marshall McLuhan. So stay with us. And I told you, we are not running alone. So feel free, folks, villagers in the global village on Facebook and YouTube. If you just connected, let us know where are you? Where are you connected from? Let us know what are you doing. So feel free to use Facebook or YouTube comments. I'll be able to grab some of that. James Forrester say, party on, I'm fading after 10 hours. And then Marshall, I think this is Michael, still looking fresh. Paolo, where I'm fresh because I'm full of I'm getting your energies, your good vibes. So I'm very grateful to all my special guests, including the next ones who are bringing their fresh blood into the discussion. So thank you all. But we are doing great. And so feel free again to share, to comments, to let us know where are you as a community, as a community gathering into the global village, to rethink the global village. Feel free to comments, to share your thoughts, even to share your questions for the special guests. Okay, so I will invite questions, villagers, okay, on YouTube and Facebook. So we want to, this is informal and very conversational event. Okay, so feel free to step in, feel free to share. So we really need your engagement. Okay, so that's great. All right, and what else? I do usually spend a few minutes for housekeeping and waiting people connecting, but I think we are good to go for the next time slot, which is going to be very intense. And so let me introduce our next special guest, and first of this time slot. He is a provost professor of communication, journalism, cinematic arts, and education at the University of Southern California. He is the author and editor of 20 books on various aspects of media and popular culture. And let me say, he is a legend in the field. He's he's the father of the very idea of a convergence culture, participatory culture, spreadable media, and many other catchphrases, very McLuhanesque catchphrases in the very idea of transmedia storytelling. So it's a great pleasure to welcome into the global village tonight Harry Jenkins. Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm great, and now I'm even greater. So I thank you very much for joining us. How are you?
I'm doing very well tonight. I'm really delighted to join this conversation.
Yeah, finally back into the Marshall McLuhan's community. Just one question: where are you right now? In California, U.S.? How are you
yes,
feeling?
I'm in the height of downtown Los Angeles here in California. I'm facing Broadway, which is one of the big thoroughfares where the Black Lives Matter protests were taking place on the street outside a couple of weeks back.
Right. And so it's again, it's good to know that you're able to join us tonight for the Global Village Day. So we have a few core questions. We have the torch, the Marshall McLuhan's Understanding Media as a torch for our marathon. and the core questions we are addressing, so the lessons we are learning from this current scenario. So, Henry, I'd like to introduce our other guest speakers, and then I'll be back to you. I want to dive into your feelings. I want to learn more from you and the lessons you are learning in this particular moment. Okay?
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Harry. Okay, next, our next special guest for tonight, Henry Gomez, known as King Cosmos. He is a Trinidadian and Tobagonian Canadian musician, actor, and educator. Born and raised in Princestown, Trinidad, today he is recognized as one of Canada's best-known performers of Caribbean music, and he is also a big fan of Marshall McLuhan. So, welcome into the global village from Toronto, Harry Gomez. Hello, Harry.
Hi, Paolo. How are you?
Yeah, it's great to see you here on the Global Village. Welcome.
Indeed. Thanks for inviting me, and thanks for such a, I should say, such a beautiful introduction. And thank you for all the work that you've been doing over the years to, to keep this going, to help to keep the McLuhan legacy alive. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. No, you are very, very welcome. And again, it's a community building exercise. So we are a community in terms of media scholars and Marshall McLuhan's advocates, and to some extent, again, it's a community exercise. It's just all together in this doing this beautiful things. So thank you for joining us. Are you in Toronto?
Yes, I'm in Toronto, and in Toronto. And before we go on, there's a saying: if you want to run fast, run alone.
Yeah.
But if you want to run far, run together, run with others. And I think that's what you're alluding to when you talk about doing this together. And I'm delighted to be part of it, to have been invited to make a contribution to this discourse.
Great. I like the idea. We are running far. So we started at noon, actually, Toronto local time. It's 10 p.m. So it has been a while. But yeah, we are definitely going far, not fast. I mentioned a few times today, the Italian humanist Aldous Manutius' motto, Festina lenta. It was a Latin motto translated as run slowly. So speed up, but enjoy the things in between. So thank you, Harry, for sharing. I'll be back to you. I'm just presenting our guests, and then I'll be back to you in a short while. Okay? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Next, our next guest speaker. Actually, we will fly out of North America to Japan. I told you, this is a global village with speakers and guests from all across the world. And so our next special guest is Katsura Hattori, which is a newspaper reporter and magazine editor for the Asahi Shimbun, most authentic national newspaper. Let's say that it's a sort of New York Times in Japan. He was also a visiting researcher at the MIT Media Lab in the 80s, and able to write the first internet story for the Asahi Shimbun in 1994. And still today is associated with Wired magazine. through his friend Kevin Kelly. Hello, Kevin. We've been in touch for 2 days. Eventually, Kevin couldn't make it, and Howard Reingold. Howard attended actually the Monday night webinars a few weeks ago. So eventually, Katsura Hattori started a Wired-like magazine, which is called Doors in Japan, including some issues dealing with internet culture through the eyes of McLuhan, and ended up writing his own book on McLuhan, which is a sort of McLuhan. Oh, no, this is the translation. McLuhan is the message. And so it's a great honor. It's a great... one more thing. As an organizer of private McLuhan study group with Professor Junichi Miyazawa, they celebrated McLuhan's centennial anniversary in Tokyo back in 2011, helping the Canadian Embassy celebrate Understanding Media's 50th anniversary a few years ago with David Nostbakken, the CEO of the McLuhan Foundation. So great! It's a really a great pleasure to welcome into the global village from Japan, Katsura Hattori. Hello,
Hi.
Katsura.
Hi. I'm very honored, tough guy. I'm very much impressed that you are running so far, so good, and very much excited. And you may not know who I am, but you did a very good introduction of myself. I sent a note.
Yeah.
And this is what I wrote on virtual reality for the first time.
Oh, great.
And this was, I hope it's world first virtual reality book.
Oh, a virtual reality book, right.
Yes. And what I'm proud of is that I did this work, and this is a magazine entitled Doors, but it's a precursor issue talking about understanding internet through the theory of Marshall McLuhan this way.
Great.
And that way and so forth. And
it's
I
very
had
McLuhanesque. It's very McLuhanesque visual, right?
At the occasion, I had opportunity to visit the McLuhan Center in Toronto some quarter century ago, a long time ago. And I feel very much sympathy about McLuhan's theory. And I'm trying very hard to share my idea with Japanese people to understand more about McLuhan's theory, because there is no precise idea of how to understand the media situation here without any theory at all. So I wrote this book on Marshall McLuhan. McLuhan is a message in Japanese.
Yeah, McLuhan is the message, right? Great.
It's a message. And I had also a opportunity of translating Paul Robinson's book, Digital McLuhan, and preaching Japanese people to try to study his idea.
Great.
That's
what
I'm doing.
You're such a champion of McLuhan in Japan. So thank you for.
No, it's my family curse.
Right.
And I'm very much happy to see you online at last.
Well, me too. And again, so you're well equipped with many torches. So we have the torches, so you have many. I'll be back to you, Katsura, for I wanted to dive into your things there in Japan, and we will keep discussing. Okay, so thank you, sure. Katsura. I'll see you in a short while. And again, let me conclude our merry-go-round of special guests for this time slot. And actually, we have two special guests. So we're gonna bring in all together Susan Drucker and Gary Gumpert, directors and founders of the Urban Communication Foundation. Susan Drucker is the Lawrence Stessin Distinguished Professor in Journalism and Professor of Journalism, Media Studies, and Public Relations. Gary Gumpert is Emeritus Professor of Communication at Queens College of the City University of New York, and they are both two great champions of Marshall McLuhan's scholarship. I think Gary Gumpert met Marshall McLuhan many times, and so it's a great pleasure to welcome into the Global Village Susan Drucker and Gary Gumpert. Hello. Susan, how are you?
Very well. And I have to compliment you. This is a very impressive feat of endurance. Your feat of endurance, making it through these hours, but and hopefully it also is a testament to not only your endurance, but the endurance of McLuhan's ideas. So it's all very impressive to watch today.
Yeah, thank you. And my apologies, I didn't mention your university.
My university
Susan,
is
Susan, right.
Hofstra University.
All right, great. All right, Gary. All right, Gary, how are you doing? So
fine.
Okay. So did you, I think, meet Marshall McLuhan many times in Toronto, in the US?
We met in Detroit.
Detroit.
In the United States. I was a graduate student at Wayne State University and was asked to attend a lecture by Marshall McLuhan. I had no idea who he was. It was being given at the Merle Palmer Institute, the Child Development Center. And the next day, I was told that I was to produce a television program with Marshall McLuhan. And that occurred in early 1960. And Marshall then came over to my house or apartment in Detroit at that time with cigar and whiskey. And we held forth, and I was trying to figure out, what is this man all about? It took a while. And the result of that was in, I think, June 6th of 1960, I produced the world's worst television program with Marshall McLuhan. Yes, it was quite bad. It was a program done, a half-hour program. And that program was, we had no tape in those days. It had to be sent to a place where they could film it. And then I inherited a box which included Marshall McLuhan in a can, which I was afraid to open up for many, many years. But I learned a great deal from him and, in a way, became his friend. I think the last thing that McLuhan, my last contact with him was a Christmas card many years later in which he said, Zeus to Narcissus, watch yourself.
Well, typical McLuhan's, yeah. Great. So, Gary, we will keep talking. Same, Susan. I'd like to dig deeper into your urban communication. It's nice. Let's say that urban media, it's such a McLuhan's take, the city as classroom approach, and many other interesting takes that McLuhan got into the very idea of rethinking the city. So I'm very curious to learn more from you, Susan and Gary. I'll be back to you in a little while, okay?
Fine.
Great. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Gary. Great. And I'll be back to my first guest for tonight's time slot, Harry Jenkins. Harry, I'm very curious. So, firstly, we are discussing about the entry point in Marshall McLuhan. So, I'm curious. What's your entry point in Marshall McLuhan? How you came into the McLuhan's galaxy?
Well, as a media scholar, I think our whole field was enabled by Marshall McLuhan moving from a medium-specific set of disciplines to a more comparative integrated form. So as someone who created comparative media studies at MIT, I went back and read biographies of McLuhan. I thought fairly deeply about what kind of role model he represents for us. Someone who went out in the world and engaged with a variety of non-academic audiences, right? Spoke to industry, spoke to the political world, engaged with artists. And for me, that's always been what I want to do as an intellectual. So I like the idea of being a public intellectual who engages with various publics. Howard Rheingold rather infamously said that I was the Marshall McLuhan for the 21st century, which is a compliment that I can't accept, in part because I think Marshall McLuhan was a product of the broadcast era, and there can't be a Marshall McLuhan today because of the fragmentation of media, the ways in which Marshall McLuhan was constructed through television, through magazine interviews like the Playboy interview that I consider one of the best entry points in the McLuhan. Today, we're talking to a more fragmented public through blogs, through podcasts, and I don't think there is one intellectual studying media who stands up on the stature of McLuhan. But I think we're surrounded by many media theorists who are doing interesting work in his legacy.
Yeah, great. Many McLuhans. And it's interesting, you were pointing out that the fragmentation of media, and you have been working on converging media. So the idea that after that kind of fragmentation, eventually media got converged, right? So media, the very idea of media, we like the idea of media environment, media ecology, media system. So conceiving from a kind of a holistic perspective, media and their evolution and their systematic entanglement, right? The convergence of media. Is there such update for the very idea of convergence media in an age of lockdown?
Well, I published a piece recently on an Italian online journal talking about convergence in the age of COVID, where my central idea was to really think about Zoom as an emergent media that we're seeing speed up through the process that like McLuhan would have documented. And already we've seen the emergence of new rituals of social engagement and connection. We're seeing new genres of cultural production coming from both the grassroots and the top-down side. And we're sort of seeing the silencing of some of the mass media that allows participatory media to be heard. With the theaters closed, Hollywood speaks in a quieter voice. With television in its kind of, it's throwing every content it can get to keep us engaged, but it's running out of content that's ready-made. And we're seeing television shows produced with a more amateur aesthetic. And where I started with was Vertov. And Zygmunt Vertov has this passage where he describes a room that he constructs cinematically from parts of other rooms all over the planet and brings that together to create a convincing version of space. And I say in the piece that I live in that room, right? We all do, right? The room you and I are occupying right now is partially in Toronto and partially in Los Angeles. And as we zoom out and expand those connections, part of what's happened is the theater of connections, right? At a time that we're socially isolated, the new genres are about juxtaposition, both shot by shot and side by side juxtapositions that Zoom has enabled. So suddenly I'm traveling more, I'm speaking to more international audiences in the context of Zoom than I would possibly be if I had to get on an airplane. And so those connections globally are being felt in really profound ways. And at the same time, I'm experiencing the village on a hyper-local level. When I step on the balcony and bang on a pot, and I see the neighbor across the way banging on the pot for emergency workers, we move from our isolation to some kind of ritual of connection on a regular basis. So I think the isolation is pushing us toward connection, and connection itself is becoming a kind of entertainment experience at the current moment.
Yeah, a best example of the participatory culture. And I like to, you mentioned the rituals. So yes, I think you are right. During the lockdown, we needed to keep some rituals. So in Italy, you may be familiar that they start singing songs on the balconies, right? So, and sharing, and musicians playing music on the balconies and singing some inspiring songs, and then supporting the health workers and so on. So rituals. So that's a great point. In this era of lockdown, we needed to retrieve some of those rituals to foster the sense of togetherness, to foster the sense of participation, right? It's a ritual is a participation. There is no ritual without at least two persons. So it's a participatory ritual, right?
No, absolutely. And I think that's a vital part of what's allowing a lot of us to stay sane in this moment of social isolation. You know, I think it's ironic America invited and elected an isolationist president, and he's ending his term with all of us in isolation globally. But finding connections together through digital technology so that we're able to participate. This past weekend, you're doing this McLuhan thing today with 10 countries or whatever you said. Yeah. Over the weekend, I was at a workshop for young activists run by the Harry Potter Alliance that similarly brought together 10 countries, activists to talk about the new tactics, the need for empathy, the need for self-care, the ways we construct civic imagination, and the role of fan activism. We're seeing in the US fans of K-pop doing political work together, both for Black Lives Matter and to disrupt Trump and the white supremacist, that comes out of students, young people here connecting with music from Korea and being inspired by the modes of fan engagement there to engage in new tactics in the US. And meanwhile, I did a lecture last week to China talking about fan communities there who are in struggles with the Chinese government that has shut down access to fan fiction websites in China. So we're both seeing opportunities for global dialogue and governments at every point along the way shutting those opportunities down. And I think that's the politics I see in the global media at the current moment.
Yeah, and it's just a position. It's a kind of tension between these two aspects of using the global village in a such a compelling way to gather people together. But on the other end, we've been discussing today of how internet, globally speaking, is centralized. A few companies owning this beautiful garden and governments taking over. So that kind of romantic vision of the global village, or maybe you remember, of course, the early internet, right, in the World Wide Web in the 90s seemed to be a kind of a utopian world finally came into being as a way for freedom of expression and whatever. And then in a few years, a few private companies took control, and now that global village it's a private village to some extent. Even tonight, I can't speak it so loud, but we are hosting on Facebook and YouTube, so they are business models, right? So that are making our conversations profitable to some extent. So where's the balance between, well, that's kind of a neoliberalist, capitalist approach to make internet a place on society, and the more genuine approach that used to drive the social imagination in the 90s. Remember when we conceived the internet as this beautiful garden? Where's the balance between these two tensions?
Well, I think on the one hand, there are examples of communities taking control of their own servers and creating their own space. And I'd point to something like Archive of Our Own, which is one of the largest fan fiction websites in the world, where the coding was done by fans, the servers are owned by fans, the fan lawyers defended, fan academics help explain it. It's a community that brought together shared interests. So that's an option. The challenge is, for most of us, we don't have that large and diverse a community to build our own spaces to have these conversations. And if we become a series of walled gardens, then that potential of a global village for shared communication, where different ideas bump up against each other, different creative communities are inspired by each other, that goes away. So we have to use the shared platforms, whether they're Twitter or Facebook, even as we have to simultaneously put pressure on those platforms to change the ways they relate to their publics. So we're both beholden to those platforms, and we use those platforms to achieve the goals of these various communities and find other people out there pursuing similar goals in parallel.
Right. And, you know, I'm always, this is a brilliant insight. I'm always, wondering that eventually, even the very idea of participatory culture eventually was possible thanks to these private platforms, right? So eventually, okay, we've been having virtual communities back in the 90s, and many other platforms for gathering and foster this sense of togetherness. But eventually, YouTube, just to as an example of that, made the participatory culture profitable, made it accessible, made it, I don't know, what's your take on the balance between the idea of a participation, which is important? It's a democratic participation, first of all. It's an artistic, creative participation. We need this platform for sharing, and the very idea that there is a business model behind that.
Well, I think if we go back to Habermas, who talked about the public sphere as the space between work and government. You know, right? That he romanticized the coffee houses, which were, of course, commercial establishments.
Right.
And they were a place of work for the baristas and the other people who were also excluded from those conversations. So we've never had a perfect or ideal public sphere. It has always been shaped by commercial motives, whether it's the coffee house, it's the bowling alley in Putnam, it's the barber shop in Black culture. All of those were commercial spaces. So we know that what we value in the public sphere has had to coexist with the commercial space from the very beginning. I don't mean that to dismiss the concerns of commercialization, but just to foreground that this is not a new phenomenon.
Yeah.
So my friend Nico Carpentier, who is a very good theorist of participation, would say that we need to distinguish participation within media and participation through media. So within Facebook or YouTube, I have limited participation insofar as I don't control the decisions that get made by that corporation. It doesn't necessarily listen to me, and my content is locked down. But any number of groups can use that platform to communicate to other publics and to communicate with each other with minimal restrictions. So if you take something like the Occupy Wall Street movement, on the network that's controlled traditionally like Fox News, it's going to get only as much coverage as Fox News executives are willing to give it, which is very, very little. On Facebook or YouTube, we found thousands and thousands of videos being shared by that community that are critiquing corporate America and yet using corporate platforms to get their messages out on all kinds of scales, from hyper-local to global. So I think that's the difference, is what do we mean by participation? What are we talking about participating in? And that's, in one sense, YouTube's no more liberatory than Fox News. In another sense, it's dramatically more, demonstrably more democratic in the effects it has as people share videos there than Fox News could ever be.
Yeah, terrific. Yeah, terrific. Absolutely true. And well, I like to keep discussing about this, but maybe I'll be back to you. So we'll do a second merry-go-round with our guests. And but think still, please, Harry, keep thinking about the lessons we are learning, right? The lessons we are learning to rethink the global village. So I'll be back to you in a little while. Okay, Harry? Can you stay
Yeah,
longer?
sure.
All right. Thank you. All right, let's have a second merry-go-round. Harry Gomez, your take. What are the lessons we are learning in this current situation, Harry?
Well, Paolo, I'm not sure what sorts of lessons we are learning right now. Instead, I'd like to go to number 3, and that is, how can we rethink the metaphoric global village for a sustainable future? And that one interests me more because of what I see as the international tensions as to who would be the chief of the global village, if I may take that metaphor and make it a bit literal. And we see China on the rise, and we see the USA, I hesitate to say on the decline, but we are aware of these two giants that are confronting each other in various ways, which brings us right to COVID-19 or the coronavirus, however you want to term it. So that is what interests me. And this takes me back to my former life as an educator. I remember that I gave one of my classes, some of my students, a project, and we took the concept of the global village, and we considered the resources of the global village. And we asked questions like, okay, so who's to be the chief of the global village? How does one become the chief of the global village? What are the implications? And here, so many years later, we see that in the woof and waff of time, these two giants are confronting each other. We see that the EU is in a state of chaos right now. So coming to that question, how can we rethink the metaphoric global village for a sustainable future? I'm more interested in that because I do believe that the future is sustainable. I don't have any answers for that question, but I'm throwing it out there to trigger some dialogue, to set up a discourse around this. And I'm interested in what your thoughts on this as well.
Oh, thank you, Harry. And I'll move on. So I'll be back to you for a final merry-go-round. Okay, Harry?
Okay.
Thank you. And let's go back to Japan. Katsura, here you are. Hello, Katsura. So,
Hi.
what's going on in Japan? So, what are the lessons you are learning from this COVID pandemic? We've been running the series of Monday night webinars, and we call it Pandemedia. So the idea of looking at the pandemic through the lens of media. So what's going on in Japan, and what are the lessons you are learning in Japan right now?
Japan now has a hard time by COVID, and also Olympic game at stake. And
Sure.
I don't care what's going to happen with the Olympics. It's a 20th century game, power game, that it do not go with cyberspace age like global village. But what I'm concerned is what's going to happen in this digital global village era. that I remember that what Marshall McLuhan referred to was towards the 19th, end of 19th century, when cinema, telephone, and telegraph, or electronic media was blossoming, when people's perception changed in terms of time and space. Like American historian discovered, like Stephen Kahn was writing The Culture of Time and Space. He's discussing that the change of everybody's perception about time and space in mass turned out to be World War, which made a great confusion to everybody in the world. And the COVID confusion is just like a consequence of all the people's perception as well as digital age. When people are spreading around internet, on the other hand, people cannot see physically face to face. On the other hand, people are sharing more ideas globally. But my concern is what's going to happen in this digital age with COVID. My guess is that the war and peace in global village area, like digital global village area, probably the final model in theory would be a kind of 7 billion nations. Everybody's like nation armed and preaching peace and friendship and economy and political power, so forth. That I'm wondering what would be the right model to be able to cope with this theoretical 7 billion nations, peace and war. So I find that McLuhan's insight will give us a very good point what direction we are going. And I would like to study more and about his theory again and again. That's my.
But these are very good questions, actually. So in a very McLuhan way. So we need more questions than answers. So questioning or making the right questions is a way to keep exploring. So exploring what's going on around us, and we don't know where to go. Just the attitude of the explorer is that new questions will bring you to new areas to explore, new continents and so on. So I think your questions are very, very relevant for today's. Thank you, Katsura. I'll be back to you for a final merry-go-round. Okay, Katsura?
Okay.
All right, thank you. And I wanted to go back to Susan. Whereas Susan, let me see here. Oh, by the way, in the meantime, folks on YouTube and Facebook, I see you are pretty silent. So I'm still here running the marathon. And so feel free to let us know that you are there. So feel free to comment on Facebook and YouTube. This is our agora, our public way. So feel free to share your comments and questions and thoughts on Facebook and YouTube. I'm very pleased to see you get involved. Okay, so feel free to. However, Susan, here you are. Hello, Susan. And so, Susan, just a little bit more on the idea of urban communication. So. Urban communication in the global village. So and by the way, so the village is a kind of it's a town, it's urban. The world is getting urban, so the world population is moving to cities. I think after COVID, that may be not sure. So I'd like to know more about your urban communication take to better understand the global village. So Susan,
actually, you just mentioned the agora. That's really where we began. we looked at public spaces in cities and many years ago, and that's really where our work in urban communication began. In terms of the pandemic, we've been particularly interested in looking at what that means in terms of how we deal with cities, how we participate in cities. We're looking at the lessons, we asked about lessons, the lessons that we're going to learn about the future of cities, about the attitudes that people have about cities. And in particular, recently, we've been looking at cities and the senses. I mean, going back in terms of looking at cities, how cities communicate to us, how we communicate in cities, that's really what makes up what we're calling urban communication. And we've actually sought over the years to introduce McLuhan to fields that might only know aphorisms or might be generations that don't know McLuhan. So we've sought to introduce people in architecture, environmental psychology, urban planning, etc., to some of the ideas of McLuhan, and have tried to get them to look at spaces, places, cities through a kind of McLuhanesque perspective. Most recently, what we've been looking at, and in light of the pandemic, this is really at the heart of much of our work, we've been looking at how participating in a city is associated with the senses, that we experience a city through our senses. And what does that mean in a pandemic city, in a post-pandemic city, when experiencing that city is through masks and gloves, or the feeling that any kind of exposure using the full sensorium might actually be toxic and deadly. You know, so that's a big part of what we've been looking at, and particularly looking at how our relationship to places, our relationship to urban environments in particular, is shaped by the technology that we use. I think Gary in particular has been focusing on the implications of that, whether it's a disruptive kind of relationship that we're forming in terms of the senses.
Right, great. And by the way, so let's bring back Gary. And I like this idea. It's a lovely idea of the sensible city. I think there is a Carlo Ratti, it's an Italian architect who has been working on the very idea of how to use the senses to understand the cities and so on, the sensible cities. And senses, our senses are at stake in a moment where you have to cover your face and put the gloves. All those kind of social interfaces are affecting the way we interact with each other. So Gary, what's your take on that?
Well, what I would like to do is to introduce you to someone that I've fallen in love with. It's a different philosopher every month. This philosopher is an architect by the name of Johannes Pallasmaa, a Finnish architect, who contends that the city and the body define each other. That connecting the tyranny of the camera with our general sensibility is not new, as we look at Sontag and McLuhan and Ong, leading us into the realm of sense ratios and their link to communication technology. But I want to just read you one short portion of what Pallasmaa says, who believes that architects have fallen into a trap of being totally involved with the eye and design. He says, I confront the city with my body. My legs measure the length of the arcade and the width of the square. My gaze unconsciously projects my body into the facet of the cathedral, where it roams over the molding and contours, sensing the size of recesses and projections. My body weight meets the mass of the cathedral door. My hand grasps the door. I pull it as I enter the dark void behind. This is
wow.
an extraordinary voice talking about sense ratios from the point of view of an architect.
Right. There's absolutely Susan. Go ahead. I think
Well,
that.
what we're particularly concerned with is then, and prior to the pandemic, we were particularly concerned with what technology does to that kind of sensory experience. So, what does navigating a city with fixed, looking at your cell phone screen or a GPS, what does that do to your relationship? Does that cut off the kind of sensory experience that you're having? How does the kind of the technosensorium get changed? So the technology in cities is part of what we've been very concerned with. And what does that mean in terms of how people experience place attachment, place identity, a sense of place? So that's a big part of what we've been looking at. Now, shift to the pandemic or the post-pandemic city. How much more reliant are we going to be on the technologies to make us feel safe, to make us feel disconnected so that we have a sense of security?
Right.
One last point about the senses. Since you're sitting in Toronto, I just want to mention another way in which we're thinking in terms of the sensory city is the embedding of senses, of sensors throughout the city. And so when we're talking about collecting biometric information and we're talking about surveillance in an effort to track a disease, what does that mean in terms of our relationship to the city when it's not human senses, as Gary described so poetically, but it's technological sensors that are embedded around the city, following us around.
Right. And absolutely. And the Google experiment in Toronto, of course, speaks aloud on all of
Yes.
that. That's great. That's great. Well, going back to Marshall McLuhan, Gary, I was curious to get if you have another piece of memory about Marshall McLuhan's and maybe the city. So, of course, I was referring to the city as a classroom. So, to some extent, Marshall McLuhan was in love with the city of Toronto. He was an advocate. He was in friendship with Jane Jacobs, and so he loved, I think, the city as a learning environment, the city as a place where we grow and so on. Any memory, any other insights from Marshall's mind that you wanted to share with us?
I don't think we ever talked about the city at that point when I worked with him. But what I came away with after working him was this concept of disconnection. He was very much involved in talking about the nature of assembly. As one example, he went, and we used as an example the extraordinary work of a Canadian filmmaker by the name of Norman McLaren. And we used as an example a work that he called Arithmetic, in which, once again, we see disconnection and connection. We see assembly in a way that becomes a theme for McLuhan. It is, in a way, gets me to one of your questions, which is that, in a way, what is happening to our sensory relationship to each other has simply been pushed further by the pandemic. I am concerned that there will be residuals here, that we will not want to touch each other, that we will constantly stay away from each other. That is preferred. Susan and I just wrote a piece called The Mediated Hanukkah.
The mediated
Hanukkah, which is the Jewish festival of lights, which I shared with my grandchildren in Turkey that way, and Susan connected it with her brother in another part of New York.
Right.
And maybe we prefer that, but it will be sad if that becomes a residual part of the pandemic.
Right. Well said. And again, there are more questions than answers, so we need to think about, that kind of changes we are experiencing in the cities, and not only so in our daily lives, actually. Great, great. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Gary. And we have technically a few minutes for a final merry-go-round. So we'll quickly do a final merry-go-round. I'll bring back Katsura, Henry Gomez, Harry Jenkins, all together here. Here we are. So all right, so let's start from top bottom. So Susan, in a nutshell, your final short remarks for the Global Village Day. Susan.
I'm heartened by how much participation there is globally, and I'm worried about local. I'm more worried about place than ever before.
All right. Gary, thank you, and thank you for being so intense and short. Thank you, Susan. Gary, your final remarks.
I've lived in New York for the last 50 years, but I'm searching for a village. I have a village house in France, which has taught me how to deal with other human beings. I'm totally frustrated because I need the village.
Great. Katsura, it's over to you. Katsura, your final remarks.
Yes, I'm very much concerned what will be the outcome of COVID and global village in digital age. What I'm very much concerned is not business or economy whatsoever. It will be a kind of unexpected outcome, like Marshall McLuhan pointed out, by the advent of electronic media. I wonder if what's going to happen with love or freedom or our fundamental value will be affected and by the advent of real digital global village. That I would like to discuss further with you guys in the future. And I enjoyed very much participating with you.
You bet. Yeah. Thank you, Katsura.
Yeah, that's a real global village. Thank you.
Absolutely. We will keep discussing. This is a real-time global conversation. It's an ongoing conversation. So today we are doing the marathon, but after the marathon we will keep running. Harry Gomez. Harry, it's over to you.
Yes, Paolo. Speaking as an artist now, I am the eternal optimist. Now, what I'm learning, what I've learned from this is that it has brought the importance of the artist, the performer, even more to the front, because we've noticed whether it's Italy, the United States, whether it's street theater, despite the COVID-19, despite the restrictions, we realize that the human spirit longs for that contact. So Gary may be looking for a village, but I think the concept of the village will continue despite the technological changes. The big concern that I have is with transhumanism, where we are looking now at AI. I thought we would have had more time to be able to go into some of it, but that's my big concern. Beyond the global village, let's say post-global village in a sense. And since we're dealing with paradoxes and contradictions in many ways, I wonder now if we are looking at the atomization of the global village and we don't realize it at this point. So it's a huge canvas on which to paint, and my thoughts fly back and forth, you see, but those are my big concern. I think that the role of the artist, the entertainer, will become even more important, as we have seen, because for instance, here in Toronto, in the province of Ontario, we know that the governments have gone out of their way to provide funding so that there will be virtual performances, because the human spirit, despite the technological advances and so on, and I know that McLuhan had a special love for the artist, it becomes very, very important that we have that. In terms of the city and the sensorium, Toronto is a city of festivals. And
Right.
in the face of the cancellation of all these festivals, the human spirit still cries out for nourishment. And that is what gives me this sense of hope. And it causes me to be the eternal optimist that I am. So despite the controversies, despite the conflicts in the global village, and by the way, McLuhan never indicated that it will be all utopic in the global village. You know, there are conflicts in the
Right.
global village as well. So I remain the eternal optimist, and I believe that what we are learning, and some of what we have learned, is that the role of the artist becomes even more important to our lives as humans. Even if we enter a transhuman era, that part of us that is human still yearns for the spiritual nourishment that the arts can give.
Wow, this is great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your optimism and this kind of good vibes for tonight. And finally, Harry Jenkins, your final remarks for the Global Village Day, for rethinking the Global Village in the sustainable future.
Well, first of all, the other Henry, that's really tough act to follow. That was beautiful. I
Thank
guess
you, Gary. Henry.
I guess I would say that what McLuhan said was media are put out before they're thought out. So we're in a moment where we're developing these technologies that are connecting us together. But if the village is neither a technological structure nor a geographic structure, it's a social structure, it's a cultural structure. And so we've got to learn how to live in that village. And that's going to require a lot of talking through as we develop norms of interaction, both online and off, that allow us to respect the diversity of a global village and ensure that every voice is heard. And so I think that's the challenge. It's moving beyond a media-centric notion of the global village to really focus on the social and cultural dimensions, because we have the opportunity to build one and we could easily squander it.
Wow, wow. Thank you, Harry. Again, good questions, good vibes, and good thoughts for rethinking the global village. So I think, let me thank once again my special guests for this time slot, Susan Drucker, Gary Gumpert, Katsura Hattori, Henry Gomez, and Harry Jenkins. Thank you for sharing a portion of the Global Village Day and sharing a piece of the marathon with me. Thank you again. Thank you.
And thank you, Paolo. Thank you so much.
You are very, very welcome. And so it's 11:06, perfect timing. So let's move on to our next and final time slot. So actually, we are going to the final lap of the Marshall McLuhan's Global Village Marathon. I'll see you in 1 minute for the final lap. Thank you. We are back, 11:08, Toronto. Greetings from the Global Village and greetings all villagers for running with us. It's a marathon. It's a 12-hour marathon crossing the whole world, all throughout the world, 12 different countries. And over 40 speakers joining us tonight for the Global Village Day. Again, I'm so excited. It's 11:08. We are starting our final lap. Our final lap. You know, the final lap of the marathon takes place into the stadium. So I want to hear the stadium. Folks, villagers on YouTube and Facebook, let me know that you are there. Let me know that we are not alone. I'm not running alone. I want to hear your voices, your whatever. So feel free to let me know that you are here with me, with us for the final lap. Okay, the final lap into the stadium. That's the most iconic moment of the marathon. So feel free to say hi. Feel free to share your good vibes. Okay, so now it's time to bring your good vibes into our Facebook, YouTube, and our community. So firstly, let me say again, so it's 11:09. We are crossing and going to the final lap, going to celebrate at midnight Marshall McLuhan's 109th birthday. It's a Global Village Day. And also, this special event is sponsored by 4 special sponsors. So I wanted to thank again the Marshall McLuhan, the estate of Marshall McLuhan, the Marshall McLuhan Salons, the McLuhan Institute, and the brand new McLuhan Foundation. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, let me say a few words about the tetrad. So we are playing the live tetrad. We are playing the live tetrad app. So feel free to join, to sign in the tetrad app, and you will be able to play with the tetrad, possibly playing with the Global Village as a medium to process using the tetrad, and you will have a chance to win a beautiful deck of cards, the original Dew Line deck of cards designed by Marshall McLuhan, a rarity, an antique gift for today, so kindly offered by the McLuhan Foundation. And by the way, this is one of the cards. The medium is the mess age. Be careful, the mess age. All right. And well, I did a little bit of housekeeping. It's 11:10 p.m. All right, I see. All right. This is a question. How does technology fit into democracy? Susan, we will keep discussing, okay? So promise, we will keep discussing about this. Alfonso is sharing, what is it? I can't see very well, so it's that's the marathon. Great, Alfonso. Thank you. Yeah, that's the runner of the marathon. Maria, hi, Maria from Brazil. Hello from Florianopolis. Hello, Maria. Ray Daly. Go Paolo, go Paolo. Yeah, but it's not just me, all right? We are running all together. You have to run with me. So it's we are doing this marathon all together. This is very, very important. And Ray is reminding about the app. So this is the link you will find on the comments. Just click and check it out on the comments. You will be able to play with the tetrad. And by the way, I'm very curious to see what's going on the tetrad. In the meantime, I see some other friends connecting into the green room. I see some other special guests connected into the green room. This is great. And let me say hi to Kathleen from Montreal. Hello, Kathleen. Hello. So we are still here, going forward to the final lap of the McLuhan's Global Village Day intellectual 12-hour marathon. Hello, Clinton. All right. I will read your comment later, but thank you for sharing, Clinton, such philosophical insights. So thank you, Clinton. Sal Greco still going strong. Paolo, yes, but again, so it's not me. It's the vibrant community gathering together. It's the energy, the good vibes that you are bringing, my friends, villagers from the global village. So this is all thanks to you, right? I'm just igniting the fire. I'm just the tinder for that, but you are the wood. You are the real great community in here in the global village. And in fact, Ray Daly, go villagers, go villagers. All right. Okay. And final lap of the marathon, and I have a few special guests joining us for such a great celebration of the global village, and still waiting for actually a guest from another guest from India that didn't show up yet in the green room. We'll figure that out. However, it's our final, actually, official special guest before the final lap, before the finishing line. It's a very kind person. It's a very special moment. It's a very special guest. Our final guest for before the final lap is not a senior media scholar, is not a media personality, is not it's a student. It's a student from India. And I wanted to symbolically end the marathon with this very kind guy from India. We didn't know each other, so I just been approached through the Monday night webinars. So he has contacted me, and eventually I realized that this special guest, this student in media and communication from the inland of India, is the future of our community. So future students, future champions in the Marshall McLuhan's and media ecology community. So I was very, very impressed by his energy, by his enthusiasm, and I think this is the best way to, before the finishing line, conclude this series of special guests. So with this very kind student from the West Bengal, India, and his name is Raji Mtani. His name is Raji Mtani. Actually, he wrote a book called Kancha Kora, the Youngest Son. And I'm very pleased to welcome into the global village from India, from the West Bengal in India, the future perspective, the future of the Marshall McLuhan's scholarship. I'm very pleased to welcome into the global village Raji Mtani. Hello, Raji.
Oh, hello, Paul.
Hello.
And, namaste to everyone, and also to you from India.
Namaste, Raji. So it's such a pleasure again. So it's a serendipity. It's a nice encounter. It's a nice gathering of people. And again, I'm going to passing the torch to you. So
yes,
I wanted
yes.
You have the torch, right?
I don't have the book, but I have this quote from Marshall McLuhan. It says, "Diaper spelled backward is repaid."
That's very clever. That's very clever. And again, so I wanted to pass the torch of this Olympic intellectual marathon, because again, you are the future. So how you came into Marshall McLuhan's, tell us more about you, your projects, and tell us more about your expectations for the future.
Okay.
Raji.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paolo. I hope I'm audible, right?
Right.
Actually, see, my journey, especially when it comes to introduction with Marshall McLuhan, has actually been really recently. Before that, when we do our academics, we came across people like Robin Jeffrey and, like Wilbur Scram and all those those like regular, those pioneers who were there, who actually taught us the transportation rather than the transformation of how a medium can be possible. And especially when I came across Marshall McLuhan, my entire perspective, that which I always used to seek, or which I always used to have that different angle. Why not this way? Especially when it comes to he explained how when a man-made environment, for the first time when I heard one of his lectures in YouTube, he mentioned that first time when a satellite probed around our planet, it was that very first time that the entire planet was submerged into a man-made environment and nature ceased to exist, right? And in which nature today has become like one of those Bollywood or Hollywood sets, and people are actually not caring about it, and which is rather very depressing. And especially in terms of this pandemic, which is going on right now, with his help and also a few tips here and there, I was able to put up this metamorphic depiction of how this pandemic situation is right now. And I would say that the pandemic situation, for me, it's like this COVID or coronavirus is actually the catalyst for the future, or let's say it is going to be, or it is going to skyrocket the technologies that we have today. And probably what we are going to witness is the future that the Hollywood movies and those novels that has been showing to us. And I would like to share this small experience of mine, especially in India.
Sure.
Yes, you might have seen this news telecast and images of how our government and the police department is enforcing the lockdown to the people of the country. You might have seen people getting beaten up and the Loch Ness criteria. But during this time, what happened was one of my cook, I stay in a paying guest, so he usually comes and cooks for me. But due to the lockdown and the quarantine thing, I could not bring him. So one fine day, I called him and I asked him would you come? And he said that okay, it's fine, but I hope it's not in Corona time. Are you getting it? He said that I hope it's not in Corona time. So I was hit with this question: what is this Corona time? So after some time, when I slowly heard it from here and there, right now, Paolo or anyone, if you come to India right now, the feeling that people have right now, if you walk around, there is this lockdown recess, which is from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And after that, again, there is lockdown. So especially in this hour of 7:45 to 7:50, you will hear people saying, let's go home, or hastily they are briskly walking and they're saying, let's go home before Corona comes. And which is rather very depressing. The idea of people of what Corona is or what disease is has totally it has been misled by how it has been enforced to the people. Yeah. And with this, I would like to relate this that Corona or this COVID has almost become like the black clouds of monsoon. And as it drops, or as the first rainfall announces, it is almost like the technological frogs which are there are actually about to flourish, or are going to have the best time that they ever had in the history. Now, how is that? Is because if you see that this water vapor, or water, let's say, let's say once, like before it condenses and forms into water droplets, right? There is thunder, there is lightning. And lightning might have been in some rock or on some tree, but that flash of light and that sound, which actually made people, like Marshall McLuhan says, that there is this invisible effect that people you don't see. And this is why, because people actually run away from their present. Like he says that a present is something that it makes us feel insecure. It exposes us, right? And it is something that we don't enjoy, right? We don't enjoy at all. It makes us sad. So we go back to the rear view mirror and we become nostalgic. And when we become nostalgic, I heard a few of the speakers saying today that people are actually focusing on the bubonic plague, and the influenza and all this thing. But what they are not focusing on is like what they have to learn from it. So what people are doing is they are actually depressing themselves, and they are confining themselves to more, even like smaller units, you see. So these droplets which are coming down, which the form of the water vapor has changed from gaseous to liquid. And each droplets, you can resemble them as individuals. And as they drop, they form into puddles of, small, puddles and pools. And these pools, as they form it could be a pond, it could be a small puddles. So these are like this smallest unit of society, which is a family or a community or a cultural or a ethnic group, or let's say a state or a nation as in whole. So this small puddles and this big pond is actually the place where, or actually will be the breeding ground for these technological frogs. And trust me, Paolo, actually I have this urge of asking all this social media, and all these big companies who are in charge of data. I would be really glad if I could ask them, because what I feel is probably the amount of online people, conversing, the amount of video calls that might have been done within this frame of 3 months, 3 months to 2 months, when the whole world was isolated, into these small puddles. And the amount of, the communication that we did virtually, the use of technology, the use of application must have skyrocketed. And in India, you can see that such an environment has been created that even a middle-class family or lower middle-class family is forced to get involved with this technology that they don't even understand, because the child has to get his distance education or his online classes from the teacher, or else he can't get his education. So a parent who never came across even a smartphone is now forcibly has to buy one, get involved with it, and which is very saddening. Or you could say yes, it has other chances also, but if you see, then it is a total immersion of a very new environment. And when things like this happen, then men usually try to fight it, or use the old tools, like Marshall says, right? And it is really, when I see this situation, I see that when these droplets are being formed into puddles, and one thing which is unique is that once this water droplets, or once it changes form and becomes water, the only way it can go is from a higher elevation to lower elevation. Whereas when it was in a gaseous form, in the air, in the cloud, let's say if we people, we were the clouds, right? Before the thunder and the lightning and the rainfall, all this COVID situation, if we were the clouds, then we were only guided by a few of those air currents, which could be our ethnical or our cultural beliefs. But now when you are forced down to come into a very confined space, a confined environment, and everywhere it's either you are in a puddle or either you are in a damp area.
Right.
And these technological frogs, they have their characteristics. Some frogs are like the African bullfrogs, you know, the Goliaths. And some frogs are those poisonous Amazon frogs. And some frogs are those frogs which has characteristics of, you know, keeping themselves dead for almost entire 6 months to 8 months and finally rising up again alive. You know, those kind of characteristics are there within these frogs. And if you compare the technology, like if you say the Goliath frog will be those technologies who control the data, right?
Raji, I will stop you here, so because I like your reasoning. So I like that we could keep discussing on these kind of analogical thinking. I agree with Clinton. Really like this analogical thinking. It's very applicable. I like your metaphorical thinking. So because this is very McLuhan. This is very McLuhan. Thinking by metaphors. We think by metaphors. We make sense by metaphors. So metaphors, media are metaphors according to McLuhan. And so, Raji, I think you're such a great mind. You're such a brave student. Be always so, okay? Be always brave, and I like to wish you the best for your career in media and communication studies. I'm sure you will become a champion of Marshall McLuhan's legacy in India or somewhere else in the global village. Raji, I really like your spirit, your brave enthusiasm, and I wish you the best for your future.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I wish I could see more students like you, even in Toronto, to really imagine the global village with us. So, thank you. And we were talking about you are thinking to actually come to Toronto or maybe Canada or somewhere else for a PhD and so on. So again, if you will come, as I hope, you will come to Canada and to Toronto, you will find a community of friends. You will find a second family. You will find the Marshall McLuhan's family.
Yes, I actually really look forward to it, you know. Sometimes I even feel like why there is this hegemony of knowledge, and why wasn't I exposed to this level of knowledge before? Sometimes I feel really sad, but again I will console myself saying that probably it was not my time, and yes, like whatever is happening, it's happening. Something like that.
All right. So, Raji, all the best for your future, all the best, and let's keep in touch. And remember, all through the global village, and particularly in Toronto, you have a family of McLuhan's scholars and friends. Very glad to welcome. Okay?
Yeah,
all
thank
right.
you.
Ciao. Thank you very much, Raji. Thank you. And so such a great encounter. So I really like. All right, 11:31, perfect timing. It's now time to, we are fast approaching the finishing line, so it's the final lap, I told you. And I'm going to bring in some friends and colleagues and thinkers that have been already participating in the Monday night webinars over the past few weeks. And so now they are back. And so I'm very, very pleased. I see Luigi Ferrara. He's going to be the first one. Luigi Ferrara is back from the Monday night webinars to the global village. Luigi, hello.
Hello, Paolo. How are you?
Oh, well, after a 12-hour marathon, I think I'm still alive. I'm still alive.
Yeah, it's been an interesting day. I've been able to go in and out and heard such wonderful, interesting ideas. You're truly right about it being intellectual panoply for us all.
Yeah, and then you were in Italy today. There was a Meet Cultural Center event today.
It'll be tomorrow morning, actually.
Oh no, tomorrow. Okay, I
I'll
got
be
confused.
there tomorrow morning. Yeah.
All right. No, I was thinking of you. I was thinking of you going back and forth virtually, going back and forth to Milan, and so. But tell us more about Milan, by the way. But tell us more about the Meet Center for Digital Cultures. Culture. And by the way, I think it's too late in Italy right now. But let me say hi to Maria Grazia Mattei, which is the mind behind the center. Tell us more about Meet.
Meet is a project that we've been working on. I mean, Maria Grazia has been working on it for over 15 years. It started as a set of encounters with the leading thinkers. It was called Meet the Media Guru, and she basically was inviting very interesting people to Milan to discuss new ideas, the impact of technology and digital disruption on culture, and in a way to try to catalyze the Italian scene and to modernize it, to bring a new kind of fresh perspective to a very traditional culture. And about 5 years ago, we've been collaborating with them, with our DigiFest over the last 10 years. But about 5 years ago, we started actively working with her on conceptualizing the Digital Cultural Center, the Cariplo Foundation, which is a large foundation in Italy, had been inspired by her discussion around the importance for Italy to catch up and to start to be a contributor to international digital culture. And so the project was born, and we went and looked at least 5 different sites for it and developed 3 different business plans. But it is open now, but officially opening in October with a big event. And it's in the Piazza Oberdan, which is right in the heart of Milan, in a very interesting multicultural neighborhood near Corso Buenos Aires. And, the center is going to become a focus of, debate, discussion, new digital cultural expression, and it's already doing that. Tomorrow, the event that I'm involved with is being done with Fjord, and we're looking at 4 of the different trends that their 2020 trend book highlighted as being critical for the future. So I'll be talking about life-centered design, and other people will be talking about digital twins, and so we'll be talking about these trends and what they mean, and informing the Italian public about these new realities that are impacting their life. Now, even in the last few years, Italy has caught up. From the work that we were doing, Italy was always about 5 years behind. Like Facebook would come 5 years after. It started, in Canada, and 1 year. Like Canada's always kind of 1 year behind the U.S. So that gap is closing as our world is globalized and more international, and so part of what we're doing is working together to bridge the gap between Toronto and Milan, and to share knowledge. We have certain kind of knowledge in Canada, and they have another kind of knowledge in Italy. And the sharing of the knowledge across the continents is, I think, for the best of everyone, for the betterment of everyone.
And absolutely. Right. A perfect way to keep the global village together and closer.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, interestingly enough, we just finished working with Lombardy and with especially the performing arts community, the music, dance, and theater community. We did a virtual charrette where we brought together people in the community to think about how to innovate during this period of the COVID pandemic, how to really rethink your performances. Italy's very talented and known for its classical music performances, but is the world getting the opportunity to see them? Would a digital approach to bringing them to the world change the reach of their performers, and expand their audiences. So we did, these charrettes, and it was extremely interesting, and I think a learning experience for us here in Canada, who were helping them by hosting the charrettes and facilitating them, but a learning experience for them as well, forcing them to think outside of their comfort zone and to think of possibilities that they may not have considered even just 6 to 8 months ago.
Wow. No, that's very impressive. Then I like the idea that you are a liaison between Italy and Canada, sharing, bringing your expertise, your skills, your experience. For those who are not familiar with the charrette is a intensive design thinking session where people can gather together and sparks idea in a very structured way. So it's a methodology. It's Luigi, you're doing a great job. Folks, the villagers are asking, can we have a link to the Meet event tomorrow? Is that a public event, Luigi?
Yeah, it is public. It's in Italian.
It's in Italian. All right.
So for viewers, if they are able to speak Italian, if you go to the Meet website, it will it will have the link. And yes, it is a public event. I think you just register for it. It's using the same technology that we're using right now. It's going to be using StreamYard as well.
All right, so you're familiar with it. And so great. So thank you very much for sharing. One final question, then I see other guests for the final lap joining us. Yes, I see them in the green room. I see Jean-François Vallet, Barry Wacker, Donna Halper. I see you all. I see you in the green room. One final question. You are not only a liaison between Italy and Canada and many other countries, but also you are involved in the McLuhan Foundation. We started the marathon with David Nosbakken, which is the director and the CEO of the McLuhan Foundation, but you are involved as well in the McLuhan Foundation. Can you tell us a little bit more about this?
Well, I'm the chair of the board, I've been inspired by the Monday evenings that you and David did. I've been a long fan of McLuhan, and when I was at Design Exchange, Canada Center for Design Innovation, I worked with Eric McLuhan for a while and Jesse Hirsch. We hosted the Monday nights at the Design Exchange. Was a student of Derek de Kerkhoff's while I was in architecture school, would take courses at St. Mike's. Over the years, I've been a big fan of things McLuhan, and I've also been actively trying to apply McLuhanesque thinking in design and in my work. So in a way, I'm into what I'd call applied McLuhanism. So it is exciting to see the foundation coming together. We did a set of charrettes that we hosted that brought people together to discuss sort of the work that the foundation will be taking on. It'll be focused a lot on digital literacy and media literacy, and working with young people to encourage them to think critically, to probe, and to be creative in an interdisciplinary way, the way McLuhan was. Today you were talking about how he would work with Peter Drucker and others, right? So we're going to be trying to foster that in a new generation of youth, because we have, even more saturated media and digital environment, and we need to have the literacy skills to be able to navigate it, to be able to think about it in a critical way, and to be able to shape it, mold it in a way that works for a better society.
Right. So well put, and we really look forward to seeing what's going on at the McLuhan Foundation. And I like the idea of McLuhan applying McLuhan to again, as we are doing tonight, rethinking the global village, foster this real-time global conversation and possibly turning conversations into tangible outcomes, turning conversations into a way to experience, right? So this kind of change. So thank you, Luigi, for being such a champion in the McLuhan's legacy. Thank you, Luigi, for joining us in this. It's 11:42. It's I know I feel like the end of the year. So we are crossing the still missing 18 minutes. So thank you for tuning. And by the way, so I got prepared. I have my glass and a little bit of spumante, by the way. So thank you again for joining us for the finishing line and the final lap. Thank you for being such a great McLuhan's champion. And I'll see you in the global village.
Yes.
Thank you, Luigi. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Paolo, for all the great work you're doing.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you. All right, and yes, Junichi Miyazawa from Japan. We're back in Japan. Junichi is going to share a message by Eric McLuhan he received in 2011 to celebrate the centennial birthday of Marshall McLuhan. And if Junichi, yes, is there. Junichi, hello. Welcome back to the Modern Ed webinars and now Global Village. You're back in the Global Village. I like this fashion way. So it's green, it's blue, it's yellow. It's a beautiful composition. So anyways, it's a serendipity. I like the current image on the screen. So, what's this message? Would you like to share this message by Eric?
In 2011, it was the Marshall McLuhan's 100th birthday on July the 21st. But on that very year, in March, there was a very disastrous situation in Japan, in the eastern part of Japan. There was a huge earthquake and tsunami. So it was really tragic year. But Katsura, my friend Katsura, and I and Yutaka Nakazawa organized centennial birthday event of McLuhan. On July 21st, actually. So, and I asked Eric McLuhan to give a message, and he gave me a message. And it's very relevant to considering the difficult situation we face, you know. So let me read this.
Absolutely.
Yes. Hello, I'm delighted to be able to write all of you at the same time. My dear friends Junichi, Yutaka, and Katsura. And I and my family are also honored that you have decided to celebrate my father's birthday this year together. Please consider me also present when you celebrate, although I will not be there in body, but in spirit only. You asked for a message to the people attending. I'd say first that my father would be most pleased by the respect and attention that you were conferring on him. He would also make particular reference to the tribulations that have visited Japan in recent months and commiserate with you on these misfortunes. Misfortunes, however, conceals opportunity, as reflected in the working observation that, quote, breakdown means breakthroughs, end quote. Every breakdown reveals the outline of a hidden situation. The challenge is to take advantage of the revelation. When our national power grid was brought down a few years ago, we were suddenly made aware of the extent of the electric services and how far they have penetrated into our lives. And most importantly, how deeply we were addicted to these things, as if they were drugs. Well, they are drugs, and we are addicted, and the consequence is always a modification of our culture. Every calamity has some benefits also to confer on us in increased perception. The degree of calamity is often an index to the degree of addiction. The breakthrough awareness does not persist for long, perhaps only for a few days, but it is there, and it is a major way to study the effects of technologies and the kinds of culture that they impose subliminally on the users. Finally, I would note that the study and understanding of media is still in its infancy. My father's work is just the beginning of this immense labor to understand and eventually to control the impact of media and technologies on us. There is a tremendous amount yet to be done and a great lack of workers to do it. Please help us all with these matters. With all good wishes, Eric McLuhan.
Wow, great, great. That's such a lovely message from
Yes.
Eric back from 2011, and now finally back to the global village. So thank you, Junichi, for sharing. So my great pleasure. So stay with us, okay? So I'm going to keep this merry-go-round, but stay with us. It's 11:48. The New Year countdown is fast approaching. So stay with us. Thank you, Junichi. Thank you, thank you,
My
thank you.
pleasure.
And I see on the green room, I see Donna Halper. Donna Halper, where are you, Donna? Here we are.
Right here. It's not easy being green.
back on the global village. Thank you. We had such a great exchange and dialogue during the Monday night webinars a few weeks ago with you, Donna. So I'm very glad that you are back. And so, what's your good wishes for the Marshall McLuhan's birthday? What's your good wishes for that?
Well, first of all, I think it's amazing that here we are in 2020 talking about a man whose life, yes, it impacted so many people, but mostly scholars. And then suddenly we have the ability through social media, through online courses, through conversations like this, to spread what Marshall McLuhan taught all over the world. And to some degree, he predicted this, okay? I think he would be kind of amused by it all, because what McLuhan talked about in understanding media, I'm a scholar of radio, okay? And what he talked about in understanding media is kind of what we're doing, okay? He predicted that radio would contract the world to village size. But he also said, and your guest Paul Levinson has written about this as well, that the good news is, yeah, now we're a global village. The bad news is, like a village, we have a tendency towards gossip, rumor, personal grievance. I mean, he said this on page 306 of Understanding Media many, many years ago, almost kind of like predicting right-wing talk radio, you know? As a global medium, radio brought people closer. It's the most intimate medium, he said, but it also can be an agonistic medium. It can contribute to argument culture. So I guess my message is, isn't it nice that we're not here to argue? We're here to celebrate and commemorate somebody whose life and legacy are still valid today. So much of what people wrote back then, you look at it and you're like, yeah, I suppose maybe that was great back in those days. But McLuhan and the late great Neil Postman, these are people who their writing lives on, their philosophy lives on, and what they still have to say to us lives on. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity to talk about this.
Well, we are very grateful to have you here and talk about this. So thank you very much, Donna. Thank you. And well, so 11:52. Donna, I hope you can stay a little bit longer so to cross the finishing line and for the happy birthday celebration. So stay with us, Donna, okay?
Absolutely. I got to warn you, I turn into a pumpkin at midnight, but I will be here.
Okay, I want to see the pumpkin. All right. And who else? Paul Levinson. Hello, Paul. Welcome back. You too. How are you?
I'm doing great. And first of all, thanks, Donna. I logged on, and the first thing I heard was Donna mentioning my name. So perfect timing. And I see Katsuri Hattori is here, and he is the brilliant translator of digital McLuhan into Japanese.
Katsura. Yeah,
So,
finally, we met. Yeah, all right, you met each other.
Good to
see you.
Same here.
You know, what a serendipity. You didn't know Katsura was joining us, Paul.
No.
Well, I saw his
Right,
name someplace.
This is what I did.
There you go. You did a great job on it. People, I have a lot of fans in Japan who are fans of my music.
Sure.
Because my 2 albums have been released in Japan, and about half of them, when I first get to talk to them, tell me about Katsura's translation of my book.
And
so there's a very literate.
Yeah. Paul, I wanted to just 1 second. I wanted to yes, it's 11:54. Your best wishes for Marshall McLuhan's birthday in a minute. So your best wishes.
Well, I have to say, Marshall, if you're up there somewhere, I hope you're listening to this. I miss you and our conversations every single day. As a matter of fact, every time I write something, one way or another, I always find myself quoting you. I just saw a show called The Current Occupant. It's on a Hulu series called Into the Darkness. And it's about a guy who wakes up in a mental institution. He thinks he's president of the United States. And the question is he just a nutcase who has that delusion, or is he really the president? And as I was writing that review, I found myself quoting you, Marshall, that the only people who have proof of their sanity are people who've been discharged from mental institutions.
Great, Sanan. Thank you. And Ray Daly was reminding that your tetrad on the pandemic is on the live tetrad app. So Ray put together this real-time tetrad, live tetrad app. And I remember you've been tetrading the COVID pandemic, and so you will find the live tetrad there. So thank you, Ray, for reminding. All right, Paul, it's 11:55. Let me say hi to a few friends, but stay. If you can stay, we will in 5 minutes spumante, and we will cheer to the Marshall McLuhan's birthday. Okay? Thank you, Paul. Stay there. And Barry, how are you?
Hey, Paolo.
From the dark. Where are you?
Well, I'm
on
sitting
Mars, Pluton.
There's a message in the medium. I'm sitting on my top floor balcony in downtown Philadelphia, and
Good for you.
The only light is the light coming off my screen. It's my electric campfire, and extending directly over my shoulder is the cosmic void, the cosmic infinity stretching out, and you can see there are no stars visible. And I was interested in the quote that Raji said earlier about Sputnik converting our planet into an environment, and then he was very disappointed that so few people care about the environment. And I think that inside the lack of concern about the actual environment inside the media environment, and it reminded me of another one of McLuhan's quotes, and that is about Sputnik, that it turned us into actors instead of spectators on the planet, which also reminds me of the Spaceship Earth quote about on Spaceship Earth where there are no passengers, we're all crew. And as I look at the global village, and it's a complete planetary implosion, that pits people together, imploding inwards. And I think that one of the messages that is lost in the global village is that we indeed share a single planet as a single species floating in this vast infinite void. And we owe it to ourselves and all the life on this planet to treat each one with dignity, each person and each life form with dignity and respect, and with charity and benevolence and goodwill. And that often seems lacking, and not in all social media, not in all the global village, but so much of it. And so while I think that the village represents a sort of vanishing point implosion in our culture, I like to get away to the dark in the summers and see the night sky. I'm not doing that now because of the corona pandemic. So it's prevented me from having the road trips out to the desert. But I think it's a good reminder for all of us to think about, we're really on a rock spinning in this vast cosmic void, and we owe it to ourselves to treat each other better and to treat the planet better.
Right. Very kind words, and very well put. Bravo, Barry. And it's 11:58. I'm so excited with who's there yet? Stay there, Barry. And Jean-François, 11:58. Your turn.
Hey.
1 minute.
I don't want to be the one doing the countdown there.
No.
I'm going to have to be quick. You're still alive, Paolo. It's amazing.
Well, we are live and still alive. Right. Well put.
You are a crazy man. Thank you for organizing this. It's a crazy event. It's beautiful. Un uomo pazzo, we say, no?
Yeah, pretty crazy. Yeah, pretty crazy, man. All right, uomo pazzo. And I see, folks, I see some friends who were supposed to come onto the green room. So feel free to come into the green room. So I shared the link for coming back. And by the way, I'll do it again right now. If you want to come into the green room, there is a room only for 10 people actually. So I'm gonna post here the link to connect into the green room. So a final very quick say hi. Andrew, welcome back.
Andrei.
Jean-François.
Hello. And all right, so I posted the link for coming into the studio. There is room only for 10 people. We'll figure it out. But let me put all here together. We are going to the final finishing 9. How many? All right, I see only 9. Who's there? Who's not on the screen? I think someone else is missing. Yeah, we are all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Anyway, so we are here, and it's midnight, Toronto, and I think it's time for a countdown. All right, happy birthday, Marshall! Happy birthday, Marshall! Hola, bambino spumante. Yeah, no, don't sing because no copyright infringement. Happy birthday to you. All right.
Many more.
All right. Stop there. So toast and cheers to Marshall McLuhan's birthday, 109th birthday, folks on YouTube and Facebook. Feel free to say happy birthday on the chat. Bravo, Salvatore Greco. Here, happy birthday.
Quick comment? Can I make one quick comment?
Sure.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to say before, and Paul, what I said about you was I was noting that you wrote some wonderful stuff about McLuhan and how you explained that radio can be uplifting or it can be agonistic. I mean, that duality exists. But I want to just say one very quick thing, which is, in the world today, McLuhan predicted that radio in particular, but other mass media in general, were shortening our attention span and giving us information in little quick bursts. We see this with the pandemic. We see misinformation flourishing. We see too many people going for some little quick burst that may not even be true. McLuhan tried to warn us. Take the time, fact check. He didn't use those words. It didn't exist. But he was real aware of the propensity of media to give us wonderful information, but also misinformation. And one of the great things about what we're doing is we're calling out the misinformation, and we're saying to people, it may be entertaining, but it's not good for you. Be healthy, in honor of Marshall McLuhan.
Great words, great final words. And by the way, so I just noticed that the green room is full. So in order to let other people come in the green room, I should kick off some of you, my friends. So, I mean, who is the first who wants to look at? It's late night. So, Donna, thank you again for joining us. I'll kick you off.
Hi, Donna.
All right, Donna. Hello,
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Donna.
Happy birthday, Marshall.
Happy birthday, Marshall. All right. So now we have one more spot for joining us. So feel free.
I have a class to teach now. So
all right. So I'll kick you off and thank you again for joining us, Junichi from Japan.
Bye-bye.
Hello.
Thank you.
All right, Paul, are you leaving as well?
Well, since you sort of throwing me out, I have no choice. But
no, absolutely. 10, 6, 7. No. Stay. There are still 3 spots available. So because I can only host 10 people in the green room.
I can leave now.
So,
Okay, I leave now.
No, stay because no. I don't want you to go to sleep. So stay here. No problem. Stay here. We have room for
Paolo, I
other
can leave
guests.
now.
All right, no, but stay there. As soon as someone else will join us, someone else will leave. Okay, so let's do balance because I see we are 7. Yes, so technically there is still room for 2-3 more people. So Elena, Bob, or Echo. Oh, Elena arrived. Elena, here we are from Italy. It's late night or early morning. It's late. Early morning.
Early morning.
Yeah.
Early morning, right? I was just joking. It's you didn't get. It's 6 a.m. in the morning in Italy. Hello, cheers, Clinton. Cheers.
Okay.
Happy birthday,
Cheers.
Marshall. Happy birthday, Marshall.
Hey,
Hello.
Yeah.
And
Hi.
who else there? And Gary's back. Happy birthday, Marshall.
Gary Comfort.
Hi.
Hey, Gary, how you doing?
Okay.
Hello. All right. So Andrew is drinking vodka, I bet, right?
Yes, that's true.
Right. Elena, what are you drinking?
Spumante.
Spumante, right? Same.
At 6 a.m.
Like spumante, bambina, 6 a.m. This is history.
Yes,
This
champagne
history.
is the morning drinks, right? That's right.
All right, and so it's very impressive. It's very impressive. So we are celebrating Marshall McLuhan's 109th birthday. I still have a lot to do, so stay there. And by the way, Bob Logan is asking Paolo how to join. I just posted the link on the YouTube and Facebook comments. So Bob, you will find the link. I sent you the link actually via email, so you should check your email or just go above on the comments. You will find the link to connect. I just posted the link. Let me do it again.
That's quite a drink, Gary.
I won't drink all of it tonight.
That was pretty
Right. So, all right. So this is yes. You should see the link on the Marshall McLuhan's Facebook group. All right. So now who's missing there? Harry Gomez is back. No, he left, and. I think we are waiting for someone else to join us, and then it's midnight 12:07. We can keep going, but I wanted just to say again a few things. So don't leave. I'm on StreamYard. No, Bob, you are not on StreamYard. because oh right, Bob is here. Bob, hello, here you are.
Hey,
You made it.
hi,
You made it.
Bob.
You made it.
Good to see you.
Welcome back to the Global Village, Bob. How are you doing?
I was waiting here for an hour and a half.
Looks like somebody woke you up out of a deep sleep.
Yeah, or maybe anyway. So something happened. All right, so
I have a birthday present for Marshall McLuhan.
which birthday present, Bob?
A birthday.
Oh, right. Bob, he's here. Bob. Okay, hold on, Bob. I think there is a feedback. There is a feedback somewhere.
My birthday.
If you have a YouTube opened or something, just close it up. What a mess! What a mess, Bob.
Put on some earphones.
I have a birthday present for Marshall McLuhan.
Nice.
What's going on there? It's a feedback. It's an infinite.
Present.
It's an infinite loop. Bob, it's an infinite loop. Bob, I'm pretty sure you should close other windows and just keep StreamYard open. Otherwise, we won't be able to hear you. There is a Larsen effect. There is a feedback. So probably you got YouTube or Facebook open. Can you please do it? On there. It's a feedback. No. Still there. Still the infinite loop. There's still the infinite loop. By the way, so I'm going to kick off some. So if you don't mind, Jean-François. All right, you'll leave. You can leave. So
It's
someone
okay.
else is
Yeah.
right. What a mess.
Happy
Alex,
birthday.
Joyeux
Happy
anniversaire,
birthday, Marshall. Wait, Alex, how you doing?
all right.
Everybody.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Still some Larsen effect, some feedback. I think it's you, Alex. You should close any other windows, otherwise there is a Larsen effect. There is a feedback. All right. So what a mess. Here we are. Clinton, it's you.
Oh, I've turned every.
No,
I can.
no, it's not you. It's not you.
Okay.
Anyways, I did. All right. And by the way, we have a Vimal. It was. All right. Vimal Singer Rawat. Hello.
Hi, Vimal.
Someone's got a.
Hello.
All right. So I'm gonna mute you all because I think there is such a feedback effect I can't find. By the way, Vimal, where are you? Where are you from?
Yeah, I am from India.
Wow. So
And,
welcome into the Global Village.
Thank you so much, and happy birthday to Marshall McLuhan.
Great. And so thank you again for joining us. All right. Who else? Let me go back to. I still see a little bit. All right. I think it's Alex. All right, Alex. How are you?
You keep muting me. I'm fine.
Happy birthday, Marshall.
Happy birthday, Marshall.
Yeah, it's you. There is a feedback. You should turn down your audio. Otherwise it's gonna be a Larsen effect. So Bob, hello Bob.
Yes, I'm here.
Back to great. I still see a little bit. Yeah, I think it's Alex. All right, Alex, how are you? There is still a loop on Bob's connection there. And all right, but that's okay. So, Elena, would you like to say some? Well, let's get started with the final merry-go-round. Elena, your final early morning remarks.
It's wonderful. It was a great event, and we survived, and we are all very happy. Paolo, I'm impressed. I know it's your avatar. I know you have been sleeping for the last 5 hours, but it's okay. We forgive you. Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers.
And I live in a moment, so other people can actually take this spot eventually.
Your spot.
I want a happy birthday for me too.
And in fact, so I didn't want to reveal the surprise, but basically we have organizing this. Hold on. We've been organizing this global marathon, not for Marshall McLuhan, but for Elena Lamberti. Elena Lamberti's birthday is today, July the 21st. Happy birthday, Elena! Hello.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Elena. Great.
Thank you, and thank you, Marshall. Thank you, everybody, and I hope we can do this again, maybe not for 12 hours, but it's a great way to be together, and it means a lot to everybody and to me for sure.
Thank you, Elena, and happy birthday, Elena. So,
thank you.
All right, and have a good morning. Have a good morning. Not good night. Thank you for sharing with us.
Ciao.
Happy birthday.
Ciao.
That's great. So I wanted to bring someone else in. That's okay. Alex, still there? Can you hear me? Alex? No. Still a loop, Alex. Please fix your audio, or turn off your audio. Otherwise, there is a Larsen effect. You see, Alex. All right, can you unmute yourself, Alex? Unmute yourself, Alex. Okay, Alex.
I did.
All right, so
For the 10th time.
All right.
Can you not hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you, but there is still a feedback effect. So we'll figure it out. But no problem. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us, Alex Kuskis, from the Global Village here today. So there is a new guest over here, Sal. How are you? Hello, Sal. I like your Beatles. I like your Beatles poster there. And so, happy birthday, Marshall. All right. And let's see if I can bring back Bob. Bob. Hello, Bob.
Yes, hello.
All right, it's working. Don't move everything. Don't move anything. So it's working. Your best wishes to Marshall. Your gift to Marshall.
My gift to Marshall is the revival of the journal Explorations called New Explorations. And I want to thank Sal and Alex and Andre for their work in doing that, and Paolo. Anyway, what happened was I didn't look at the StreamYard screen to be admitted, and therefore you could not see me.
But now you are here.
Well, yes. Too little, too late.
A little bit too late. So,
but I'm but I have to congratulate you, Paolo, for a fantastic job that you did. It's amazing. I don't know how you did it physically. I know mentally it's easy for you, but the physical is enormous. And I congratulate you for the feat of going 12 hours. When did you eat? Did you eat?
I secretly ate some bananas or some other things, but you know, I eat the good vibes you all brought into the Global Village, so that's okay. All right, so
Anyway,
thank you very much.
It was
Thank
a
you.
a wonderful day listening to everybody. I could only join, I don't know, sometime in the middle of the afternoon because I had family affairs. But it was a wonderful day. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for joining us. Thank you
I wanted
very
to
much.
say good night to, or good day, but leave you with a story.
All right, sure. Go ahead.
In
I have to go to bed, guys. It's way past my bedtime. So,
in the meantime, let me
everybody.
welcome Rutan. Rutan, finally you made it.
Well,
Go ahead, Rutan. Go ahead.
Yeah,
And then Gary was telling a story, but I wanted to say welcome to Rutan. Rutan, you made it.
well, I did, and I was tuned in. Please.
All right. Oh, okay. No problem. So, Gary, you were telling a story about Marshall.
I wanted to take you back to 1960.
Sure.
In June, when I did this television show with Marshall and Holly Parker and Bob Schaefer. One of the problems with working with Marshall is he insisted on smoking a cigar while we were filming him. And there was no ashtray. All I could see as I was directing the show, he was flicking his cigar, and the smoke was everywhere and the ashes were everywhere. It was a terrible show, but I love the man.
Great. And well, it's a nice story. So,
good night.
Good night, all right. Have a good night, Gary. Have a good night. Hello. And by the way, as I was trying to... all right, Rutan, you made it. So we are on the finishing line. We crossed already the finishing line for the marathon. And there are still a few comments here on the chat. So, Rutan,
I'm still hearing the story, Paolo.
The story about.
I was.
Yeah.
I'm still hearing the same.
Yeah. All right. No, you're okay.
Something's not right.
No, I didn't get. Right. Probably you are hearing the audio from YouTube or Facebook, right? So you should only right. You should close all the windows and just keep StreamYard window open.
Okay.
So only StreamYard. Otherwise, you will hear with a few seconds delay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
I think same for Alex. Alex, I'm going to kick you off and try to refresh your browser, close all the windows and try to connect again. Because, you know, Alex, if I turn on your audio, there is a lot, you see, it's your audio, okay? Alex, I'm kicking you off. Please come back, all right? Okay, Rutan, I think you are good, all right? Right, great.
I hope it sounds better now.
Perfect. And now it's a real time, right? You hear me in real time. Okay,
yes.
Because Rutan prepared some nice things to reflect on the tetrad and so on. So we're running a little bit late.
Yeah, you don't have to do those.
No. I want to do it. I want to do it. No. I want to do it. Firstly, let me share this. Which is the Canadian flag, which is a nice figure ground thing, right?
Yes, it is. And I don't know if everyone has seen this or sees it this way exactly, but I used to do the debating club at my school, and the debaters always, loved it because if you look at the top, it is an optical illusion, and it is done as a figure ground introduction in quite a lot of classes. So at the top, you can see two faces with the mouths open, and they are arguing, maybe, or debating, or maybe one speaking French and one speaking English, or any of our other national languages or our country languages. And so you really can, it depends how you look at it. And maybe it is an appropriate metaphor for McLuhan studies and also for the state of our federal nation right now.
Right, that's great. And talking about the federal nation and talking about the Canadian brand, we got a kind of you got a kind of tetrad or tetradic thinking with our former Prime Minister Justin Pierre Trudeau and our current Prime Minister. As you can see on the right, it's clearly Justin Trudeau there. If you can't recognize Justin Trudeau here, you will recognize it here, right?
Yeah.
So this is so. What's your reasoning on playing with Trudeau's image from a tetradic perspective?
Yeah, thanks for asking, and thanks for putting these up. They look pretty clear. This was again a part of the tribute to Eric McLuhan, actually, because he's the one who came to our school, and he in the early 1990s, and he taught workshops on tetrads to students and to teachers. And of course, the students picked up on things much faster, it seemed like, than some of my colleagues did. But then picking just one example out of many, of course, the idea of clothing. And the students love to talk about clothing. And so we continued that kind of through these different ages. So with the father, of course, the rose was his signature, but the cloak was his trademark. And there's some famous pictures of him wearing his father's black cloak. And then here he has his official portrait painted in 1992 with his own Loden green cloak. And so to do a tetrad on that cloak is just amazing. And you do get the idea of the cloak enhancing, of course, the weatherproof aspect of it, but also the princely kind of nature of it, wearing an ecclesiastical cloak or wearing a royal cloak, a coronation cloak, and it's making obsolete like a proper raincoat or a trench coat or something. But then for the retrieval, Eric kept reminding us, as one might expect, like to go back to McLuhan's own tetrads and their own tetrads done even before Laws of Media came out. But for the McLuhan's clothing retrieves weaponry. And our students would naturally get there. Now they can see that it might go back to Eden, of course, the first clothes made out of fig leaves and Eve's little green dress and all that. And that works out really well. But then weaponry. And so then what is the father trying to say with that cloak and with his father's cloak? And all of that flips into probably, again, the McLuhan idea of the emperor's new clothes, or Harry Potter, who was also wearing his father's cloak. Now that's past Trudeau's time, but yeah, Harry Potter wearing his father's cloak, and it makes you invisible. So that was that one. And then the India one it's a new tetrad, but following the same logic. And in India, of course, like, what is he trying to do? He looks like Bollywood himself. If you can get the India one again, especially since our friend Raji was here tonight from India. Yeah, and so what is going on here? And he might think that he's trying to blend in or trying to honor the costume, but in so many ways, and I think the Indians were appalled. It's a Bollywood costume. It's those clothes weren't worn properly by that family. They're from a wedding. Nobody in India really dresses like that. It was almost an insult, And so it turned out to be a big worldwide disgrace, really. And in his last hours in India, he did again dress in a business suit. But what's he trying to retrieve? And following Eric's advice, like you go back to the old stories, you go back to folk tales, to myth, and to the Bible. And in the Bible, you have Joseph, his coat of many colors. And that's exactly what's being retrieved, it seems like. And so what happened to Joseph, like his father made him that coat, he was so proud of it, and he had these amazing dreams. But when his father tells him, "Oh, you look so great in that cloak, Joseph, why don't you go show your brothers?" And then the rest, of course, we know what happened. So it's the flip, the reversal, and the punishment, or the mistake, the fashion faux pas, is all built into the story, the energy of it from the very beginning. And we learned that from Eric McLuhan. And it's really, really great to be able to continue that work and to hear from all the people who were here with you today, Paolo, and with us, how the story is and the material is still unfolding.
Great. Oh, bravo, Rutan. Thank you for keeping all these energies at such a late night and sharing your thoughts with us. Absolutely. So it's great that we are still alive in this Global Village Day. Thank you, Ruthan. Clinton, if you unmute yourself, Clinton, very brief final remarks. You have something to share with us, very briefly.
Very briefly. Oh, well, you know me, Paolo. But no, thank you for hosting this excellent 12 hours here. It was very interesting. I mean, I only felt like I wish we could get more out of the guests. Is it true? Did you say that you were going to be doing a little more of these webinars in the future? For instance, I found Jerry.
Who knows? Nobody knows.
I found Jerry Fialco very interesting. I found Andrew Crystal very interesting. I found all the guests actually absolutely fabulous. But I mean, there was so much ground to explore. It's I think these should be 4 hours. I think going forward, I'd like to recommend that. At least that's the bare minimum for the real intellectual, meat of these sort of discussions. But regardless, all I wanted to say was I'm very glad that Bob Logan popped in to talk about the New Explorations Journal, because you all have to visit newexplorations.net to see the blog that Adam Pugin and Stephen Hicks and I have put together to try and keep the energy behind the New Explorations project alive in between the journal releases. So check out newexplorations.net, where and please consider contributing as well.
Absolutely. So thank you for sharing New Exploration Journal group. So thank you, Clinton. And what else? I think we are all Andrew.
Yeah, just one last remark. So I'd like to recollect the McLuhan-Malmström metaphor, which I find very useful right now, because I think that's any artificial efforts human make makes humans. So we live through an environment that is very hostile right now because of virus, pandemic, and so on. And when we see this metaphor, so the poor sailor, he finds some debris that were floating. In our situation, these debris is webinar, is Zoom opportunity to chat, to talk to each other in this environment. And despite we all disconnected, so we find our way to float. We find our way to chat, to talk, to develop some intellectual enterprise. Thanks to you, Paolo. So thank you very much for that, for what you're doing. And I also want to say that it is very anti-environmental. So media ecology is about environment, but what we are doing right now is anti-environmental, and it is very, very important. So it is what makes humans. So let's stay what we are, and let's do it more. Clinton, right? So probably we need more this webinar. No one knows when this pandemic limitation restriction will gonna end. So probably we will need more. So Paolo, to take some maybe a week to rest, to get more power, and after we can repeat it. So cheers to you all, and Paolo, specifically for you.
Thank you. Cheers.
This one's for you.
And I think, Jean-François and Sal, and then we are good. And then I have a few things to say. So, Jean-François, your final remarks. Unmute yourself, Jean-François. I can't unmute it. All right.
Okay,
go.
I just want to thank you again, and to thank maybe Andrew at McLuhan Institute and all the other people that were involved. And I think I just want to finish on a musical note, because we managed to break on through the other side.
Yeah.
Hold on. If it's copyrighted, they're gonna shut down the. Yeah. All right.
Well, just a clip there.
No, great.
I'm just hoping that the breakdown will lead to a breakthrough, like we
exactly, but
all along.
That's great. That's so nice.
There's a lot of noise in the global village right now. There was a lot of noise at midnight, but I think at some point
we are animating the global village. Yes,
we'll understand the maelstrom at some point. That hopefully, if we keep observing it and looking at it. So thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Jean-François, for joining us. Andrew, keep drinking vodka like water, so essentially. Sal, your final words, and then we're good. And then I'll show you a few things.
I just wanted to say thank you so much, Paolo. You did a wonderful service for us, monumental work. And you couldn't have done a better job, I think. It was a lot to think about, and
great.
I feel guilty about keeping you up at this late hour. I think you should go and
that's okay. But by the way, people are still
well done.
But people are keeping connecting. Bob Bleachman just joined us from New York. Hello, Bob. Your turn. Best wishes for Marshall McLuhan's birthday for the Global Village.
Happy birthday, Marshall. Yeah, I met Marshall twice. Once as an undergraduate at the University of Chicago, and he met us in a coffee shop and lectured us. And it was a very warm setting, and he said, "Everybody move your chairs closer so you can hear me better. It's too warm."
Great.
And the other was the conference that Paul organized at Fairleigh Dickinson, where he listened to my comparison of his tetrad or his pre-tetrad theories to Claude Lévi-Strauss, and said I got it all wrong. So that was fun too.
Wow. It's absolutely
great.
Great.
I've been dipping in and out all day as I can, but I always catch your Monday night conferences.
Yeah, I know. And by the way, so it's thank you for joining us on the beyond the finishing line. I wanted to say a few thank yous. Before closing this special marathon. I wanted to say a few thank yous. All right, Global Village Day, Monday, July the 20th, noon from midnight. Live on Facebook and YouTube, sponsored the Global Village Day, sponsored by the estate of Marshall McLuhan, the McLuhan Institute, the McLuhan Salons, and the Marshall McLuhan Foundation. Host Paolo Granata, it's me, and special thanks to Francesco Benozzo from Italy, Ryan Bishop from UK, Jeff Canoy from Manila, Philippines, Andy Crystal from New Zealand, Nikki Clark, Jared Cole, Douglas Coupland, Nina Czegledy from Canada, Ray Daly from US, Luca De Biase from Italy, Susan Drucker from US, Silvia Fabri from my home, actually, and my heart. And Lucien Maria Fadel from Brazil, Luigi Ferrara from Canada, Jerry Felka from US, Carlo Figuerea from Philippines, Harry Gomez from Canada, Gary Gumpert from US, Donna Halper from US, Katsura Hattori from Japan, Harry Jenkins from US, Martin Jones from Canada, Anna Kachueva from Russia, Rubal Kanozia from India, Derek de Kirkov from France actually and Italy, Angela Crevani from Germany, Arthur Kroker from Canada, Bill Kuhns from Canada as well, Nikita Kuskin from Russia, Alex Kuskis from Canada, Elena Lamberti, happy birthday Elena from Italy, Paul Levinson from US, Bob Logan, Gail Lord, Marian McDonald, Andrew McLuhan, Michael McLuhan from Canada, Maria Collier de Mendoza from Brazil, Mario Mendoza from Canada, Andrew Mir from Canada, Junichi Miyazawa from Japan, Riwaji Mokhtan from India, David Nosbakken from Canada, Wilson Oliveira Filo from Brazil, Mira Ovanin from Canada, Vinicius Andrade Pereira from Brazil, Beatriz Paulina Vanova from Brazil, BW Pao from Canada, Jennifer Reid, Duncan Rayburn, Kalina Rogodzinska, Bruce Rosenstein, Jeffrey Schnapp, Carlos Scolari, Svetlana Shomova, Lance Strait, Barry Wacker, Jean-François Vallard, Rutan Vrobel, and thank you all the villagers. Thank you very much all the villagers. We'll see you soon in the Global Village Day, and be reminded, let's make this Global Village Day a better place. With these special words, I really want to thank you all, the villagers. I really want to thank all the community that made that possible. We ran the marathon. We made it. We crossed the finishing line. I hope to see you soon, very soon, in the Global Village. And again, let's make the Global Village a better place. Buonanotte.